Hello people, how's it going? So it's not about who you know or what you know, like people used to say. It's not about who you know, it's what you know, or it's not about what you know, it's who you know. Well, I think everyone's sort of realising collectively that it's not about who or what you know, it's about who you don't know yet and what you didn't know. That seems to be what everything's about right now. And like, I can't say it enough times. The revelations, like out of the Bible, and the apocalypse, the word apocalypse means the revealing of that which was previously obscured. Doesn't mean the end of the world. I keep saying that because that is so important to understand that what you're living in right now is that time. It's the time that's been prophesied for since a couple of thousand years minimum, probably longer. And it's now. We're in it right now. We're all in it. So the revealings of that which was previously obscured is basically everything. That's the thing. It's very difficult for people to wrap their heads around because it is everything. It's everything. It's everything. I keep finding every day, 10 times a day, I'll think of something else and I'll be like, fucking hell, yeah. And then you get to the point and you think, well, no, it's not. Well, I'm finding new stuff every day. It's everything. I just haven't worked out that it's everything yet. Do you get me? So, like, everything's consent. It's all done by consent. Everything's done by consent. So a demon can't enter a newborn baby because the baby can't consent to that. But the baby can sell its soul later on. Right down to the nuts and bolts, everything is by consent. You agree to be your legal fiction. We've been through this. You agree to be your legal fiction in court. You agree that your name is in block capitals. You give by consent for your children to go to school, to be vaccinated. You give your consent. Everything bad they want to do to you, they need you to sign something or tell you or explain it to you. But the way they do that is all round the wrong way. Yeah, it's not. It's a complicated set of lies. So, like the other day, I saw a good meme from a non-thinker, unfortunately, but it was a good-looking meme, and it was the solar system. You've seen this before. You've got the sun, the moon, the Mars, Jupiter, Venus, all in their sizes and how big they are, and they're all spread out where they're supposed to be in the solar system, and there's a flat Earth, but everything else is spherical. And the meme says, well, this is embarrassing. And I'm thinking, well, no, it's not at all embarrassing. It's not at all. Everything's flat. Everything out there's flat. There isn't the only things that are round, yeah, and they're not naturally occurring, but are things like a moon or a sun. And the sun isn't even round. It's more like a lens shape, big fucking one of them. So I don't think that's not even round. And so as well, it's really difficult to get this through to people that don't understand it. But like with Christian's info, it all makes complete sense. The bit that is tricky, right, is the 3x3D matrices, because that has people have a hard time with all of it, I'll be honest with you. But one of the particular hard times that I'm finding with people to explain to them, I haven't been able to successfully explain it yet, so is the 3x3D matrices that are in the, like, 3 colanders, as Christian explains, that all turn around independently, but they're never supposed to line up. And when they line up, that's when you see a tree floating in the air or a fucking bird doing that in the sky, and it ain't dead. It's just someone's pressed pause on it. Or an aeroplane, you've seen them. I've seen several aeroplanes, birds, I've seen a tree floating. And you see people, sometimes you'll see someone walking along, and all of a sudden they'll just disappear, or someone will just appear in a scene, and it's not a video glitch or nothing like that. These things happen when their matrix line up. And they've made them line up. They've never been noticed before. It's not because we didn't have the technology to film it 20 years ago, or to see it, or 50 years ago, 100 years ago. It's because they weren't allowing the matrices to line up. That's been done on purpose to make these things happen. So people start thinking, what the fuck? That geezer just walked out of nowhere. And why is that tree floating in the air? And people say, oh, because they need the debate. They need you asking questions about it, and they need everyone going, hang about, what the fuck? Oh, it must be CGI. It can't be CGI. And you get the arguments 2 and 4, you know. So that's just when these things line up. That's what causes that. And yeah, so everything's flat. So there isn't a round spinning planet. There are none. There's no fucking solar systems. There's nothing like that at all. The whole universe, the universe itself is natural, from my understanding, from what Christian said. But everything inside it isn't natural now. It don't need to be no more. There's no point. There weren't a Big Bang. That's bullshit. I can't remember what Christian said about how it was created, or even if we covered that. But it doesn't matter, because the universe itself, let's say it was natural, isn't now. And a very long time ago, it wasn't a natural place. It was billions and billions of years ago. There was no need for natural things to take ages, for things to drag their ass out of the ocean. It takes trillions of years. Well, why bother doing that? Why bother when you can recreate it in a simulation, a technological simulation, which is the cube, like Christian says, the cube of Mecca, the cube outside Microsoft, the cube outside Merrill Lynch, the cube that the Jews wear on their head. It's all that is the cube. That's what that box represents, like the GameCube, the Nintendo GameCube, and the other cube thing, Mecca, the big cube that everyone walks around, yeah, and they're walking around it worshipping Satan, because that's like the rings of Satan and all that. Saturn's just a fucking space station. That's all that is. That's a negative. It's probably full of fucking demons and Draco before it was destroyed. I think Christian said that was destroyed a while back, but yeah, I mean it's everything. So it's not just the fact, oh, the Earth's flat. Everything else is flat, and it always has been. There hasn't ever been round planets. That's all bullshit. They get that whole model. They get the model for our solar system from an atom and how an atom works, because that is real. That's part of the science that they didn't lie about, because they probably needed to, yeah, for a lot of different reasons. But you've got the proton, the neutrons, the electrons, and they're all spinning around. That's where they got the idea for a solar system. Quick, look, if we tell them that, that'll be realistic. And then they'll believe it, because it looks like an atom. Because in fucking 7,000, 6,000 fucking whatever years, they'll realise what an atom is. And then it will kind of prove the solar system model. They'll be like, oh yeah, obviously, because that's spinning, so this must be spinning, the microsm, the macrosm. Do you get it? It's all clever subterfuge, well thought out. We only got, if we're lucky, 70, 80, 90 years. And for 60, 70 of them, you're only really on the ball. So if you live that long, so you haven't got enough time to work it out anyway, because they know you're going to die before. Well, you wouldn't be able to work it out without Christian's info. There's no fucking way anyone would work anything out. But with Christian's info, everyone can work everything out. This is it. You've got to see it. It is so simple. It's just we've been lied to. I look through comments on Tartaria groups and Mudflood groups, and there's some great questions. There really is. And there's a lot of, well, you can really gauge society on a group that's got 150, 200,000 people. You can really get a good snapshot in just one excellent post. See what is said in that, within that, and then you've got like fucking 600 fucking replies or comments or what, 200 or whatever. And 70% of them will just be just silly comments, just for whatever, I don't know, whatever reason. But there'll be, you know, a good percentage that'll be fucking excellent question. Excellent people are, you can see where they're at. But most people, because you can tell 70% of them, so 70% of society, you can extrapolate that out into the bigger macrosm, if you were, and you've got that massive amount of people that just do not have the slightest clue and are not interested and think it's all a game and it's all funny. Not necessarily that what's going on is funny, but they're so clueless that that's all they can do is you just shrug it off with that, you know, like a midwife talking about vaccines. And that's the end of it, you know what I mean? That's all they can do. They can't work past it. It's not in the programming. It's not within the parameters of the program. So they can't consider it. It doesn't. It's like trying to run an Apple Mac program on Windows for these people. It just does not compute. There's no way that you ain't going to run it. So the thinking process for them is in a bad way, unfortunately. But it's just how it is. Not everyone was going to ascend, and they knew that anyway. Now, a lot of people also are so, they're explaining everything in these times of whatever they call it, you know, hardship, the end times, whatever they want to call it, what they want to call it. They're explaining it all in a religious context. I've been told to go read the Bible 15 times this week, maybe 10 times. I'd say 8, at least 8 times, 10 times, yeah. To maybe more actually, to go read the Bible, or didn't I ever read the Bible, or something about biblical this, that. And you can't tell someone that was written by Alpha Draco. They don't want to fucking hear that. You're going against every single... See, this is the thing. You've got to wake up, because what you are going to think when you actually find this out to be a fact in a minute, it's going to smash the bits out of your paradigm. You're fucked in a minute for so many reasons. But I think you should do some research, because if you haven't, it's so bad. Most people haven't done any research at all. That's worrying, because they've got families and kids and that, and that's fucking worrying. But never mind, it is what it is. So it's also interesting that the Bible, found this out the other day, the Bible, it mentions dragons 34 times, all through the Bible. Yeah, because they have to put things in plain sight. They have to show you and tell you, even if you don't understand it as what it is. Because so the Bible, yeah, the dragons, obviously the dragon, Draco, Draco, Dragon, Dragos, that's all Alpha and Omicron Draco. Drag men, drag queens are Alpha, Omicron, Draco. That's a thing for them. They like all that. I know it sounds a bit gay, but that's what they're into. For these butch fucking crocodiles that are biceps like beach balls, they're quite into mincing, funny enough. And they smoke a lot of crack, apparently. So, yeah, they invented it. I think the Alpha Draco invented crack. They're all major crackheads. That's why Hunter Biden is into his pipe and that, and they're all fucking major crackheads. Do you know what I mean? So that makes a lot of sense. The Andromedans gave us cannabis, and the Alpha Draco brought crack along. It's one of the only good things they did fucking bring along, to be honest, if you ask me. Could have just brought that and gone, if you ask me, but never mind. Pardon me. So, yeah, what was I saying? So, talking about flat, yeah, everything being flat and nothing is spinning. So the only spinning things out there are physical space stations that the negative species have made to use, to stay on, live on, party on, harvest loot, whatever they want to do. It's like their caravan in the woods, if you know what I mean, en masse, and that's why they're big. But there's no naturally occurring spinning things. Nothing is. It's all a simulation. Everything that we live in, it's all a highly advanced simulation. The ether, or the aether, that people still shun and refute, but it was widely known about back in the day. It's what gives us the free energy of the Tartars and all that. The ether is your augmentation, with your soul hooked up to your pineal gland, normally with a big pineal gland, because they shrunk ours. Every reset they make us smaller. I think I said that before. But so the pineal gland works with the soul, yeah, to augment your reality. That's how your soul has the will and the drive and the knowledge and the wisdom, and the pineal gland is the technical apparatus that augments you to the ether. Basically, your biofield hooks directly up to the ether, and that's for everything. So you know what's going to happen in a minute. You don't need to worry about what might happen around the corner, because you already know. You know before it happened what was just about to happen. You're plugged in. You know everything what's going on. You know what your mates are thinking, what they're feeling. People can hide telepathic thoughts and stuff like that. There's a way of everyone will remember all of this. I'm not saying I don't remember nothing. I'm just saying what Christian's explained, and it makes complete sense. So that's why I'm relaying it, because it does make complete sense to the point where there's no more anything that you can't understand. There's nothing. There's nothing that isn't explainable now with this whole new set of information. It's like someone's just turned up with the real history book, and they go, "Here, look, bosh, that's what really happened." And you know, that's fucking trippy, because now it's not a shame. That's totally the wrong word to use. But what is it? I haven't got nothing to. Everyone that understands this information, that can use it to decode not just what's going on, but what went on and what's about to go on. When you get to that point, it's like there's no more secrets anymore. I used to want to know all sorts, and now I've only got to think, what was there else I wanted to know about? Oh yeah, the whatever. And I'll think about it, and I'll think, oh yeah, that's that then. What else is there now? It's like that. Look back at fucking whatever. I saw something today on the megalodon. Yeah, there was some big fucking shark shit going off. They reckon this megalodon is still about. Yeah, of course, it's still a fucking about. There's got to be a few left. They found teeth from what they reckon is a megalodon breeding ground. They found loads of baby megalodon teeth or something where they've been eating shit and doing whatever. But anyway, megalodon's like a fucking 300-foot long fucking shark or something extremely massive. But so all these crazy shit that they had, they were all put there. See, them things live fucking deep, yeah? But all of the negative kraken and the sea monsters and all the fairy tale stories where boats were eaten by a giant octopus and fucking whatever, that's all real. That all happened. That's all true. They used to put them things by portals. So the three natural portals, Bird's Gate, the Summer Gate, Bird's Passage, the Summer Gate, and whatever there's like 6 names for 3 portals. No, there's like 9 names for 3 portals. The ETs call them something else, so there's more names. But Bird's Passage, them 3 portals, they used to put these fucking great monsters and negative real giants, because there's no There's no negative species of giant. There's no negative giants out there. The only way they turn negative is like they show you on Game of Thrones when fucking what's-her-face throws that spear, that blue thing, throws a White Walker, throws a spear at the dragon. Or they got that giant, yeah, that gets stuck with a White Walker, whatever. And so that's just showing you how they would take, for instance, a positive dragon that was Daenerys Stormborn's, spear it with some nasty shit, i.e. of real in the eye, in real life, and then it becomes... The parasite then takes over the brain of the dragon, the giant, the person, the celebrity, whatever, and becomes them. So now they own that dragon. Are you with me? They own that giant. So the only reason, if that Kandahar giant is a true story, if it is a true story, it could be complete bullshit, could be. There's no video evidence, but doesn't mean it ain't real. It could be real. You know the Kandahar giant, if you don't Google it, it's quite famous. But that would have been a real giant. That would have been a fucking... Because that weren't like a massive fucking Anakim or nothing. That was just like a fucking 20-foot giant or a 18-foot, I think, wasn't it? Something like that. Massive giant. And it's spearing soldiers when it was in the Afghan war recently. If anyone don't know, the Kandahar giant in Kandahar, these troops went up looking for some shit and they found a cave and they went into the cave. All of a sudden, this fucking like 18-foot geezer with ginger hair come running out with, I think he had pale blue skin. With a big pike and started spearing soldiers, and they shot, and they were emptying rounds into it for about 20 minutes before they killed it, and then it was flown off somewhere to the Smithsonian or whatever and probably destroyed or studied, and then because they all know about it, they don't need to like. It's not like they're more interested in getting rid of the evidence rather than studying it, because the people at the top of the tree, they all know well about everything what's going on. They're all hosted Draco bloodline families, the Queen, the Windsors, the Orsinis, the Merovingians, all of these people throughout our history are the same people. So what's her face? Queen Victoria, it's the same entity in Queen Elizabeth. The same Draco. When Queen Victoria's body got too old or it didn't want it no more, it just went into yeah, they do that. They can put their soul in any fucking vessel they want because they're fourth density and they got that technology. Yeah. So the Queen and all the royal family, they're just a human vessel. So they breed as humans, yeah, and then they are taken by the fucking the negative species, you know what I mean? Omicron or Alpha Draco normally for some reason. Well, I guess that's because they're the ones in charge. And the Anunnaki stay right out in the background. They don't want nothing to do with being seen or anything. That's why they used to hide their heads in Egypt. They'd only shapeshift their heads. They didn't need to shapeshift their whole body. They were bigger than us anyway. They had a human torso and human head, but just different skull. But they didn't want us to know that we were so similar. Whereas the Draco, well, they just look like fucking crocodiles on fucking legs. You couldn't miss one. But the other reptilians, there's loads of different species of reptiles, and they're not all bad. Some of them are good species, benevolent species. But there's so many different species. Like, we've got loads mincing about here, and I was watching something just yesterday. It's a South Korean thing called Sisyphus, and it's some time travel thing. It's quite good, to be honest. There's loads of stuff in that, loads of reveals in that. They're talking about, to be honest, it's fucking loads of reveals in that. Loads of reveals. I'm just trying to think of one. What was that I was watching yesterday? Fucking hell. Although I was going to film it, I can't remember now. It's gone out of my head. But they were on a bridge, and it's what they. It was a couple. This dude, this Suntae and someone else on a bridge, and he's discussing something with her. But anyway, now I forgot what I was saying. Sorry. Now I can't remember now. What was it? I was talking about dragons mentioned in the Bible 34 times, but dinosaurs. The word dinosaur wasn't even invented until 1841. And it didn't even go in a dictionary until 1893. That word didn't even go in a dictionary. They hadn't even thought what to call them. They're like, fucking hell, people are going to be finding this shit in a minute. We better start hiding it up. Because after a reset, they destroy everything that's visibly well on top. Like, if you had a giant lion there, they'd make sure it didn't look like a giant. Obviously, it's been fucking EMF, so it's turned to stone. But they'll make, they'll throw a bit of dirt on it and that, and maybe, crush the skull in or something, so it don't look like a blatant geezer lying down, although some of them actually do. But, yeah, for that to be mentioned in the Bible 34 times, they're showing you, because the Alpha and Omicron Draco, Christians saying, they're made from the DNA of dragons by the Anunnaki. That's where the Alpha and Omicron Draco come from. And the Omicron Draco, whether they were the first to be created or what, they're above the Alpha. So you got the Omicron Draco at the top of the tree, because it was the Alpha Draco that took this realm on their own, not on their own, but with the Greys and the Anunnaki. But the Omicron Draco being superior, as so they feel, they come along and they instantly had, like, you know, they were pissing on the lamppost all of a sudden. So it was them running the show, and they've been fighting over this fucking since it started. The negatives. There's been loads of wars about which one of them want to be in control of whatever, and we've been tossed around like a little fucking penny. You know what I mean? So everything that we do in life, everything that we know, everything that everywhere we've been, everything we've seen, smelt, heard, tasted, touched, everything we've wanted to do, everything we've wanted to be, everything we've installed in our children, everyone we've loved and hated, the whole fucking lot is pointless. It's of no use to you in a minute. When we get back to fifth density, nothing of what you've learned here, not one single thing is of any importance. Not one single thing. There isn't a fact back home that exists here, because this is lies. Only lies. People need to understand that. Don't worry about what fucking Jesus said, or Buddha, or Allah, or what. Fuck all that. You've got to fucking wake up quickly, because there's not long left now. We've got to forget all about that religious bollocks, because all of it is bollocks. I've seen loads of shit about God and fucking Jesus and shit like that. People, you're fucked. You think that in a minute, you're fucked. I'm just saying. It's, well, you know, the Watchers in the Bible were greys. People got, right, listen, there's a billion reels out there. If I go on Facebook or Instagram, I'm swimming through so much revelations. I was saying to my mum, like yesterday, that is fucking outrageous. That this is everywhere, right? It's everywhere. You can't. I'm fucking neck deep walking everywhere through revelations, all of it, and we all are. It's just that virtually no one can see it. It does make you feel a bit nuts for a few seconds only, yeah. But it's like, fucking hell. Is this really? Is these people really this? How can you be so asleep now? You can't, can you? Yeah? It's not. Don't worry about being right or wrong. Worry about waking yourself up. Because it's everything. It's every book. Every fucking thing you learnt at school. Every science magazine. Things like protons, neutrons, electrons. Things like what you can experiment on yourself. Yeah, they're true. But everything else isn't. And not just some of it. Not just Antarctica, the world being flat. Fucking all of it. All of it. It's the reason that we've got... Sorry, I just had a message. The reason that we've got automobiles. The reason that we dye our hair. It's everything. It's the reason that you eat what you eat when you eat it. It's the whole fucking lot. I'm just going to have to plug that in. I think that's running out of battery. Sorry, I had my battery to run out. So, yes, it's everything. So it's everything we learnt everywhere we went, yeah? And all of the other things, you see, what the way they've done it is they've sort of, the infrastructure of society, all of the jobs that are available, yeah, that we can do or have or what we want to do or be or whatever, all of those jobs are all... They're all carefully thought out. So they've got the main infrastructure: travel, education, medicine, leisure, science, whatever, yeah? They've got those main things that are tightly controlled by Freemasons, always have been. That's how come they're even subjects to discuss, because Freemasons created that fact for us, so that we know that, we need to know about geography, we can go to the National Geographic. We want to know about space, we can ask NASA. Yeah? That's how it works, and they're all Freemasons that built and created these top echelon structures that all the infrastructure for our whole society comes out of, down to local council, local government, down to your doctors, your nurses, all of it, the whole thing, all of these things. When you follow them all back, all of them, back up the chain. Oh look, it's owned by Freemasons, or it was put there by Freemasons, or this was created by Freemasons. That's only. Well, only everything. It's everything. That's everything. There isn't anything that you, unless you want to fucking lathe and turn wood at home, That's like it. Yeah? And the lathe would have been created by a Freemason-owned company. Just to say, just letting you know how deep that goes. Whatever it is, up the top of the tree of it is Freemasonry. Everywhere. Yeah, and that's how they spread out. I said before, I don't want to bore anyone, but there's no race, colour or creed, yet they're the people in charge of making sure that black people don't like white people, and white people want to fight black people, and that the northerners don't like the southerners, and the southerners don't like the northerners. But you go to one of their meetings, and you've got every culture under the same roof. It's irrelevant. They know we're all one. They just needed to make sure we never found that out. That was not on the cards, so you mustn't find that out. Because they know that, and that's how they use that to get above everybody else. Everything's inverted. Everything they do is inverted for the same reason, the obfuscation of adrenochrome, and the fact that you've got an ice wall and there's a lot of shit behind it that you should be missing. But you don't know it's there, because we've all had our mind wiped. I won't go through that again, don't want to bore anyone. You know what I mean? But, yeah, it's every profession, every job, every career, all of it is part of the bullshit. All of it is created off the back of fucking nothing. It's all fictitious. Most of history is wrong on purpose. Tiny little bits of all of history are true, but most of it is just bullshit. As in, like, most of it. You know what I mean? And it's very difficult, especially for older people, to assimilate that into their paradigm, as in what's going on right now in their life. Do you know what I mean? Because they've got deep-seated beliefs and deep-seated understandings and deep-seated things that they've spent many years thinking about. And to rip them away from that, oh no, God don't exist. Don't be silly. Aliens do. You're pissing in the wind. Ain't going to happen. But like I say, there's a lot of people in society that never were going to ascend, and it ain't about that. It's about healing, really. You know, everyone ascends, like I say before. There isn't any losers. You know, there's no losers here in this, because the runner-up prize is better than you thought Utopia could ever be. It's 10 times better than Utopia would be in your mind right now, and that's for the runners-up. So there's no losers, and there's no one that doesn't ascend. All this is about is just getting us back. You see, when people realise that we think 100 years is a long time, it ain't nothing. That's nothing. It's a few seconds, yeah, of your normal life. A few seconds, this life. And that's how it will feel when you get back home. You'll know about what's happened, yeah. Christian was saying that a lot of it will be deleted. A lot of the bad stuff. People will only have good memories. They won't be able to remember. Just like the Draco delete our shit, you know, when we go through the sun. We'll have the same thing back home. Obviously depending on person to person, how well they've dealt with stuff. Maybe some people will get memories given back later on. Maybe not nasty stuff, but maybe less love and light stuff, you know. But yeah, that it needs to be remembered, the event, because it's the biggest thing that's ever happened in the fucking universe. Nothing this big has ever happened before, ever, anywhere, ever, and it ain't gonna happen again. So it is the revelations of the apocalypse. And I mean, things that, like I said the other day, I was thinking about it when I was doing a video, and it's the whole Lucifer, right? Lucifer being the light bearer, and then, like, now we know, because Christian's info, that the phases of the moon are created by the morning star. Well, that was Lucifer. Lucifer is the morning star. Well, and look, Lucifer's got the light, the projector that shines the moon. That's what that is, you know. When you work that out and you think, oh mate, everything is like, can we go home now? This is fucking boring. Oh, it's like being a kid and working out that, I don't know, Santa's, that's not a good analogy. It's like having your dreams shattered when you was a kid about something. Do you know what I mean? Because everything that we've done here is all fake, all bullshit. None of it is of any use when we get home in a minute. Only your ability to love another person and help people and remain in a positive frame of mind is the only thing that's going to be of any use. People that have taken a lot of LSD and mushrooms, that might come in handy. But that's it. That's nothing else that anyone's ever done here or seen here. Don't forget, we've not been bettering ourselves every life. We've been in a washing machine going round and round and round. Every life learning fuck all of anything important. Don't matter if you're the most intelligent person on the planet or a homeless tramp who don't know anything, never went to school, lived in a box all his life. It doesn't matter. It matters what you think about. If you're the sort of person that gets pleasure out of something else suffering or somebody else's misfortune, then, well, you're fucked. Well, you're not fucked, but, you know, that is not the right, you ain't gonna, you know, that ain't the positive path. If you want to help people, you want to, you know, it's obvious, isn't it? I don't need to go over that. Other thing was, which is mad, was the churches and the stained glass windows, like I was saying before about when your hair stands up, you know, and that is why that women wore headcloths. That's where headdresses originated from, because what we think and see as history isn't anything like that. We think and see history in a completely different way. It's not true. The way we view all of history is completely untrue. Yeah, and no doubt, well, we'd have been at the last reset anyway. There wasn't going to be another reset after this. But had there to be another reset, all what we're going through now, if the good guys didn't win or whatever, and there was going to be another reset, all of what we're going through now would be completely spun around and fed back for different reasons to make the future reset, to make them think different things about us and what we've been through. It'd be nothing like this. It never is. Never is. And them doors, the Tartarian doors, well, they say Tartarian doors. I see loads of questions about what... I mean, some of them are a bit silly questions. Like, you can clearly see the door's like fucking 40 metres tall, and the lock's like 30 metres high, and the latch, and people are like, well, what's that for then? Well, it's like, well, think about it. Do you know, what's that for? It's a fucking door, isn't it? It's because they were that big. And like Christian says, during a reset, they shield what they want to keep and what they want to destroy. So all of the really nice buildings that they might think, right, well, we use them as churches. We'll use them, we'll tell you what, we'll invent God. We'll invent God and we'll tell them that that's where you can go and worship it. We'll take all the gubbins out so they don't know about free energy, and we'll make sure there's no healing tech left in there, and then we can tell them that that's a church and that it was built a few hundred years ago. They won't fucking know. And we didn't, did we? No one thought about it. We just didn't. The clever thing is, everything is wrong. It's not all of it. Everything you go to reach out of in history, I'll check that to make sure. Well, where are you going to check it? You can't check it. You can only check it in here. Only you know what's real and what isn't at this stage, where we are now. Only you know what's real and what isn't. And it's for your own divination of what is real and what isn't. And that, I'll tell you, that's just research. I love research. I'm not put off by that at all. Some people, I guess, are. Some people, I guess, don't care. But I care. It's fucking fascinating. What a fascinating thing to happen. Alright, so I've been wrong about every single thing I ever thought. I don't give a fuck. So, who cares? I don't pin my intelligence on what I know or don't know. I know what I know, and I'm happy about what I know. I'm always been happy about it. But that's not the case for most people. Their world's about to fall apart because they didn't look into some basic stuff. And it is basic. If someone says adrenochrome, right? If someone says to me, well, I'll tell you what, I'll be honest with you, Rupert, if you're watching this, probably not. I'll be honest with you, that happened to me, and I actually, my pal, I think I said before, my pal Rupert, he's a proper nice geezer. Anyway, he's off his nut. He was actually off his nut, but he told me all some mad shit about massive trees that are made of silica, and I was like, bruv, he lived with me, and he talked a lot, Rupert. He's a cage fighter, but just a lovable character, a big teddy bear. But you wouldn't want to fuck with him. He's a cage fighter, but he's just the loveliest geezer. Anyway, he's telling me about the Queen drinking baby's blood, and we was on our way to the parliamentary debate in Houses of Parliament about cannabis and children's rights. This was in 2017, and we're walking down past Downing Street and all that, and he's pointing out all this Masonic stuff, and I'm like, bruv, you're off your head. I need to think about this. I've been waiting fucking 2 years for this. Listen, we're going in here, I'm going in the Houses of Parliament to talk about cannabis with the fucking people that are going to make decisions. Can we not act like a pair of cunts, is what I was getting to. And he was talking about when he got to the baby's blood and the Queen, I was like, well, listen, you're off your head, Rupert. I'm like, can you please shush? And everything he fucking said was spot on. Well, not everything, right? But most of it, what he told me, the giant trees and what they were, he didn't say they were for producing oxygen, right? But he'd done a lot of research, clearly. He knew all about this, that, and I didn't know the Earth was flat then. I was struggling with that. I'm like, nah, you know what I mean? Because it just didn't seem feasible. I'm like, yeah, but look, this is, look, that ancient book here on the shelf. It shows you, yeah, why are you saying that it's different? You think all these, I had the same answers, the same questions, the incredulous questions that all these globies have got right now. In fact, I had better, more in my case. I was like on it, protecting the globe Earth. I was. Because it's obvious. I'm like, you fucking lunatic think that. And I did feel like a prick. Only for a few seconds when the penny dropped. I was like, fucking hell, that was right obvious. But I was dead against it. I was kicking and screaming to believe the earth was round. Sorry, flat. It didn't, it took fucking, what was it, 4? Yeah, it took 4 years of trying to prove that it was round before I was like, oh no, it is flat. Wow, that's a mad one. And then you've come across Christian's info, and made Christian, and you realise that's the fucking least of your problems. Jesus Christ, do you know what I mean? People that put a lot of pride and emotion into their ancestors and their forefathers. Even that. Even your genetic family line. That's not your genetic, where it is, but you was only in that family for one loop. You wasn't. The next minute you'd have been in Africa or Kenya or fucking Japan or America or Poland or, yeah. There is no continuity of that for people here. It doesn't happen. It's not going to happen ever here. It's never happened. Maybe every now and again someone might accidentally end up in the same family line a few hundred loops later. Maybe. But it's not meant to happen. You're not meant to be back in that, doing that. That's not how it works. Some people say that they were their grandmother, or, all right, maybe these children that remember past, okay, maybe there's more times that does happen, yeah? Maybe it happens more often than I've just said, because I've seen stories where a little girl who's like 3, no way can she possibly even conceive of lying, recognises pictures, and listen, I've seen some mad shit about that children remembering past lives. Actually, I'll be honest, I'll correct myself there. I'm pretty sure that might happen a bit more frequent than never. Yeah, because there's actually a lot of children that remember specific people in their family. And I believe them children because they're too young to lie. They can't lie at 4 and 5. Maybe by 5 you worked out about lying, but not at 3.5, 4 years old. You ain't lying, so you've got to accept that as truth because they don't know what a lie is. That's why all the kids will be saved. They ain't got nothing to worry about. They've got nothing to worry about. They've got, well, only their fucking stupid parents. Rushing them off to get vaccinated. Don't do it. Don't do it with anything. Fucking monkeypox. Monkeypox is a side effect of the second shot. That's all it is. It's just a delayed side effect of the number 2 vaccine. That's what monkeypox is. If you go and get a monkeypox jab, well, don't. Anyway, I don't think anyone watching this would get a monkeypox jab anyway. No one's that stupid. What else was I going to say? So I'm just looking at a bit of paper I've got over there. Yeah, the greys. The grey ETs and ghosts and stuff. You see, that also makes complete sense. The fact that they need us to be scared of death. That's really important. To think that we die and hopefully we go to God. If we don't, we go to the devil. You see, the devil. So this whole 33rd degree Masonic thing, right? The bloodline families have told everyone, yeah. So basically, the Satanic Bible. Their story of creation is that Adam and Eve, everything's sweet, all the same, up to Adam and Eve. And then when Adam and Eve turned up, the story goes for the 33rd degree Freemasons that in the morning Eve slept with a 4th density entity called Leviathan. Yeah, Lucifer, Satan, whatever, same person. This is what they're told. Even though Satan, Lucifer, Leviathan isn't real, it's not it's just a concept that's fictitious, the same as God, Jesus, etc. This is for the bad people. So they believe that in the morning Eve slept with a 4th dimensional entity called Leviathan, and in the afternoon, this is what they absolutely believe this. Freemasons and these people believe this more than you believe in God. And however religious you think you might be, the Satanists believe far more than you because they've seen their God. They've seen him. It's a demon. Oh, demons plural. They've seen it. Yeah. So these people are more religious than you by a long way. So it don't matter how devout Christian or Catholic you are or Scientology. 2 seconds. My camera overheated again. I had to put it in the fridge for 10 minutes. 2 seconds. Yeah, I was saying about, see, I haven't forgotten either. Check that out, eh? See, that's cannabis, helps me remember. So the story of creation for the 33 degree Masons and all the people that sell their soul, and this is what they believe, and they believe this more than the most religious person ever. who isn't a Luciferian, because these people get to see their God. That's another thing you've got to remember. They all get to see their God. They don't know it ain't their God. It's just a fucking demon. There's millions of demons. They're 10 a penny the other side of the glass bowl. Well, they were 10 a penny here as well. Not now. But the person selling their soul gets to see Lucifer. They see their God. So you imagine how much more powerful for that is for them, having known their God is real. You hope your God is real. They know for a fact Lucifer's real because they meet him. It's just not Lucifer. It's one. There is no Lucifer. Lucifer's fake. I said before, they've got for God and for the good people, they've got God or Allah or whatever the nice deities are. And for all the people that aren't good, which there's obviously loads of all the time, they've got Lucifer, Satan, Leviathan, whoever your negative entity is. They're all fake. All of it is fake. All of the gods are fake. All of them. There is no gods. Not one single god is real. They're all fake. All of the religious texts are all, well, they're not fake. Some of them are fake, but they're all bullshit. They're all created by grey ETs that have been given a storyline and told what to do. And don't forget, one single grey ET, and there were millions and millions of, there's 15 species, hundreds of millions of each species, and they had 15 species of grey here. Yeah, one grey, the thickest grey, the thick one from round the corner, knows more than every single man, woman and child on the planet combined. Their experience and knowledge is more than everyone's combined knowledge and experience ever on this planet of third density humans. They're one of the most knowledge, they're not the most knowledge fucking fourth density thing out there. The Greys have studied every other type of life. They know more about each world than the people that live there do, because they've been studying it for so long. The original ones, yeah, and well, they all get to know what each other knows, because they're all one. They all use, they're all highly telepathic. Greys are the most telepathic beings, one of the most telepathic beings in the universe, after us in fifth density. Yeah, but they can make you kill yourself. They can make you go and kill someone just by their mind. They can make you wake up, walk out your house and walk into a UFO they don't even need to leave the couch. They can just do it by thinking about it. And these are the sort of people that you're playing against. You've no chance of winning against people like this. They're not people, they're fucking idiots. I mean, the Greys, they're all of them. You just want to snap their little fucking neck, I used to think they were alright. I didn't know until I met Christian that they're actually part of the problem. I thought some of them must be alright. They can't all be bad, but no, they fucking are. They're all bad. You just got to realise that also everyone is bad in government. Everyone is bad. Donald Trump means that, what's his face, JFK Jr. and Sr. must also have been bad. That whole narrative about them being good is not true. Yeah? If that is the case, and I'm sure it must be, because how do you get to run America if you're not part of Satanism? You don't, basically. So therefore, by default, JFK Sr. must have been involved in it. And the whole assassination story was he was part of it, all set up, this, that, the other, whatnot. All a load of bollocks. Obviously, the event happened. He didn't die. Whether he, there's so much lies. It's very difficult to understand what is true and what isn't, because it's all lies. But there is a little bit of truth somewhere in there. But people don't get to find out about it because they don't want you to. That's the whole point of hiding it. That's the whole point of all of the obfuscation, all of the hiding, all of everything. It's because, you look in the Rothschild Secret Covenant that I keep posting everywhere. They tell you all what they're going to do. They tell you every single thing. How they're going to poison you. But how they're going to do this. How they're going to do that. How you think and how... It's all in there. It's just... it's all in there. They haven't missed anything out on that Rothschild Secret Covenant. Do you know what I mean? It's all well covered. The whole plan, what they're going to do, and it's evident. I mean, look at the fucking vaccines, all of them, not just COVID. And fucking, I don't think there is a monkeypox vaccine. That's just bullshit. There won't be one. They've just said there's one. That will just be. They're not going to bother only putting a bioweapon in a little bit of the first shot. See, the bioweapon didn't go in many. It didn't go in 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Them vaccines didn't have it in. Empty. And any childhood vaccine is also empty. Is liquid, saline glucose. There's no bioweapon in children's shots. Very few. They had to, only the fucking thick parents that went and took their kid to Harley Street to get it a private vaccine, because when they said don't vaccinate your kids, that's because they didn't want, it's just, oh, it fucking winds me up even thinking about it. That's how well the programming, the depth of the programming. Did I finish about? No, I didn't, did I? I was saying about Lucifer. In the morning, she slept with. Yeah, I didn't finish that, did I? Sorry, I well digress. The video cut out, and I started digressing after that pipe. Yeah. So basically, they say that Eve slept with a fourth dimensional entity called Lucifer Leviathan, and then she got pregnant. One son was from Lucifer. She slept with Adam in the afternoon on the same day. I didn't finish that at all. They think that Eve, yeah, slept with Leviathan in the morning and Adam in the afternoon. She conceived two sons, yeah. One was Cain, one was Abel. Cain and Abel fell out, as we all know. Cain ate Abel. He didn't just kill him, he ate him. And that's where cannibal comes from. Cain ate Abel. That's where that word comes from. Cannibal comes from a Canaanite eating his brother. That's where the word comes from. So, obviously then God was pissed off in the Bible, as it says, which this is all bullshit, by the way, yeah? All of it is a fictitious story. But this is what they believe, 1,000,000%. They believe it more than a normal religious person believes God exists. So, Cain ate Abel, and then he disappeared, didn't he? Went to live in the land of Nod and married Cain, yeah? So the land of Nod was the pre-Adamite civilization, which were the other people that were just not part of that reset, maybe. Because when they reset, they don't necessarily reset the whole planet. They can reset a country by a time. Like, I mean, now you could go and reset the Yemen. No one would know. There ain't no one, well, there's no foreigners in the Yemen, is there? A couple of newsreaders, just, you know. You could reset a country now like that, probably quite well. They've got mobile phones. But you see, back in the day, no one had communication. You had to send a fucking raven if you wanted to ask anyone a question on the other side of the continent. Do you know what I mean? Message in a bottle sort of thing. But so they could just go and reset America, or they could reset Russia. You know, people wouldn't find out about it. But now it's harder because everyone's got mobile phones, and you can just, you know, you've got it on camera. Sorry, what was I saying? So yeah, so like even things. What was I thinking today? Goliath, yeah, David and Goliath. Goliath was a Canaanite, yeah. So Goliath was probably a real giant, yeah, because no giant. It depends how big Goliath was. I don't know if the Bible says how tall he was, but if he was like 14 foot tall, he might have just been like a Roman Tartarian. You know, if he was 10, 12 foot tall, he'd have just been a Roman Tartarian. But if he was an actual giant, he would have been born positive and real. There's no reason, there's no way a giant would go and start hurting people or being horrible. That's not what they're about at all. They're the opposite. Giants are the most trusted beings like in the fucking universe. Source creation trusts giants more than anything, and it's the giants get all the best technology, because you get the more spiritual you are and peaceful, the better technology you get. And they show you that in like Stargate SG-1. There's a civilization on there called the Nox, N-O-X, and they're peaceful as fuck, like proper hippie sort of living in twigs in their hair and shit like that. But they don't fight, they just make their whole civilization go invisible, so no one can see them. So like the Goa would rock up in their fucking Hottok or whatever they're called, their spaceships, yeah? And they're just showing you that in an episode of Stargate. The more peaceful you are, the better technology you get, and that is true, that's how it works. The more trusted you are by source creation and like bigger boys upstairs, the better gear you get. Yeah, that makes sense as well. So, what was I saying about Satan? So yeah, basically Leviathan, Lucifer, Satan, all of these entities, it's all bullshit. You'll get a demon, any old demon, will just come and pretend to be Lucifer for the hour or the day or the week or whatever, you know. And you'll have to feed him a few kids to come up and turn up and bother doing that, because otherwise why would he want to? You know what I mean? So that's all that is. That, you know, just some fucking freak, you know. They also use technology, so they can hologram a whole situation. They could just fucking like Greys can intervene on any situation. Like you watching telly, you just pause the video and go and fucking put the kettle on, have a piss. The Greys can just intervene while you're in the car, driving along, doing 90 miles an hour. They can just stop the whole situation and have you away and out of your memory wiped. And no one will see. If anyone noticed you being risen up, if they took your car with you in it, for instance, and anyone saw, they just EMF the whole people, and everyone forgets. Don't know nothing. And all of a sudden they're like, wow, we got home an hour later, or whatever, you know? No one remembers fuck all about it, because you can't. That's the whole point of it. That's why the Greys, when they abduct people, they put screen memories. I've said before, they put screen memories of like an owl or a white stag. Is quite common, they do that. That's just so you've got all you can remember is a white stag, and that don't mean fuck all. People will be trying to interpret that as a dream. No, It's what they do. So you don't remember their fucking stinking face, fucking looking in, dribbling fucking flobber in your mouth while they're trying to do stuff to you. They're dirty little fuckers and they stink like shit. And that's the reason that haunted houses smell like your dead nan's perfume or whatever, you know? And you think, well, they must be near because I can smell them. And you think, no way, that's definitely... It's more bullshit. The greys make you think that. They're so telepathic. They're there in light body, in physical form. They're there right next to you, and they stink like shit. Because Christian explains it, and it makes perfect sense. When they take a dump, they excrete. Because they're manufactured beings, they don't reproduce. They're created, and they're created proper intelligent. So they don't have sexual organs, they don't urinate, or they don't have a knob or anything like that. They excrete their waste out of their skin. And these fuckers eat a mixture of like some battery acid solution and adrenal glands from cows and sheep and humans, maybe some eyes, and they blend it all up as like a smoothie. And they eat that, they drink that fucking... That's what they fucking eat. So you can imagine what that smells like, can't you? When they've sweated it out after our day down the gym or whatever. You know what I mean? They stink. That's why there's a pungent smell of lavender or your dead nan's perfume or whatever. It's only greys. That's all it's ever been. There's never been anyone ghosting off. Yeah? Only on B-Wing. There's never been any situations. And any situations where there are ghosts or photographs of ghosts or whatever, that's all technology. That's all technology. I saw the best fucking ghost thing I ever saw, ever, was... and I believed it. I was like, well, fuck me. It was an American Civil War scenario. And it was a video dash cam footage of these geezers, these two old boys that had turned up to some old remembrance cemetery for people that were in whatever, a war in America with red coats and blue coats or whatever. I don't know what one that was. Anyway, so the geezers are talking about it, and this fucking ghost, like you could see he was wearing, he had the neck scarf, that you could see this ghost walk through a cannon. I'm like, what? I couldn't believe it. I was like, well, that looked fucking real. And I'm like, well, that's got to be real. I'm like, they can't have faked that. That's fucking dash cam. And I'm trying to reconcile it in my head. But unless that was faked by the show people who, you know, whatever, could easily be faked. It was technology, most definitely. Some fucking grey sitting in the bush with a hologram going, this will fuck him up, look. Yeah, that is technology. Might have been a craft, might have been a telemeter disc, a little disc that they use. They've all got technology dotted about all over the place. That's what them metal spheres are that people find here and there on their property and land. It's probably put there on purpose. They've not been lost out of a UFO. They don't lose things. They don't make mistakes. So they're not going to go and lose a load of technology. They've been thrown down there for some reason. Probably a few reasons to enforcing people. Maybe they're, well, it must have, where's it from? Is it from an ET spaceship? That's the first question, and then well, it must be. I mean, some of them have moved about on their own and given people electric shocks and all sorts. No, one bloke got blown back 6 foot off. I believe him. I don't think he was lying. He rubbed his feet on it. He's had it 40 years. This second silver thing looks like a big cannonball like that, and it's still quite shiny. And he put his feet on it one day, he was saying, and it blew him across the room. But apart from that, it doesn't really do anything. Other people have reported ones that move about by themselves. And I've seen a video actually years ago of one of these balls moving around like it was doing something on someone's lounge. And it was like, wow, unless there's someone under the ground with a magnet moving that, maybe there was. I'm not saying that was definitely real, but I believe that these things, they look real to me, and that they're probably put there for a number of different reasons. For exactly the questions that we're asking now about what could they be, why would they be there, probably put there just see, you know, get people talking about ETs, and then because they want people like David Icke talking about ETs fucking 30 years ago and shape-shifting reptilians. He had to do that. Someone had to do that. If it wasn't David Icke, it'd been someone else, because they have to tell you what's coming. They can't not do it. They have to tell you. It's part of the whole way they get consent. Like I say, when you go and watch a film like Jupiter Ascending or some murder gangster film or whatever, because all the mafia bosses, I don't want to digress, all the mafia bosses are hosted Draco and all that as well. But I did digress, didn't I? I forgot what I was saying. Mafia bosses, what was I saying? They want people. I was talking about them silver balls, wasn't I? And I somehow got onto that. The mafia being hosted Draco. Do you know what? I fucking forgot. Sorry, guys. I can't remember. I don't want to press stop and fucking go through all that and try and remember it again. But yeah, another thing is all entertainment. You see, they haven't just got sewn up with history, archaeology, sport, media, finance, leisure, computing, fucking you name it, swimming. They ain't just got all that sewn up. It's everything else they've got sewn up as well. And the way the message is gotten out is obviously through the media, because everyone either reads a paper, listens to the radio, watches telly, or speak to people that do. Therefore, someone's going to find out about something at some point, even if they don't watch any of those things. So they're going to come into contact with the son, daughter, mother, brother who did know about it. And that's how the bullshit is promulgated, because everyone listens to the media. Everyone listens to what the media have to say, thinking they're impartial. They fuck. The whole point of the media, and the reason media is even created in the first place, is to lie, is to tell you what to think and when to think it, is to tell you what emotions to have and when to have them, is to tell you other stuff like Mrs. fucking Beardsley found a cat in a tree. That might be true, the rest is bullshit. Whatever it is, it's to keep your attention on something else. Oh, the London bombings, oh this, oh that, oh fucking whatever else they've just set up. There's no accidents. All of this crazy shit. Now and then someone might get stabbed and killed for real, like in London, stabbings and all that with youths, and all that's all real. Not now, mate, necessarily, mate, you know, but obviously people do get killed. It does happen. But all of this other mad shit that we've ever seen, like the Birmingham 6, the Bridgewater 5, the fucking this, that, the other, the whole lot is all them. It's all them either doing it, and like Madeleine McCann was all over the news. Strange that only Madeleine McCann was on the news ever. Like 1 billion children, 345 children a day used to go missing in the UK alone up until 2017. 250 to 350 children a day in the UK used to go missing. So there, you think how many that is after a year? Nice lot of adrenochrome. That's a lot of money. Yeah. CAFCAS, social services, all of these people, the top echelons of the police, CAFCAS, social services, the judiciary, the education, the top tiers of all of it, and all of government, the top of all of everything, are all into it and up to it and part of it. Basically enslaving everyone and making sure the adrenochrome quota was met. People don't want to realise this. And they're very less likely to want to understand that everything that they've ever learned and everything that they ever thought was real isn't, because of adrenochrome and because of what's behind the ice wall. That is the reason for all of the lies. And the lies are entire. They're complete in their entirety. The lies are everything in your paradigm at the moment. Everything. You've got to let that sink in. Not some things. It's not some things. Everything. That's a deep one to get your head around, I'll be honest with you. That's why I keep banging on about it, because it is fucking deep. It's proper deep. It's the reason for everything. Everything you want to do, all the sport you want to play, or what you want to go and play snooker, it's the reason for snooker. That's rigged. Everything's rigged. It's all rigged. Everything you like doing's rigged as well. It's a complete scam. And the good thing is that whole 3D way of life is gone. We're in this like apocalyptic vacuum, this presently apocalyptic vacuum of people not understanding, and there's going to be, they're not going to understand, but to not try, I think, is stupid. You know, doesn't matter. Like everyone, no one loses in this. Everyone wins. Yeah, but it's going to be proper upsetting for most people. It's going to be proper upsetting for everyone, to be honest. There isn't anyone that's going to be alright with this. But third density and everything that entails has gone. That's gone. That's gone. Yeah. So the banking collapse will show that publicly. Yeah. That will be like, oh look, we're fucked. Yeah. Third density revolves around money, a fiat currency system, jobs. Yeah. Governments. It's not just the money. It's everything that goes along with it, yeah, because the money pays for all of the other stuff. So that the whole third density society goes bang, and it's gone forever then. So there's no crypto. What do you want crypto for? No, nothing. Don't worry about money. Give it away. Give it to someone who needs it. Do you know what I mean? There's none of that. And there's much better than that coming. Fifth density is totally different. We can't even imagine fourth density. Like I gave the analogy of stickman. You know, stickman on a piece of paper looking out sideways can only see a half a millimetre field of view, so he can't see your third dimensional hand going. I've said about that before, don't want to bore anyone, but you can't see things that are outside of your dimension, outside of your density, outside of your paradigm. You can, in theory, but it's very difficult to, because we've not been given the tools to achieve that. We've not been given the ability to be able to conceive what that might be until Christian came along. Again, I say it like this, I've been on this for fucking years, and I've got as far as I could get. I've done pretty well. I nearly published a book about it, and I thought I was nearly right. Fucking totally wrong. Totally wrong. All of it was totally wrong. Because I'd gone down all of the avenues that are not the mainstream and made all my conclusions based on all of the alternative, yeah? But they're all wrong as well. You can't possibly come to a conclusion that is real with the information that we have available in this realm. It's not possible. Hence, Christian21 popping along to bring people up to speed. Love you, bruv. Well done for that, mate. I'm so grateful for this information. Honestly, it is such... The peace of mind is the best thing. The peace of mind. I'm not a headless chicken. I know what's happening. I don't know when. I just hope it's soon. But I'm fucking looking forward to it, as is most other people watching this for the first time. But the whole third density is... yeah, it's gone. The whole thing's gone. Even the people that were involved in it. So, like, fucking all of the celebrities, Ant and Dec, you know, all of these people. I was saying to someone today that the reason like, people like, because they go, that people are, it's a tall order to expect people to understand that everyone who's famous has been replaced already, or they're CGI or an actor. People can't wrap their head around that. But if you look closely, you can find that out for yourself. You can see, if you study the pictures of these people, or the videos, now and 5 years ago, 6 years ago, you'll be like, wow. On a lot of them. Not maybe all of them. Some of them are CGI. You wouldn't tell. Yeah, that's one of the things I find out is a bit strange about NASA. When they've got the biggest recording studios in the world, and that's a fact, and all this, and the technology and the money, 65 million a day, why do they make such shit videos of space? Or is that just more in plain sight? I guess I've just answered my own question. It's just more in plain sight. Because you watch any Hollywood movie that doesn't take 65 million a day to fucking produce, yeah? The CGI is a million times better in a Hollywood movie. But NASA, with all that money, they've got to show you the strings and the wire in hundreds of videos and show them dropping a ball. It's got to be in plain sight, isn't it? It's got to be. Because why else? They must have said... I'm just answering my own question as I go. I think that's what it is going to be. It's because it's in plain sight. They need to show you that they're not actually in space and that it's all fake. Yeah, that will be it. See, that's Christian's information. Now I can work out why... Here you go. That's a good example that I've just done live there of me having to think about something that I didn't thought about before and then realising, oh yeah, of course it will be in plain sight. That's why they show you. Yeah, it is. Wow. Anyway, it's like I say, it's everything. So, and you can sit there, you do that with any problem, any myth, any legend, any whatever. It's like, oh, let me think about it for a minute. Oh, yeah, no, I got, yeah, that's why. It's the same with all of it. Now I forgot what I was just saying a minute ago. That's celebrities. And, Ant and Dec, people like that. People don't understand that 2.5 million celebrities were taken out with the last batch of adrenochrome. The very beginning of lockdown, when they went home into lockdown and done their adrenochrome, then they died at home in agony for over like 5 weeks or however long it takes to die in agony of the patented real virus. The only place that real virus ever went, didn't go into the air, didn't go into any member of the general public. That was a common cold with a PCR test set of 40 cycles. It went into the last batch of adrenochrome. And the celebrities all got home and done that adrenochrome and then died. 2.5 million of them over 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah, they died at home, locked down, so they can't spread the virus to anyone that wasn't in the flat and therefore by default part of it anyway. Perfect. What a fucking clever move, yeah? The White Hats switched their last batch of adrenochrome and tainted it with the real patented COVID virus, yeah? And then that's how that lot of celebrities were taken out. So anything you see with these people in it now was either filmed before this happened, or it's CGI, body double, whatever. or just complete, yeah, just complete. They could make a whole film with computer animation. You wouldn't even know. You wouldn't tell. So they've been at it a long time, haven't they? You know what I mean? They've been at this for 6,000 years, 6,015 years. So yeah, so we've been basically where another thing you got to think about. You got to think about it. We spend 24 hours in a day. We spend half of that worrying about how to pay the bills, the rent, buy food, water, electricity, heating, this, that, the other. Then you've got your lifestyle to think about and maintain. Now that might not be much. It might be going to play fucking tennis once a week, but you still got to get there. You still got to get back. You've still got to eat. But yeah, you've still got everything that your lifestyle entails. Now, depending, like most people have crazy lifestyles that they well don't need, and they want that. That means that you have to get into debt. That means that you can take out a loan because you're doing all right. Have a loan. Here's 10 grand. I have another bank offer you 20 grand. This is when you're doing all right. They want you to have the money because they want you in debt, because they know they're lending you your own money. You don't. You think you're borrowing their money, but you're not. They're just giving you access to your own money, and that's all that's happening there. That's the other part of the scam, because then you're paying for yourself. It's like an absolute win-win situation. Everything that needs to happen, you pay for yourself, you police yourself, you feed yourself, clothe yourself. They don't really have to do that much, except make sure you never find out the truth. So that means setting up people, a lot of them, in a secret society. Yeah, this is so simple. It really is. That 800 years ago, go and get a load of fucking people and make them special. Give them a little bit of special knowledge. You get to find out the Earth's flat after you've killed so many children. It's unbelievable. But you get to find out, yep, the Earth's flat. And that's it. That's all you find out. You don't find out there's anything else behind the ice wall. You don't find out anything else. They think that their treasured little bit of info is that the sun's inside the firmament, as them fucking normal people know. And they know that. That's what they know. Yeah. And to get to that stage of truth, well, hell don't exist. We already live in hell, and this is hell. This was hell. It still is for most people. Nowhere else in the universe is as shit as here. There is not a single place out there that's this shit. This is as bad as it could possibly get. It's the most dangerous place in the universe, apart from a Draco homeworld. But they're not going to fucking start killing each other and torturing each other. They do it to other species. Defenseless species. Well, not no more, you know, so, but yeah, what was I saying? 3D, I don't want to make that too long, 28 minutes. Yeah, 3D is basically gone, and everything that supported 3D has gone with it. It's already gone. Now, people can either move into the future and start thinking for themselves and taking responsibility for themselves and their choices and their decisions, not asking somebody else, what do you think? What do you actually think yourself about any particular thing, without asking anyone? Think about what you think. Think about what you're thinking. You've got to be self-sufficient. Self-sufficient is in fifth density, is about you looking after your own needs and your own family's needs. And you'll remember all this. This isn't something you're going to have to learn or go and take classes, you know what I mean, when you get back. Because when you get all your memories back, you're going to know all this. And like I say before, the maddest bit, I think, for me, fucking hell, and I can feel this. This is another reason I know Christian's info is true, because I can actually feel this coming, is when immediately after the flash is finished. So the first flash takes you back through the etheric time bands, collecting all your memories, I've said before, and then you come back to just before this happened, like an hour before they turned up, or a day before, very close to when they came. Then you're back in your original body, yeah, whatever species you originally were, because you've gone back in time. It'll be the same for ants, gnats and flies. You might find that an ant was a blade of grass last time. He's gonna, whatever, yeah, all sorts of younger souls, yeah, gnats and flies and blades of grass and trees. They're gonna get a memory rewind. That's gonna be fucking odd for them. They're just gonna see it. Wow. Anyway, digressing there. So basically, everything gets its memories back, and then you'll be back in your original species, Pleiadian, Andromedan, Arcturian, Maya, Articulate, whatever you might have been at the time that this happened. You'll have your original sized brain that is large enough to take all the memories that you've just got back. It's so fucking clever. I'll tell you what, it's proper clever how they've planned this. I'll be honest with you, it's amazing. To even think that is way beyond what we'd come up with a fucking solution like that. To actually take you back in your soul physically through time, in physical time as well. What the fuck? It's just rewinding Looking Glass, basically. But to us, because we're new to all these concepts. So, like, another thing, this information has brought a whole new load of concepts. It's not just new words and ideas and other bits of bobs of information. It's whole new swathes of concepts. So it is like Christian's info is like a zip drive. It's like a, not a zip drive, a zip file. You know, you've got all that information in one little tiny thing. Yeah. And you get that and you open it and it pops up and all of a sudden it's fucking all this, everything answered, you know, the Voynich manuscript, the fucking pyramids, everything. It's like, wow, you know, where'd you start? It's like being given the gift of fucking life. It really is. For wanting to know all these things, my life, I've always wanted to know all of these things. I don't need to know them anymore. You know, I don't mean that conceited. I'm like, oh, there's no more things to surprise me now. Well, there will be. This fucking EMF will. And I half know what's coming, and I know I'm going to be surprised. But I think for me, the most poignant bit will be the 1939, I don't know about any later versions, Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy wakes back up in bed, in black and white, after coming from Technicolor. And she's got all her mates with her, Tin Man, Straw Man, Sandman, but they're back in Kansas style. And she's like, I know you. I keep thinking about that, because when we get back, you'll have all your memories, so it's not going to be that strange. But immediately, that's going to be fucking strange. Because 40 seconds previously, we were all fucking doing whatever in this chaotic situation. Yeah, just before the EMF, we'll all be fucking out, whatever. People are going to be doing mad shit. I'll be helping people, I generally will. I'm not going to run to the hills at all. I'm going to run to the thick of it, most certainly. I don't want to miss the end of the fucking world, do you know what I mean? Put me down for that, man. So I'm looking forward to it ending. I'm not looking forward to the trouble or any of that shit, because that's just fucked up. And I'm sure there'll be fucking plenty of that. So, yeah, but I'm looking forward to the actual end. But that 40-second, when you wake up in bed, you've got your soul family around you. And for some people, that might be giants. There's going to be a couple of people here that were killed here. Well, evidently several. I don't know in a case of someone getting turned to stone if their soul gets trapped. Christian, that's a question for you, bro. Does a person, when a giant gets turned to stone, will their soul get trapped inside that stone? Or will that soul automatically fuck off? Because if that's so, there's like 20 odd people here that are going to be as giants. Because they will be the people that were killed in the fucking, when they were EMF'd at the beginning. That's mad, isn't it? Unless the soul's trapped in there. I don't know. Christian will have to answer that. Nice one. But yeah, when you get all your memories back, imagine how fucking mad that will be, and you'll be in a totally different environment. Anyone that's still thinking of crypto, God, Jesus, Buddha, Allah, anything like that, well, that's what the healing realms are for. Like I say, no one dies, no one misses out, no one gets hurt, unless it's before that, you know. Afterwards, it's just about healing. There's no fucking jobs. People talking about jobs. I said the other day, didn't I? There's no jobs in fifth density. Nothing you need to worry about like that. There's no bills, no water bills, no tax. There's no money, no roads, no schools, no hospitals, none of that. Everything is manufactured at home. If you need something, you either create it or it's there. If you need some big stuff, then you just go and get it. You know what I mean? You go and see, like, they have like councils and stuff, and there'll be people in charge of whatever, land and whatever, and you just go and ask them, well, I need a new UFO, bro, mine's packed up. And they'll be like, do you want a bigger one or a smaller one? It's literally, you don't have to buy nothing. There's no fucking crypto, there's no QFS. Forget QFS, forget solar systems, fucking heliocentric models, Bibles, religious concepts, money, anything to do with money or what your great-great-grandparents give you, because it don't matter. Don't need it. Not going to need it. You're never going to die again. If you're alive now watching this, you're never going to die again. The last time you died was your birthday, this loop. When you were born, moments, 30 seconds before that, you just died somehow. And then you were born again, this loop, yeah, for me, 1973, yeah. That was the last time I died. that was a big relief finding that out of Christian as well. Well done, Christian. I like info like that, bro. That's proper handy. So yeah, that's the last time you're ever going to die. You ain't going to die again. We don't ever die. No one ever has. Only here in hell, where we've been stuck like fucking flies stuck in shit. It's where we've been, in hell. I know people don't want to realise that, but the faster you do realise that, you'll move on through this quite quickly with not much problem. Yeah? And when you know, you know. I hate to say that, but it fucking is. I can't explain it, or sorry, I can't understand it for anyone, but I would not be doing this if I thought anything other than what I'm saying. Trust me, anyone that knows me will tell you that is 1,000,000% fact. It's not a bit of me, but because it is happening, it is real, and you do need to wrap your head around it, because it is happening now. It's not happening next year. It's not happening in fucking I see that, what's matey? Daryl Inca? Lanka. Daryl Lanka. Is that his name? He channels some dude called Mustafa or something. No, not Mustafa. No, I don't know. It don't matter. Anyway, right, he's off his fucking nut. He's got like, what is it? I saw something I saw yesterday or today with him on it. He's got 1 million followers. And I thought, wow, that's that nutter off the fucking internet. I've seen him before, channeling shit, doing all that mad shit. He's full of shit. He's absolutely full of shit. Some things he says are nice. I'm not saying he's negative, but he's fucking leading people big time up the garden path. I saw him, it was today, I saw him talking about what's going to happen in 8 years' time. Wow. Go on then, Mush. Tell us what Mustafa said is going to happen in 8 years' time. He's leading people up the garden path. Everyone is. All of these internet people profiting from astrological bits and bobs and the moon's in Mercury and your ass is in Uranus. All that bullshit. All profiting. It's all bullshit. All of that. And people don't want to hear it. They don't want to realise they've wasted many years on fuck all. But you've got to realise we've all wasted 6,015 years on fuck all. That's what's happened here. We've done nothing here in this time here. Since 3,991 BC till now, yeah, we've done nothing of any consequence that happens the other side of the glass bowl. It's not glass, but yeah. Nothing that anyone done, went, learnt, ate, saw, nothing matters. Fuck all the other side of the glass bowl after this finishes in a minute. None of it matters. None of it. Doesn't matter what Pythagoras said, Archimedes, Isosceles, fucking Porcupines. Don't matter what none of them said, because most of them didn't even exist. Most of them are just fictitious people that were created. Like I say before, Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, all of these, yeah, all of these. Is that not going to fucking run out again, is it? Hang on. Fucking technology, I hate it. I can't wait till we don't need this shit tech. Fucking shite. Really is. Yeah, all of these people were either all bullshit or they were all there to explain away lots of stuff from Tartaria. They needed to, like, when you think about it, they've got stuff left over. You go to these stately homes and the Draco wanted to keep that oil painting of fucking whoever, Rothschild, you know, and so they've then got like, alright, so there's stuff about that we're going to need to explain. So, alright, okay, so how do we explain the fact that there's fucking shitloads of this stuff, all this artwork and then buildings? We need to explain them buildings and how, alright, we'll call that Greco-Roman, because that's in every continent, but we won't tell people that, we'll let them find that. Can you see what happens? They have the reset and they find out, right, let's see where the dust settles, right. Now we're going to have to explain that and that and that and that. And don't forget this time, that we've made them a little bit smarter this time. They're going to start building technology. They're going to leave the planet. So what do we tell them about the moon? Right, well, okay, let's just say, let's say it looks like an atom. And let's say this is here and it all spins round and this is a solar system. And this goes round like this and tell them this and that and this. You can see how they've even done it. You can even rewind their own thought process with Christian's info. It's fucking it is embarrassing. Because I think, well, we've just been mugged off so badly. I'm not mean embarrassing as in, as a species, what's happened to us is really embarrassing. But it's not our fault. We had no control over this. It's not anything anyone did. You know what I mean? It's what them cunts did, you know? So demons, they have to, they need to be as terrifying as possible. A demon, the whole point of it needs to be as ferociously unsavoury as you could get. So they look like they got the horns and all that. Because the etamines, yeah, the custodians, them beings have horns. They're ugly, grotesque things that the Anunnaki made. They made them beings. The Anunnaki made the Draco and most of the, well, some of the, half of the fucking Greys as well. They were the one that I said before, they were the builder race, originally the builder race, the Anunnaki. And then they turned into cunts, basically, like, I think it's pretty much all of them. I think I did say before that I understood from Christian's info that it wasn't all of them, but I believe that it is all of them now. I'm actually still a bit confused on that point, but whether it's all of them or not, it doesn't really matter. Proper bunch of cunts. And you can see, look at the Paracas skulls, look at the Rothschild, Jacob and Joseph Rothschild. Sorry, I keep thinking that's a spider over there. It's a big black thing, but it's the bottom of the curtain. I ain't good with spiders. Yeah, look at their heads. The Paracas skull is almost identical, fucking almost, to any of the Paracas skulls, to one of the Rothschild's fucking heads. Their heads are like elongated. You've seen the Paracas skulls. And then you look at the Egyptians, yeah, and you see all their blatantly elongated head, Akhenaten, all that lot, all elongated heads, all the priestly class that ended up in the DS clan. That now coincidentally, the family line of the DS clan has 45 direct links to the DS clan have been US presidents. 43 of the 45 US presidents have been directly related to the DS clan of northern France, who came from Egypt when the Ptolemies turned up. They were scurried off to Egypt to filter out and become, you know, the Venetian families and all this shit. They spread right out and then controlled everything. And they're all 33rd degree Freemasons or higher. It's really simple. It really is. The only reason it's not simple is if you're thinking, no, hang on, Archimedes said, no, hang on, Jesus said. You've got to think, no, hang on. Just cut all that out your thought process. Imagine you've just been born. No, imagine you're 3 and someone's just telling you all this for the first time. Because anything that you try and reach out to is to refute this. I promise you, I'm not making it up. You know when someone says to you, look, listen, no matter what, trust me on this, don't open the door. And they say it in a way, and you're like, do you know what, I'm going to believe you. I really want to know what's behind that door. But if someone says, look, honestly, and they come to you, they got that authenticity when they explain it to you, and you get that feeling, you know, someone could say, no, don't go in there, and you'd be like, yeah, whatever. But when, like, someone maybe that you know, like your mum or your dad or your brother or your partner, when someone says and they know, and the way they look at you, and they're like, don't open it, and you think, no, okay, I need to, and they won't tell you what's behind it, and you're not allowed to open it. It's like that. It's like, when you've got all the information, like I just say, like, answering your own questions with it. You don't need to, it's too simple. That's the thing. Because we're so used to things being complicated and going off to learn shit for years to become an expert, we are overlooking all of this. That's the problem. That's what it is. We're overlooking it. Yeah? It can't be that simple. So, no, well, let's look for more complex things to find a solution out of the complexities. Let's do that. Because it can't be that simple. It is that simple. We were lied to about everything. Everything. All of it. Everything. Every religion, all the science books, everything. To hide the fact they're here for adrenochrome. It's a lot to hide. And they done it well. They hid it well. But they had our consent when they were hiding it. So, anyway. Much love. Take care, people. Hello, people. 1 second. Just listening to this bit of music for a minute. It's quite a cool track. That's better. How's it going? Pardon me. Yeah, so just to recap on some other bits I was talking about in the other videos that were well received. I'm glad they were. Excellent. I'm glad people understand them because it is easy information. It's not complicated. Let me turn that down a bit more. Sorry, I'm not there for that. Yeah, it's easy information. It's not difficult to understand. It's quite simple and it's really straightforward. And to be honest, after a while, it's really obvious. But people are so afraid of being wrong. No one wants to think that they might be wrong for fear of ridicule. That's it, really. That's what else keeps the whole thing glued together tightly, is the fact that people are too worried to even think about it. They don't want to put themselves over the crazy line. So obviously globe earthers are clinging to the globe theory. Deep space telemetrists are clinging to their gravitational lensing and all that sort of stuff, you know. People cling to it because they learnt it ages ago. Must be true. Their career's built on it. Everyone before them's career's built on the same information. Don't matter what field you're in. Could be any field. You know, science, history, anthropology, archaeology, geology, geography. It's all the same. Don't matter what it's in. Do you see how simple it is? Because it's not complicated, right? But it's actually so simple because it applies to everywhere you look. Whatever you're looking at, it's all part of it. That's not difficult bit to understand, but it's an enormous bit of the puzzle to to fall into place when you realise that it's everything. It's not just like government or politics or the media or some celebrities or, you know, it's everything. It's every tech company, every supermarket chain, every multinational company for anything. If you make nuts and bolts and you're a multinational company, you're involved in it. It's that simple, you know, but it's people are petrified of looking into things that they taught and got grades on. Why would they be taught lies? They can't understand why they would be taught lies. I'll see a lot of people talking about how come, let me turn that down more, fucking still loud, it's on one. People talking about how come, you know, if flat earthers think X, then how can what are they assuming that everyone before them lied, you know? And it actually, yeah, they did. Everyone did. It's not just a couple of people were hiding a conspiracy. It's everyone from a certain level in society up was all privy to that information. But everyone below 33rd degree Mason, let's just say for argument's sake, everyone below that tier, they don't get to know any of that. And even above that tier, there's different tiers above that. So even they don't get to find out. No one in that tier, unless you're a Draco-hosted family, you're not going to know the truth, the complete truth, because it's not for any human to know that until 2022. And yeah, that's why, because it has to be kept a secret. You know what I mean? They can't have you remembering the past. They can't have you remembering past lives. They can't have you remembering resets. Why on earth would they allow that? They can't have that, because if you remembered any of this, then you'd be augmenting change, which is what has happened. You know, it just had to be augmented from the outside this time, because it's so deep. You can't. It's like flying along. It's like being a gnat and then flying into a jar of honey, but you don't die. You just stay there for a few thousand years. You just can't do anything. You're just stuck. It's like that. It's like we fell into a tub of glue, and the only way you can get out is by waking up to what's happened. It's crazy, you know. The truth is definitely stranger than fiction, a lot stranger. And it's all done with like compartmentalization. Not just in the space programs and stuff like that. We all know about the unacknowledged special access projects and all that sort of stuff, where people like the atom bomb. I think there was 5,000 people worked on the atom bomb, and none of them, except like 5, actually knew what the end result was for. They were all individually working on a little different bit, or a different problem, or a different mathematical equation, or a different whatever. No one actually knew they were building an atom bomb. It didn't get out. So they kept it all under wraps, and that's the same way they do it. They do it in every aspect of government, in all of it. It's all done in Freemasonry, the same thing. All of the lower levels never get to find out anything what's going on in the upper levels, because they haven't earned that knowledge. And to earn that knowledge, it means doing something unholy, let's just say. You want the deep knowledge, you've got to do more and more dark stuff until you're up there selling your soul. It's really simple. The whole thing's really simple. The whole way it works is simple. What they wanted it for, that's all simple. it only seems complicated or far out because we've never encountered that information before, but it's a lot more simpler than all of the stuff in your history that's just a load of missing gaps. Big missing gaps. Even when you think you've worked it all out, you can't work it all out because all of the true bits, they weren't available. Any truth was not on the table to be worked out. It wasn't even there. It wasn't even in the arena. So they couldn't have anyone knowing any of that, you know what I mean? I mean, people are having a hard time worrying about Princess Diana and whether or not she's a male or female. I mean, you just think about, there's 7 species of giants that live behind that wall. Do you know what I mean? People ain't got to the fairy tale stuff yet, you know? That's fucking mad, you know what I mean? Only the really awake people will even have got that far yet. So anyone following Christian basically is what I mean. There's no one else going to be up to date on that. And whatever I'm saying now will just seem crazy. But there's 7 species of giants, the Anakin being the tallest. I think they're 200 metres tall, Christian was saying. And the Archons and the Patagons and the... I can't remember the others. Anakin, Archon, I can't remember the others. But, I mean, they're fucking massive. You know, and all these petrified remains. So they're showing you that, the Medusa, when they're showing you, like, in Greek mythology, Greek didn't happen, but in all that crap, yeah, back in the day, the Medusa was the showing you in plain sight that they turn people to stone. Even that was back in the day plain sight for what the technology that we're just about to see again in a minute. We're going to see it used in a positive way. That's the same technology that takes us back to 5th density. It's exactly the same technology. But you can use it to liquefy the ground, you can use it to turn things to stone, you can use it to make things cold or heat them up. It's energy. You're just manipulating the energy of that, whatever that physical object is. Doesn't matter what, you can use it in a good way or a bad way. It's just like that. It's like a can opener. You can open a can with it or you can stab someone to death with it. It doesn't mean, do you know what I mean? It's just a different way of using it. So all the giants turn to stone, and most of them are. Some of them might be random, looking like a mountain, you know, sorry, looking like a person, but isn't, just happens to be. Obviously some are, but there also is a high number that are actually giants turned to stone. And you look at things in a different way and it's like, wow, fucking hell. It's just that slanting, just a way of changing your vision to look at things. It's like, fuck, that was there all the time. You might have been playing on that mountain as a kid your whole life, never even thought about it, and you're sitting on a giant's eyelid. You know, pink Himalayan sea salt. This is a fucking mad one. And this is one of them things that when you hear it, you know it's true. Pink Himalayan sea salt. The original stuff, yeah. Is it sea salt or pink Himalayan salt? I can't remember. It can't be sea salt. But anyway, pink Himalayan salt, the original stuff, that is, and this makes total sense, that is the fat of giants. That is, I don't know how that sounds, and it makes total fucking sense. And you see some of these rocks that have been cut that look like, well, they are. It's obvious what it is. You see these cut and polished slabs, big things like that, and it's part of a heart, part of a liver, part of, you know, when you go and get pork belly that's cut in strips and you've got the fat running through it. Well, this is rock that's red like marble almost, yeah? And you can see the fat, and that's what it is. It's shocking, right in front of you all the time. Probably bought bits of it when you was on holiday. Sat on it, built a joint on a bit, you know. We've been on it, in it, around it, and in front of it the whole time. All of it, the whole thing, even the sacrifices and all that. And they even tell you all this stuff all the time on the news. You know what I mean? It's mental what they've been up to. And like they show you, they give you the semblance of government and governmental process and all the things being done correctly. Where you got the House of Lords that they started televising about 20 years ago. And the Houses of Commons and all that shit. You know, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, oh, Mr. Speaker. Do you know, I just feel like slapping everyone in there. Bunch of useless cunts, honestly. That your Lord Irvine, back in the day, what was he on? Fucking £1,000 an hour or something. And he had a pointless job. What was he? His office had been there for 1,000 years and they got rid of him. What was he? Lord Irvine. He had 300 quid a roll wallpaper and priceless works of art on his office wall. Fucking reptilian twat. You know, there's some office that he had that he didn't actually do anything. He just sat in the office sniffing coke, probably stuffing hookers all day long and getting paid £1,000 an hour for it. But they got rid of him. What was he? Not Chance. What was he? I can't remember what his role was, but all sorts of wasted, pointless jobs like that. It's been going on in front of us. We've been knowing about this as isolated incidents, all this mad shit. Like some judge found with his knickers round his ankles and women's clothes on. It happens every now and again. That's just showing you in plain sight. That might have been one of their humiliation rituals, like I was saying about the other day. But it's Yeah, it's fucking mad, you know. And the one of the, well, the main reason that we don't know about this is because when we die and we go into the sun, like I said before, which is the light at the end of the tunnel that you see when you die, instead of going back to source creation where you would normally go and spend an undiscriminate amount of time chilling, going through your memories, you don't. You get spat out straight away back into the next available human vessel of the same sex. That's all you know after you've had your mind wiped of your last life, and just in case any other memories that you might have. Now, that's like, just think about it. It's really simple and it makes total sense. It's like when you take your laptop, you go and sell your laptop. When you go in and buy a second-hand laptop, it's been formatted. It's as it was when it left the factory. There's no information on there. There's no point trying to pull up old mate is from whoever owned it before, his Word document, because it won't be on there, because there's nothing on there now. It's a blank hard drive, which is what you are when you come out the sun. We all are. When we get ping, we're straight back into the next available human vessel of the same sex, mind wiped, like a brand new laptop. And then you get programmed, which is what the education system is, which is what all education is, all of it. Unless you're teaching yourself or you're learning from your family, it's bullshit, really, because there's nothing true that's ever been taught anywhere. I first heard that in 2019 in that William Tompkins, it was in that David Wilcox thing, Above Top Secret, 2.25 hour documentary. It's the only thing I've ever bought on YouTube. I needed to see that and it cost me £5. I bought one thing online like that in my life ever. I wouldn't ever do that, but I needed to see that because I knew that William Tompkins was on there. And it was well worth watching. And he explained, see, that William Tompkins, his testimony is gold, because it also backs up totally what Christian's been saying. Christian don't even know who he is, or didn't. William Tompkins, he knew about the amnesia vortex, the Draco. He knew about everything like that, but only little bits of it. He didn't know he knew that they were here for kids and adrenochrome. He knew all about that, and he knew certain aspects. And he was part of the developing the submarines. The first craft that we had that could leave the atmosphere, like magnetically or anti-gravity, whatever, were, and it makes total sense, they were old World War II submarines. Because obviously they've got fucking skin that fit. They're the ideal thing to this pressurised, vacuum sealed container that they fitted with some Tesla tech or whatever and floated them off up into space. So that was the first craft that they had, do you know what I mean? So, but like I say, William Tompkins was it's all compartmentalised. Everything is compartmentalised. You never get to, whoever's working on any project never gets to know all that much apart from what they're only doing specifically within that project. And that's how they keep the secret. And that's how it goes throughout society. Do you know what I mean? It goes like that in the council. You know what I mean? Bird on the desk don't know what the management are doing. That's all kept secret from her. She's just doing what she's told. Same as the police, just doing what they're told. Same as the doctors, nurses, GPs, teachers, lawyers, barristers, judges. And they're all going to find out in a minute that was probably not the best thing to do. They should have thought about a lot of stuff. But it was necessary. Can't happen again, can it? Do you know what I mean? So, pardon me, let's have a look. So, fifth density, yeah. Fifth density, people got to realise that have a try and think about what fifth density is, right? Because all the people expecting to go to fifth density with a big fucking load of QFS tokens, preferably some gold, their motor, and crypto and all that. It's not going to work like that. That should be kind of obvious, shouldn't it, really? Do you know what I mean? Because you think about it. It's just thinking about it. That's all it is. It's just applying thought to it. There's nothing, you don't need to be special or clever or anything. You know, all animals will know this, right? Animals will already know all this. So just think, it should be quite easy. Children, they already know it. Animals already know it. It's because it's when you're young, or you're an animal, or you're not a fucking human, you just automatically know this. It's not even anything you've got to think about. Do you know what I mean? It's automatic. Children aren't greedy. They're not jealous. They're not selfish. They don't want more than other children. You know, when you've got like 2-3-year-old, they're loving, sharing. They ain't got nothing to worry about whatsoever. It's just everybody else who's been working for a living all their life, and worrying about paying bills and debts and getting in this, that, the other. That's all that's going to hold them back. And So, you know, there's going to be a lot of fucking weird stuff. You know, a lot of things, all the conspiracy theories, all of the, you know, even the weird conspiracy theories like St. Christopher having the head of a dog. Well, yeah, he did. Well, St. Christopher didn't exist, but he was a cynocephaly. Wait till people find shit like that out. Do you know what I mean? Princess Diana having cock and bollocks is nothing to worry about. is the whole of history is all wrong. The cynocephaly, and listen as well, this totally backs up what Christian's saying as well in another way. The cynocephaly, and Ibn Battuta, who was that 12th century chronicler who used to go about here and there documenting stuff. Anyway, he ended up in I wrote about it the other week, he ended up in a tribe in West Africa in the 12th century or the 13th century, and he come across a tribe with a couple of his pals of dog-headed, which is what cynocephaly means, dog-headed. And there was 8 or 9 of these dog-headed, and they knew about them. It wasn't a shock to them. Ibn Battuta had seen them before. They were a known being, but these dog-headed were living on the coast. Well, they were living inland where the fresh water was, and they used to do trade with the people that come in the port and came in the local port. But the water that all the tradesmen wanted was inland. And Ibn Battuta is relating this story that the cynocephaly, their wives were beautiful women, normal. Didn't have heads of a dog, right? And this is written in the fucking 12th, 13th century, and you think about this, and you think about Christian's info, it becomes obvious what that was, right? But so they sent the men, the traders knew the women were beautiful, and they wanted to go inland and get their own water, is what Ibn Battuta is describing. But the cynocephaly weren't having none of it, and they used to send their own people or something, but there was this big thing about the water and why they wanted to go and get it, and they couldn't because the birds were well fit, basically. And the women used to disappear, as obviously you would, with a normal person that hasn't got the head of a fucking Alsatian, obviously. So you think like that. But with the Christians' information, the negative ETs have thought, here, look, create doghead matey, for, you know, when all of the Blemyes, Panotti, all of these things were real, and all the fit beings with the legs round the wrong way, they're all tests. That was all real. All the beings with no head, Blemye, with the eyes and face and had to smell a flower every day. Maybe that bit weren't true, but they were all real beings. And that was when they were going through, or before we got to the fucking Paleolithic, probably before that, or maybe after, when they're trying to create, when they're trying to create just different variations of human, just as you would. Genetic experiments, which is what's still going on Mars, before they destroyed it. But I didn't want to digress. What was I saying? Ibn Battuta. So the negatives have turned up, and they thought, sweet, we'll see how they get on. Because they're twisted and sick, they're going to put a beautiful woman with a fucking bloke with a head like a fucking chihuahua, aren't they? Obviously, because that's the sort of thing that they'd love to see and do. They want to see how they breed and what comes out and how it works. Can it speak? It's all tested. So all of our weird history that you think, shut up, did that geezer not have a head and talked out of his tits? No way. Yes, way. That's what happened. That's all part of our real history. That's part of the revelations of the apocalypse. This is the revelations of the apocalypse. It's fucking all of it. It's fucking awe-inspiring because it's everything. It's not a few things, or most of it. It's the fucking lot. Everything. Everything you thought about history isn't right. It's all completely different. Not like a little bit wrong. Tiny bit of truth in all of history. Tiny bit, like a needle in a haystack's worth, and the rest is bullshit. And then bullshit's built off the bullshit, and then they use that bullshit to corroborate other bullshit that happened on other continents, and then trade that did or didn't happen. They weave all this shit together, and that becomes the fabric of reality that people are just about to have disintegrate in front of them while they're in the middle of, wow. Don't know what to say. It's going to be fucking shocking. And that's just people. We've had like 4 years plus to get our heads around this. People haven't had, the people that don't even know the Earth's flat, they're fucked. They're not. Wow. Fucking hell. Do you know what I mean? It's shocking to think about it. So few people know. It's a lot of people in terms of numbers, but in terms of population, it's a very small percent. No one knows what's going on. I like smoking, by the way. I've got to enjoy it. We can't get amber leaf back home on my rope. They don't sell it anymore. It's been banned for 7 billion years, apparently. So I'm going to make the most of it while I'm here. So excuse me. What was I saying? Cynocephaly. So yeah, like I said before, the Paleolithic, all of that, yeah, is all bullshit to explain away them needing to get us in a new body, like I was saying before. These vessels, yeah, so that they can get a harvest adrenochrome. And they needed to disconnect our telepathy. It's essential that happened. They had to sort the telepathy issue out because we can't be communicating with each other. And if two people found their twin flames, it's all over, because they'd all go and wake up everybody else in seconds. So they couldn't have that. So they had to make sure through Looking Glass as well, they can make sure that two twin flames never meet. They can make sure that only bad shit happens to you. And they did. That's how they run it. They run the whole machine with Looking Glass. So if two twin flames were to bump into each other and start working stuff out and remembering, because they would do, because they'd be together, that would be 10 times the power of one flame on its own, it would all be over pretty quick. Like that William Morris and that, when they went outside the ice wall, if that had been found out, that would all be over. We'd have another reset. And they like a reset. It's not sort of pain in the arse for them. They'd be like, oh, well, we've got to have an early reset. Never mind. They'd love that. So, and that's us fucked again for another few thousand years. So it makes total sense why no one ever knew none of this before. You couldn't know none of this before. You couldn't do until it was already over and won. And I get the idea that that would have been a preconception, because I don't think so many people have volunteered to come in here knowing that it was an absolutely pointless mission. I can't imagine that. You wouldn't, would you? I don't think I would have done. I'd be like, what? What, there's no chance of saving them? What, and you want me to go in there? Why? Do you know what I mean? Just nuke them and start again. Do you know what I mean? Love and light, love and light. But realistically, would 2 billion people have bothered, or 1.5 billion people bothered coming in for a completely pointless time? I don't know. I'd like to think not, really. Because that would be fucking stupid, wouldn't it? Come in for a loop or whatever, but don't come in for the end and then knowing that you're not ever going to come out of it, and your soul's going to be monged off and your little blue light's going to be in a chair. I don't think anyone would have done it. Not knowing that would have been, so I think that it's, that's another reason that it's all good. It's another reason that there ain't nothing to worry about, is what I'm getting at. Maybe in a too long a way. But another thing, like I was saying before, the whole subterfuge runs on your Cester KV bond. The whole slave system, part of it, the whole slave aspect, that module of it, works. See, this is what I'm saying. Christian's information glues, all clicks, all the big bits of history that are all like, you think, well, that don't make sense, that don't make sense, and that don't make sense. Throughout history, start right at the back, at the Big Bang, and then work your way forward. All the things that don't make sense all the time. If you know and understand Christian's info, it takes all of them and it puts it click, 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 click together like a fucking Lego tower. Yeah, and it all makes sense, and it looks like an object. It doesn't look like weird things that are going off like, why is this but that, but this but that. No, it's all this, what, yeah, and then you see and think, oh yeah, right, yeah, I'll get it. That's what I'm saying. It's really obvious and really easy to understand. It's not complicated. All of ET Disclosure was all bullshit. All of it. It wasn't for ET Disclosure. It was in plain sight. Even Christian's info even explains all that. Star Trek wasn't showing you what fucking, wow, one day we could be like. No. Star Trek was showing you what you had before you came here. And now you're fucked. That's what Star Trek was showing you. And Deep, all of it. Everything. All of them. Blake 7, Space 1999, fucking Altered Carbon. You name it. Blake 7, did I say that? The old ones from back in the day, But they're all the same thing. They're all the same fucking... They're all the same purpose. In plain sight. So was David Icke. So was everything that you see. It wasn't to help us in any way or give us any hope for the future. We weren't striving to leave our solar system before the sun goes supernova. That was bullshit. That's what we all thought. That was like, well, we're fucked if we don't leave the surface of the planet and get away to another planet and recolonate that like Mars, then we're fucked because the sun will blow up in 500 million years' time. So we better put our heads together, stop fighting and work towards that. That's what everyone thought they were doing, collectively as a species. But no. We were being lied to about things that don't exist to make sure that we never work out that they're here for our children, so that we don't rebel and cause trouble and damage the crop or stop the crop. That's all. And everything between each reset, everything that we learnt at school, college, university, everything, apart from some truths that you can test yourself and you can bend light in a prism and you can do this and do that, and you can run simulations on computers and you can download curve calculators that are as good as a fucking PCR test. Set at 40 cycles, a curve calculator could find a Wookiee in your ice cream. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make... Well, it's mental. People are so hoodwinked, so brainwashed. Everything we learnt didn't happen. It's simple. It is really simple. It's like really simple. You know, and all the things in the encyclopedias before the internet, encyclopedias and shit like that. What do you think they're for? In case you missed any lies out of school, then you could get this book, or fucking all 57 of them, or whatever. You know, encyclopedias used to take up your nan's fucking shelf, didn't it? You know, and they've got all of the minute bullshit in there. So just in case you missed any at school, if you wanted to know anything else, just go to the shelf, pull off a book on fucking dinosaurs. There you go. There's all your facts that were all put there by Freemasons and all worked out what to say by Freemasons 200, 300, 400 years ago. Because they were thinking about this reset before the last one ended. They had it all in place. Right, we need them a little bit smaller. We'll have them tiny bit more clever. Yeah, working out, right, you know, well, just leave the appendix in. Fuck it, don't matter. They won't work it out anyway. You know, whatever that was for, I can't remember, but I've heard a few valid stories, but that would just be some fucking stupid reason that, whatever, you know what I mean? We don't fucking need it, or if we did, or whatever. It's probably something left over from Tartaria. It might be something to do with why we didn't need to take a shit in Tartaria. Could be, who knows? I'm not an expert on health like that, in that respect, you know what I mean? I'm an expert on how not to get ill. That's what I'm an expert in, and cannabis. But anyway, yeah, so all the encyclopedias are all bullshit as well. So they're for people that wanted to find the minute bits of bullshit. So whatever you learn, you couldn't ever find the truth out, even if you was learning all of the alternative stuff, you know, even in crystal healing, you would never find out the truth of everything. There would always be, you know, there's always so much more that you're never going to get to find out until now, which is why it's called the Great Awakening. And all of these things combined are the revealing of that which was previously obscured. That is what this is. All of these things. Christian's info, all of this Satan shit, all of this other shit, all of that fucking silly bollocks. All of it is the revelations of the apocalypse, which means the revealing of that which was previously obscured. It doesn't mean the end of the world. They call it the end times, but it's just a load of bollocks. That's not the end times. It's just we shouldn't have been where we've been, and we're going back to where we were, basically. We digressed. I'm good at that. Fucking hell, it should be water off a duck's back for me. I'm good at digressing. We digressed as a species, basically, having our mind wiped. So anyway, big love, people. Take care. Much love. Hello guys, how's it going? How you been? All good? Turn that down a bit. So, yeah, I was seeing today that Princess Diana, the video of her with the cock and bollocks. That's just one small revelation. That's a little tiny one. Well, maybe not. Probably about 8 inches from what I could see. You know what I mean? That's one small revelation about what's to come. A little heads up for people that maybe you hadn't thought about it before, you know. And there's a lot of them out there. Definitely. Someone today I said was, I was talking to online on Bookface. Miriam. Sorry, 1 second. They were saying that the adrenochrome thing, yeah, and QAnon quackery, adrenochrome, and oh mate, honestly, I thought I don't know what to tell you, mate. Really, you're fucked in a minute. See, when people are at that point still in 2024 and they're saying like QAnon quackery, do you know what I mean? If you haven't got round to, well, how do you not know about? How does anyone not know? This is the thing. Not one of the first memes I saw, but a meme I saw early on in this, right back in 2019 during lockdown, was a meme. It was a good one. It was, when this is over, don't ask me how I knew. Ask yourself, how come you didn't? And I thought, fuck that straight away. All the Satanism stuff, as soon as you look into it a little bit, it's all in your face. Like, tirades of it in your face. Everywhere you look is in your face. You walk into Tesco's, every fucking product you look at, you're just seeing poisons and what's in it. I don't mean reading the packets, I just mean looking at them. Because if it's owned by a multinational food company, whoever that is and whatever country it's owned, wherever country it is and whoever owns it, it's all involved in this. So there's human embryonic kidney, HEK293, all of these E numbers in that. Like I said before, I fucking don't want to bore anyone, and I talk about it to all different people all day long, so I often forget what I might have said on one of these videos. I ain't got a clue. So I don't know if I'm repeating myself. Hopefully not, but apologies if I am. But everywhere you look, it's all fucking poison. People are shocked. But like I say before, I remember in 1986, 87, there was a baby food scare when I was like 12, 13, I think. 11 maybe. There was like some glass was found in baby food, and I can remember thinking, wow. I even remember where I was on the Avenue of Remembrance in Colchester when I was talking to my mum about it. We was in a little red Mini. I even remember that. I was so stunned. It was on the radio, and I was so like, what the fuck? How could you end up? How could that possibly happen? But that's just in plain sight. They're just showing you that they put shit in baby food. That is the least of your worries. Well, no, it ain't the least of your worries. It's one of the many worries that people are going to find out in a minute. Like Princess Diana's got a cock and bollocks and it ain't a bird. Fucking hell. The fact that it's still alive, or was until recently, is the least of your worries. It wasn't even a fucking woman. No one was. All these famous people in history and that, have a look at them. When they go back in time to like Charlie Chaplin era, in the 1910s, 1920s, 30s and 40s, I mean, they're really bad trannies. They look like blokes. And I remember thinking how ugly, and this is when I was growing up, I remember thinking, fuck me up, birds were well ugly back then, because they do look like blokes back then, just look like blokes with a wig and a bit of makeup on. But now they've got all that hormones and this, that, the other, aren't they? And they start transing them when they're in the room, when they're in the room, when they're in the womb. They start transing them, well, all the time with medication to make them more feminine when it's a boy, more masculine when it's a girl. So they do all that from birth. It's fucking disgusting. That's another really easy one to get your head around. That don't involve no like jumping through mental hoops and that. It's kind of obvious. You've only got to look at a few photographs of famous people with that pair of lenses on and think, do you know what? Yeah, I can see. When I heard Jennifer Aniston was a geezer, I was like, nah. And Brad Pitt was a bird, I was like, nah. But they are. That's what it is. They all are. This is another one of the little tiny revelations. You know what I mean? Not even a big revelation as well. That's another little tiny one. You know, people that are basing all their hopes and pinning, like all the arguments for the fucking shape of the earth is all pinned on the fact that everyone has believed the bullshit that they read in all the scientific magazines, in all the learning establishments, in all the university schools and colleges and hospitals. Everyone believed all the bullshit. That's all it is. That's all that happened. Everyone believed all of the bullshit. Because how would you not? We all did. You had to. You had to believe the bullshit because that's all you got to know. You've had your mind wiped when you come out the sun. Well, you don't know nothing except the sex you need to be and the fact you need to be in a vessel. That's all you know. And every single thing that you hear and see, and from that moment onwards, is not true. It's not reality. It's a reality that they want you to believe in so that their little plan works. We think we've evolved from monkeys. We live in the middle of fucking nowhere. Maybe ETs are good, maybe they're not. They need us to believe all these certain set of things. They need us to believe the sun is a ball of gas 93 million miles away. They need us to believe that fucking this, that, the other, that Saturn isn't a space station, it's a planet. They need us to everything. It's all like Saturn. I saw that what's his name? Jordan Maxwell. He's bang on it, mate, isn't he? But I thought he was a 33rd degree Freemason himself back in the day. So how is he? Maybe he's just in plain sight. You never know. He might just be another plain sight merchant like David Icke. I don't know enough about his history to know, but I think Christian said he was. I think he is bad. I think Jordan Maxwell is a plain sight merchant. I think that's what he is. So therefore, he has killed children himself. I'm pretty sure about that. I think he's another David Icke, but maybe not. Christian will know that. But everything that, you know, they control everything you see and hear. Like I say before, the TV is a patented mind control device. It was invented for that reason. But we were told, you know, Philo T. Farnsworth invented it. It's not true. Nothing is true. Look at the old Tartarian pictures. People go, oh, that's fake, that's fake. All right, you've seen some AI ones, a couple of fucking hell, but look at you can't deny, you can't put your head in the sand. There's way too much evidence about everything. People were demanding evidence about UFOs still a few years ago, and now look, I mean, fuck me, we're discussing how they take a crap and what they eat. Do you know what I mean? Things have moved on since then. Things have moved on since the Earth being flat, being round, being whatever people thought, and the arguments about what does it matter, they've all been ironed out. All of these problems now have solutions, and all of it is Christian21's information, the whole fucking lot. I know that might upset some people, but that's a fucking fact. If you look at it and look at every single thing that's happened, it even explains why seashells were found, Egyptian seashells were found in, where was it? Peruvian fucking Aztec Maya times, and they also found cocaine in mummies, Egyptian mummies' mouths. Now, everyone knows the only place coca has ever grown is in South America at high altitude. It doesn't grow in Egypt. So there was trade, but they say there wasn't. They said Leif Erikson, they said fucking what's his face? Christopher Columbus discovered America in 15, whenever it was. Then I found out when I was like 13, 14 that the Vikings found out America. And I remember thinking back then, but hang on, why are we still learning? If they've known that since 1960, whatever, why are we still fucking learning it in like in the 90s? No, in the late 80s. Why are we still learning that Christopher Columbus, what's the fucking point of learning something we know for a fact isn't true? You know what I mean? But no one discovered America. It was always there, and it had Tartarians living in it. You know what I mean? So the Tartar people came from northeast Mongolia, and they were Genghis Khan's descendants. But only they spread out really quickly when they were probably helped by negatives. He was probably fucking helped along to spread his seed out. So everyone knows that he had a massive family, but ended up with like, there was Kazan Tartars, Kundravos Tartars, Crimean Tartars, Ironsmith Tartars, Ironsmith, like the Iron Islands, in Game of Thrones and all that. They show you everything in plain sight. I say before, I won't bore anyone, but that whole Game of Thrones is exactly what they do here. All the families' houses playing out. They're all Draco and Omicron, Draco bloodline families, just battling it out. It's just like a laugh for them. That's all it is. People are going to have a hard time realising that our entire lives have been here just for a laugh, for another species, to get high, have fun, have sex with kids, eat them, torture us, have a reset every 1,000 years. Fucking happy days. It's Disney World for them. People aren't going to want to hear that. They don't want to understand that. But understanding that now means that in a fucking minute when this shit hits the fan, you won't be fucked in the head and having a mental breakdown, and you'll be able to help some members of your family because you don't understand what's coming. And I'll be honest with you, people on them fucking trying to deny the flat earth groups, they're off their heads. I've had to come off that. There's no way of helping no one on there. They're fucked in a minute. You're so fucked in a minute when you realise that everything, and you're going to realise it. They're not going to tell you. You're going to what you see on the EBS, the 8-hour documentary played 3 times a day back to back for 3 to 10 days. Yeah, or until the shit hits the fan or the fucking, yeah. That is so fucked up what you're going to see on there. Even like everything that you see on there is just going to shatter your fucking world. But the people that know about what's coming and why it's coming and how it's coming and when, not when, but all of the intricacies about it and what it involves and the reasons behind it all, when you understand that, it's not so shocking. That's literally the only reason that there's any point doing this, like what Christian's telling everyone, the only point. Because it's inevitable, nothing can stop what is coming. That is a fact as well. There's no way they can abort this. It's not going to something they're going to like, I'll leave it for another time, I'll give them a couple more years. It's not a situation like that. There's no fucking point. So many people are awake now to what's going on, but still so many are not awake at all, even a little fucking bit. It's shocking. It is fucking mental, but people are so brainwashed. Like, if anyone believes this monkeypox shit, if you just believed it straight away when you heard it, when it came out the other day on the news, if you believed it, you're fucked in a minute, because I promise you, you're in a lot of trouble. Do a lot of research quickly. You know what I mean? Because you're about to find out that every single thing that you've ever learned and ever knew and ever believed in and ever loved or ever hated is all bullshit. Everything. It's deep. It's fucking deep. And you're going to find out that every single professional person that you've ever encountered in your life has either been lying to you on purpose or accidentally because they believe the lies. Fact. Whoever they are, wherever they work, whatever they did, whatever professional field or industry, they didn't realise, or they did, one or the other, that they were lying to you. Everything. History. All of it. All of history. All of everything. That's the difficult thing. It's going to be very difficult for people to work that out. And the people that can work that out, the people that can let go of the three strings, religion, perceived knowledge and finance, the people that can let go of that And alright, I've been studying fucking astrology for 20-30 years and I'm an expert in astrological signs and the zodiac. You've got to realise that that isn't what happened, and that doesn't happen, and they're not, that isn't all real. All of them stars in the sky are not planets in the middle of nowhere with their certain frequencies that line up now and again and create the mood that you're in today. That doesn't happen. That's all fake. All of that is fake and fiction. And it's about realising that you've just been lied to, like we all have. Everyone's been lied to about everything. So it doesn't matter what field you're in. It doesn't matter if you're ploughing a fucking field or you're in a scientific field. You've been lied to. Everyone has. Little bits of truth dotted all the way through, like I say. Like even in the Bible, that they date the Bible. God said or whatever. The Bible apparently backs up the fact that God created the world about 6,000 years ago. Well, that's a fucking coincidence, isn't it? It's about 6,000 years ago when the Draco turned up, you mean, and put a third density simulation in and took us from fifth and popped us back down here in smaller bodies when they flooded and froze the realm. Like I said before, we was 2 realms. I might as well say it again because there's probably some people that don't know this and probably think, what the fuck's he talking about? So there was 2 realms originally on a flat plane. There's 177 other flat planes, other discs on this flat plane. And 6,015 years ago, 4 negative species turned up to our little bit. We live right in the middle, the very centre of that. It's called Gateway 10. The negative species turned up and they flooded and flash froze Realm 2 and created Realm 2, turned it into Realm 2 and Realm 3. Realm 3 is a fake realm. It's not meant to be here. The ice wall is Antarctica. Yeah, we've been through this before, but I will say it again, I might as well. The ice wall is Antarctica. They put up a frequency fence to stop your soul coming in and out. You can't go into the sun, which is a portal back to source creation, because you get mind wiped by the amnesia vortex and spat back out again into the next available human vessel of the same sex. There's no option. That's just how it is. There's no going off to do this, that, the other. There's no option to be a ghost. There's no option to cross over anywhere else. You're coming into the sun and straight back out the sun, straight into a human vessel. That's how it works, because that's the whole point we're here. We're here for adrenochrome and adrenochrome only. They didn't come here for the gold like Zachariah Sitchin said. He's cabal and he's full of shit. So they came here for human children and a little bit of gold, but a little bit mostly nefarious reasons of sacrificing children and getting demons into sycophantic fucking idiots that want to be better than someone else, basically, and suck up to people that are just plastic fake idiots that just believe in tokens and trinkets and having more than someone else. So yeah, because we were all different species when this first happened. I'll run through this again, there's might as well. Everyone on this planet is not from this planet. No one here, as Christian says, this is all Christian's information, by the way, this isn't mine and I'm not trying to lay claim to it, I'm just saying. Everyone here is from a different species. There's all different sorts of species. Arcturian, Maya, Articulate, Pleiadian, Andromedan, Lyrian. Fucking hundreds of species of ETs that were here when this happened. That's what we all are, a mixture of all different species of ET here. But we're in these vessels because they needed a third density vessel. That's what the haplogroups were, and the blood, testing out bloods and chromosomes. And so you've got, they'd have like Neanderthals over there, and they'll go and stick another bunch over there and another bunch over there, dotted around the world, and see how they get on, see how they breed. Can they interbreed? How clever are they? How quickly are they working shit out? And they show you all this in sci-fi films. I've seen Star Trek episodes that show this happening, and the ETs are hiding in the mountain. Do you know what I mean? And they're like there for like millennia, and they just stay there watching these people develop over time. That's exactly what's been happening. And they show you in films, which is what they have to do. There's a science to the occult, and it means that they need to show you what they're up to before they do it, because it's part of the whole consent. This is a free will matrix, so you therefore have the free will to create your own what you do. But except we haven't, and they hijack the system by doing that. They've got a way round the free will aspect. I'm going to have words with people when we get home about this, because I don't think that should have happened. I mean, I wouldn't be running it like that. What the fuck? I don't see that them showing us Jupiter ascending and we have to assume that that's adrenochrome. That's not fair consent. Fucking hell. Like I say, the appreciation that we give is the consent that they need. The appreciation when you come out of watching a film like that, Jupiter Ascending or The Wizard of Oz, or any fucking film, to be honest, because they put the truth in all films. Even boring films have got truth in. Even shitty films about boring shit like fucking ballet and all that shit's got everything. I'm just saying, generally. Do you know what I mean? But it's all got, they're showing you what they do all the time in everything. And cartoons and media and sport and telly, they're showing you the whole thing. All of it. So yes, professional people that have been lying to you since time began. So it's unprofessional people that are telling you the truth, and they're not charging. Yeah, I ain't charging. Christian ain't charging. He ain't profited from this. I saw some comments the other day that he didn't profit from this. He didn't charge a fucking penny before he got the fucking message out. And then if someone wants to buy him a jacket and a hat and give him a couple of quid, fucking hell, do you know what I mean? Blue Water rented him a fucking whatever, an RV for a few weeks. So what? I don't, you know. It's just idiots trying to throw tomatoes and trying to rubbish the information, but the information holds good throughout the whole of history. You can explain anything you want with this information, like fucking anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, it explains the whole, all of these things that keep turning up, all of these out of place artifacts, like the wedge of Ayod, like I said the other time, the London hammer, all these drill bits and that were found. I see some more stuff recently that was found, that Nampa figurine, loads of things. See, it explains all that. That's just a reset. That's all that was. It was another advanced civilization they didn't want us knowing about. And it's happened 6 times. This was going to be the 7th time. And it's for children. And that's what the Cabbage Patch Kids were, and the orphan trains. Been through this before, like I say, I don't want to bore anyone. But that is what that explains the whole of Tartaria. It explains the Cabbage Patch Kids, the orphan trains, why there were so many children, no parents. It explains all of the weird postcards, all of the unusual stuff. It's all in plain sight of the time. I mean, Brian McGowan the other day posted that fucking excellent Tartaria video that I guess would have been AI put together from photos. I don't reckon it was fucking, you know what I mean, boom, cine film then, but it's fucking brilliant, mate, really good. It gives you an idea of the scale and complexity of these world fairs, and the world fairs set up built in 2 years and with temporary structures. That's just fucking ridiculous. Some of them have got dates on it that were 100 years older than the actual date of the world fairs. You know what I mean? It's just fucking stupid. So like, I think one said 1893 on it, but the photo was taken in 1903, and it's and they were saying it was built 2 years before. Well, it wasn't. It says on the building it was built 100 years before. You know what I mean? So it's all bullshit. And that's clearly what all them old photographs are, of all them, like old New York and old Chicago. Those were the inhabitants of the cities of these big communal areas, whatever they did, whatever in. Like, you know, big promenades and chilling areas, and they obviously had a lot of time on their hands, you know what I mean? Because they had free energy, but we're not meant to know that. It's fucking shocking, isn't it? So, like, when they turned up and created this fake 3D realm, we're the only people here that believe the Earth's round. We're the only people here that believe that we've never been told any truth. You've got to realise there's not been any truth. Now, there's been some truths, like someone I saw was arguing today about, and they had a valid point, about the fact that scientists do research and trial and observation and this, that, the other. Now, that is true to some degree, but all of the really important things, they're not true. Like our history, like all of our history, what space is like, because you can't go and look yourself, can you? You can't just fucking fuck off out there and have a look for yourself, yeah? And they know that, so they can tell you whatever it is. But look at all the conflicting. I mean, anyone who's on Facebook, you must have seen a billion reels. I mean, like, you've got Buzz Aldrin saying, like, I've seen, what, 4 or 5 times he said on camera, publicly, on purpose, that space, we didn't go there, blah, 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 blah. Everyone's seen that. What is it that people can't get about him saying that? What do you think he's joking? Why would you think he's joking? That is just really difficult for me to wrap my head around, why people wouldn't believe the man who went to the moon when he said he didn't go there. And then you've got matey on his deathbed, Stanley Kubrick on his deathbed, admitting that he faked it. What? Do you know what I mean? How thick do you have to be to deny that? You've got mental health, and it's damaging to those around you and your family. Don't fall for that fucking monkeypox vaccine, will you? Please, no one fall for that shit. I don't think anyone will fall for that. I don't think anyone will actually go and queue up for it. I can't imagine it. You'd have to be fucking mentally ill to do that, big time. I mean, sorry, I think I've cut my nose there. Yeah, it's shocking. You know, fucking hell. So, what was I saying? After the reset, yeah, the children. I said before, the children, pregnant mother to free, take her below ground. Them children are the children of the new reset, so they'll clone them and grow them, yeah, literally in fucking tanks, like put a couple of meme videos out about that. All them picture postcards, they're just showing you that they grow children. That is what that is. They're growing children. So they clone some of them and send them out to different countries. Yeah, they're not all cloned in the same place. They're like cities will have places where they're doing it underground. All the dumbs will have areas that they can do this in. And all the dumbs have been there for fucking donkey's years. They put all them in fucking donkey's years ago. They've been here since the start of it. Which is coincidentally when the Bible says that God created the Yahweh created the world, the third density simulation. Yeah, and they even writ it on your DNA. Now, people like that Greg Braden, is it? I don't know if he's Cabal or not. I can't work him out. I like him. He's a nice geezer, and he says some very interesting stuff. But is he another in plain sight merchant? Maybe, because he's kind of famous and he's been doing it a while. He might be like another David Wilcox, you know. He might be another Cabal install, telling you the truth in plain sight. Could be. I don't know. I'm not saying he is or he isn't. I'm just saying most people that are famous seem to be bang up to it, you know. So, yeah. So, yeah, then the Rockefellers come in after the reset's finished, and when you see all these, like, looks like places have been destroyed in some sort of war-torn scene, and the buildings have all collapsed and in mud floods and all fucked, and that's immediately after a reset. And over the next few years, all of the people that have, anyone that was still alive after the reset that was an adult would just be mind wiped. Just like, what do you call it, like neuralised, what they have on that Men in Black shit, that flash, and they've forgotten, yeah? So they'll just be like, that's why you've got all the adults. You'll see not a lot, not that many to be honest, but quite a few. They'll be the ones that are clearing up the mess and rebuilding it, thinking, wow, they could have been told any story. Oh yeah, there was a war the other week, don't you remember? No, you was shell shocked. Never mind, get in that nut house over there if you remember anything, and you'll be sweet, bruv, you know. Don't start remembering nothing, will you? And then that's what happened. They go in the nut house if they start thinking, hang on, I'm sure that we had free energy, you know, anything like that. Oh, he's a nutter, bang, straight in the nut house. What they wanted to do to people this time round. And that's another reason, you know, that, I mean, like the whole no jab, no fly, and all of the fact that we would actually have been dead now if this wasn't going off and the White Hats hadn't have won this, we'd all be fucking dead. You can find that out for yourself, and you can look into that, and you can prove that to yourself. I can't prove it for you. I've proved it to myself. It's fucking everything about this. See, that's why I'm doing this now, because it's so bloody obvious now, all of it, that Christian's information is actually fucking bang on the money in every single way. There isn't any fucking flaw in it, and that's not possible if it ain't real. It's just not. So, like I say, yeah, that's what I was saying, the Rockefellers, right? So after the reset, and they get the people clearing up and tidying up all the shit and the chaos and the mess, doing it by hand, give them a shovel, go on, clear that up. One of you will be a Freemason at the end of it, you know, and they just crack on and do that. Then they just rebuild the lie. So the education's set up again, so they got kids in schools, you know, they want the both parents out working, paying tax, they want the children in schools for indoctrination. Then they're feeding you, like this reset, they didn't have, like, so the physiology and all that changes. So when they first turned up, we were fucking 9 foot tall, whatever. A lot of us were 9 foot tall, 12 foot, fucking Andromedans are massive. But, yeah, they couldn't have us in 5th density vessels in a 3rd density simulation because we'd be shit hot. Even, like, you know, they couldn't control us, so they had to put us in a different vessel. Now they're a density above us, so it's very easy for them to take your soul out of your body and put it in another vessel. It's not even difficult. It's like they probably do that with their fucking mind, for God's sake. It's nothing. It just seems sci-fi to us because we're not used to stuff like that. But that's easy. You know what I mean? I don't want to digress. What was I saying? So they set up the education system to teach people the new indoctrination and the history and the new history. So you see, all of history, this is the thing, all of history, all of science is owned by Freemasons. And we all know that they're satanic. It's really easy to join these dots up. It's really easy. We all know to be a 33rd degree Freemason, you've got to kill a child. Used to be by witnesses, with witnesses watching, now it's on video, VHS, it always has been. So all of these people at the Playboy Mansion, that fucking, what's his face, Ghislaine Maxwell and what's matey? Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, all them places were little honey traps to get people that hadn't maybe sold their soul yet or joined the Masons yet. They wanted people. They're like, right, we need him because he's going to buy that. He's merging with that other company next year. We need that other company, so we'll have him and him. So they'll get them to the island, give them a bit of coke, get in there with a couple of brass. Then you know how it goes. It's a honey trap. And they've filmed it all. They've got it all on camera. and they also film them sacrificing kids on camera. So it's really easy to see how they control it all. It's really fucking easy. It's not complicated at all. It's just different. Yeah, but the whole 5D thing even fits into it. And the reason that they're not publicising this 5D thing is because it ain't for everyone. Like Christian said, the ending definitely ain't for everyone. At all. To everyone who's expecting it, it's going to be like a welcome fucking shower. It's going to be like a fucking rain in the desert, you know. I can't wait for this to be over. But at the same time, it's going to be proper shocking when people find out what's gone on. Anyway, what was I saying? The education system. So then everyone's taught what happened, yeah, which it didn't happen. It was all lies to cover up the last reset. That's really obvious. It's really easy to understand. So all of the weird things that we find at great depths and the weird the building techniques, and it's not weird. It was just a different reset. Some of it was there before that reset, and before that reset, and before that reset. So some of it's ancient. So then one's off the coast of Japan. What's it called? Can't remember, but don't matter. There's pyramids off the coast of Japan. They're probably here from the beginning. You know, all of the original pyramids, like Christian said, were all given to us by Anunnaki when they were the builder race. They went and gave every realm pyramids for free energy. You know, they were fucking way advanced. One of the first species to be advanced. And but then obviously the other copies and the parasites put their own pyramids here for their own reasons, and you know what I mean? But they're all used for a negative purpose in the last 6,015 years. There's no fucking healing frequencies coming out of them, that's for sure. They're not there for that purpose for us. Well, not this reset anyway, because we were the last reset. There were going to be no more resets after this. That demonic pharmakeia was meant to terminate the ability of the soul to function as a proper soul. People don't realise that. It wasn't if it was going to be like, all right, because we've got another reset or another 1,000 years. That would have been the end of everyone here. There would have been no more. You'd have been born again into another vessel and just been just a robotoid mong. Just like, sorry. But you know what I mean? You'd just be, your soul wouldn't be able to function. It wouldn't be able to create and do stuff. It wouldn't be able to do its purpose because they can't kill a soul because it's energy. You can't destroy energy. But they found a way through demonic pharmakeia and all that to totally subvert the soul's purpose and just make it like an algorithm. Which most people basically are anyway, I think, at the moment, aren't they? There's so many of them out there. They can't think. I never thought about this until COVID, but they've lost the ability to actually think. They can't do it. They can't think. They ain't got an attention span. They can't hold. A lot of people can't even hold a fucking conversation. Especially the younger generation. They're fucked. I don't know what happened there, but I've talked to a few people that my age about that lately. Like the younger generation, they're probably fucked. They've been so vaccinated, and because they have. By the time you're 18, you've had 175 vaccines. If you're 18 to between 18 and 30 now, you've had 175 vaccines. It's not just the measles, mumps, and rubella that was a triple shot. It's fucking loads of them. And then you're having like, oh, mate, do you know what I mean? It's so easy to see all this in its entirety, but it just involves having an open mind, and people don't have. They just don't have it. That's what it is. They just don't have an open mind. They can't do that. It's not something that they can do. And that's why this information doesn't appeal, because some people can only take information. Most people, to be honest, can only take information from a professional person. And I'll be honest with you, I'm not professional anyway, that's obvious. But I do try extra hard to be not professional a little bit more, because that's the whole point. You're getting truth from a source that you've never even used to hearing truth from this source. A source like this, on Christian and whoever, all the other people that are saying this. Never before has any truth come out. You're not allowed to believe in truth. You don't listen. Like, listen, this is what they do. Does anyone remember that a couple of years ago? It's been around for quite a while. There's some weird tramp sitting in a puddle in America in an American accent, and he rattles off the whole New World Order agenda from start to finish in about fucking 30 seconds. No, in about 2-3 minutes. And this is dressed as a clown, I think, and he's sitting in a puddle, and he's all dirty and that, and he's going na 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 na, and he sounds like a crazy lunatic. But everything he's saying is, mate, I don't think he's a crazy lunatic. He's probably a fucking Rothschild. They've sat in. He's going, put your fucking, because they all have to have like humiliation rituals, don't they? And that, like when Boris Johnson was talking about Peppa Pig, and he makes Peppa Pig whatever fucking silly shit. I don't know. They have to humiliate themselves publicly. That's another part of the scientific, well, the science to the occult. They have to do that sort of thing. So they've probably just got some fucking Rockefeller, Rothschild, illegitimate one, and just said, here you go, sit in a puddle, put a wig on, talk shit and tell them the truth, get someone to film it, put it on social media, then we've told them the truth, you know? You've got some crazy drunk spouting pure truth, because no one's going to listen to that. You know what I mean? Of course they're not. But that's how they do it, because they show you the truth where you think it ain't the truth. In all the fucking films, every fucking film, they're showing you truth, and it's a film. And, you know, you think documentaries are facts, but they're not. They're more lies that are created for the thinking person. You know, someone that went to fucking further education, wants to know a little bit more, might be interested in alternative theories and wants to look into it. There you go, you can look into it there. National Geographic, you've got the Discovery Channel, you've got all of your alternative channels, all of your alternative media channels. Then you've got your crazy conspiracy channels. You can have a go on all of that. You've got the option to look at any aspect that you want to find the truth. But the truth's not on the fucking table. Not one of these places has any of the truth, because it can't do. It can't do for two reasons. Because they can't have people finding out about it, and our soul family don't want another reset. Because if people find out the truth, which was only available since 2022 September, yeah, through Christian21, if people don't know that truth, well, they can't find that truth out, because everyone will tumble it. And if they do find the truth out, they have a reset. And our soul family, who you think in a minute are this fake alien invasion, it's just your soul family. It's the people that you knew and loved before they turned up 6,015 years ago, or 3,991 BC. It's just them people coming back to say hello and to welcome you home, and to be there when we ascend to fifth density, which isn't a religious concept. There's no angels playing fucking harps. Oh, it's none of that. It's none of that. And you've got to forget about the whole solar system model. It's all bullshit. The whole thing is bullshit. That's why globies can't get their head around any particular aspect. And I see fucking hundreds of globies saying, well, Flurfer, how come this? How come that? How come this? How come that? But they're not getting it. I'll answer fucking 20 questions and just tell them that they can't have it, because they've looked in magazines and periodicals, and they went to school and they learnt the telly and they learnt the fucking this, that, the other, you know? Surely Buzz Aldrin admitting with, what do you think? Right, listen. Haven't been back to the moon since 1969 or whenever, because they lost the technology. And you actually believe that? Do you actually believe that? They can build an ISS in a fucking swimming pool, but they can't go back to the moon because they lost that technology. Oh, so you lost a Casio watch, so you can't make another one, even though we've got Rolexes and fucking satellite watches, but you can't make an old shitty Casio. No? It's so fucking obvious. But it's just people don't want to admit they've been lied to. Makes them feel stupid. All the things they've learned. They didn't learn nothing. You didn't learn nothing. A newborn baby knows more than you. Knew more than me. I'm not clever. Like I say, I don't want anyone to think that I am. I'm the least cleverest person in this caravan. Do you know what I mean? I'm not. I just listen to someone who had a lot of truth, and it all makes fucking sense. And it's just about to kick off in a minute. And people still ain't worked out what shape the fucking planet is. You're in for a lot of trouble in a minute. It's going to go very fucking sour. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Every single profession has lied. Every single field. Everything isn't real. Nothing is real. Nothing is real. Nothing is what you thought it was. Nothing. I remember when this started and I was like, surely they can't be involved, and surely they can't be involved, and it's everyone. It's everyone. Everyone you've ever seen on telly, everyone you've ever heard on radio, every sports player at international level that you see all the time who's famous, they're all involved. They're all involved. Fucking look at what's his face. Is it Tom Cruise? He looks younger now than he did when he was 20, and he's like fucking 84. How old is he? I saw a picture of him with his son. Yeah, his fucking son as a baby, and then him looking younger, 60, and it's not fucking airbrushing and all that Adobe. It's not. It's adrenochrome, which is the theme through all of the witch stuff, all of the Hansel and Gretel, all of the Grimm's tales. The whole thing was that era, that epoch, probably Tartarian, at some point in a Tartarian 1,000-year span. It's just the in plain sight then, from then. Yeah, all of that. Yeah, all of it. All of the stories, all of the myths, all of the childhood stories. See, it's woven into the fibre of everyone's being. This whole subterfuge is the cloth of your being. It really is. It's woven through every aspect of your past and present. All of the previous lives, all of it. But each time we get mind wiped, when we go into the sun, which is the light at the end of the tunnel that you see when you die, you've got no option. You can try and avoid it for about half an hour if you're lucky, but they come and scoop you up because they need you back in a vessel. They don't need you walking about in chains in a bedsheet going, ooh. Doesn't happen. All that is bullshit to get people to fear death. So that they fear death. They need the fear. Everyone's got to be in fear about everything. If it's not a disease, it's smallpox, it's chickenpox, it's cowpox, it's monkeypox, it's fucking COVID, it's wars, it's famine, it's pestilence, it's God, it's the devil, it's demons, it's ghosts, it's witches, it's warlocks. It's all bullshit. It's all fucking bullshit. You've got to fucking drop all that shit. It is all bullshit. The truth in it is the fact that all the myths are real. All the myths, all the fiction is fact, and all the facts are wrong. Our facts are wrong. What they tell us are not facts. None of them are. Nothing about orbits and solar systems and universes and galaxies and dimensions and physics and chemistry and English. Even the language is bullshit. Every time they change the fucking language around. There's nothing real. There's nothing real that's happened. Real things happened, but we never got to find out what they were. They give us a whole set of lies to cover up for the whole of the previous reset, and the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. Them two fucking statues, what are they called? The Colossus of Memnon. They're estimated to be 1,000 tons each. Some say 1,200, some say 600 tons. It doesn't matter. If it's 1,200 tons, if it's 1,000 tons, if it's 600 tons, you're not fucking moving it. And they were transported 400 miles. And no, they didn't use wooden rollers. Just that. Just fucking that. There you go. Major problem. Everyone put their fucking tools down, and the whole planet needs to put their head on working out how they moved them 400 miles. Forget Stonehenge. Forget anything else. Forget whatever. But we just believe the experts. Oh yeah, they did it, this, that. They're really clever. Look, oh look over here. Look, there's some more stuff. Oh quick, there's a war. Oh fuck, That's how they do it. And everyone falls for it every single fucking time. Yeah. Shocking, isn't it? But it's everything that you've ever learned. It's not some things. This is what people ain't getting, especially globe earthers. If you haven't thought about it, you need to. For your own benefit. I can imagine what Christian says when he says he's seen the faces of people. I can fucking imagine it. Everyone's going to lose it at the same time. Everyone is going to fucking lose it right within the same 5 minutes. Some squeamish people will lose it before everyone else. But the whole planet loses it at the same time. With the EBS, I mean, you know. Not the Sky event. Fucking half the planet would have died before that happens. Fuck me, there's going to be a lot of heart attacks. And I just hope everyone's sensible and stays at home and doesn't bother going out on the street and join the fucking crazy shit. Because everyone to take your anger out on is already dead. They're already dead. They've already been executed 4 or 5 years ago. Some a lot longer. There's no one to focus the anger and aggression on when this happens. And people that are watching this thinking, well, what do you mean? The anger and aggression, what for? Fuck me, you'll find out in a minute. Yeah? But anyway, listen, big love people. Have a good evening. Much love. How's it going? Just looking on this thing. I don't know if anyone saw, I put a post yesterday about these two geezers that invented ancient Greece. You can see what's coming, can't you? You can see the severity of what's going to happen. Because this is just like an insignificant little story, really. You know, so what? Someone invented ancient Greece. But the severity of that alone, you think how many people studied Hellenistic studies and Homer and Aristotle and Socrates? Was he ancient Greek? You think about that. Look, it says here about Euclidean geometry was invented by a geezer called Kevin Davenport. You couldn't make it up, could you? See, look, the whole of ancient Greece was invented. They didn't know what happened in Europe for an 800-year period. They didn't know what happened, and these two young scholars thought they'd try and make a name for themselves, and they invented it, the whole fucking lot. Now, there's more to this story than meets the eye, obviously, because that's how the cabal operate. They go and hide history, and they invent cover stories. So these two are probably 33rd degree Masons. Most likely what's happened, because this came out in 2010. So it's been out a while. I never heard of it till like day before yesterday. But obviously, well, I say obviously, most likely, because two 33rd degree Freemasons aren't going to feel guilty and come clean, are they? That's not what they're about. So most likely the White Hats have gone to them and said, listen, you're fucked anyway. Go and tell the public what you've done. But it come out, look, in a Washington, I'll read it, look. A Washington group of leading historians held a press conference Monday at the National Geographic Society to announce they had entirely fabricated ancient Greece, a culture long thought to be the intellectual basis of Western civilization. Fucking, that's monumental. Just that paragraph, listen. The group acknowledged that the idea of a sophisticated, flourishing society existed in Greece more than 2 millennia ago was a complete fiction created by a team of some 24 historians, anthropologists, and classicists who worked non-stop between 1971 and 1974 to forge Greek documents and artifacts. Honestly, we never meant for things to go this far, said Professor Gene Heidelberg, who was offered to resign his position as chair of Hellenic Studies at Georgetown University. We were young and trying to advance our careers, so we just started making things up. Homer, Aristotle, Socrates, Hippocrates, the lever and fulcrum rhetoric, I've never heard of that, ethics, all the different kinds of columns, everything. Way more stuff than any one civilization could have come up with, obviously, he added. Accordingly, Heidelberg added the idea of inventing a wholly fraudulent ancient culture came about when he and the other scholars realised they had no idea what had actually happened in Europe during the 800 period before the Christian era. We know, don't we? Thanks to Christian, it's called a reset. That's, do you know what I mean? They just covered a reset up, basically. So, where are we? One night someone made a joke just talking about these ideas, lumping them together and saying the Greeks had done it all 2,000 years ago. Heidelberg said, one thing led to another, and before you know it, we were coming up with everything from the Golden Ratio to the Iliad. Fucking hell, listen. That was a bitch to write, by the way, he continued, referring to the epic poem believed to have laid the foundation for Western literary tradition, but it seemed to catch on. Around the same time, the curator at the Smithsonian reportedly asked for Heidelberg's help. The museum had received a sizable donation to create an exhibit on the ancient world, but didn't really have a whole lot to put in there. The historians immediately set to work, hastily falsifying evidence from a civilization complete with its own poets and philosophers, gods and heroes, would eventually become the centrepiece of school books, college educations, and the entire field of humanities. Fucking hell, what a scam. Emily Nguyen Whiteman, Nguyen, I think she's Vietnamese, one of the young academics who pulled a month's worth of all-nighters working on the project, explained that the whole of the ancient architecture was based on buildings in Washington DC, including the bank across the street from the coffee shop where they met to bat ideas about mythology or whatever. We picked up Greece because we figured nobody would ever go there to check it out, Nguyen Whiteman said. Have you ever seen the place? It's a dump. It's like an abandoned gravel pit infested with cats. She added, inevitably though, people started looking around for some of this ancient stuff, and next thing I know I'm stuck in Athens all summer building a goddamn pantheon just to cover our tracks. Nguyen Whiteman acknowledged she was also tasked with altering documents ranging from early Bibles to the writings of Thomas Jefferson to reflect a classical Greek influence. Fuck me, they went to town on this. See, this is how it works. This wasn't just a few scholars that thought they had a good idea, oh, and let's make it up. How are you going to make it up? You get well nicked if you was making it up. They made that up because they were told to. 1,000,000% they did. That ain't like, they didn't just think, oh, we'll come up with this to explain that 800-year history. No, the cabal come in them and said, listen, you need to explain 800 years of history, so you've got fucking 12 people there, crack on. There's your funding, make it good. That's what happened there, and the White Hats have come along and said, listen, you need to sort that out, you pair of lying cunts. Something like that, do you know what I mean? Fucking outrageous. But this is just one thing, the whole of ancient Greece, total fabrication. Look at that industry on its own. That whole industry's worth billions of pounds, and it didn't even happen. Christianity didn't even happen. None of it did. That's the thing, people are going to have a really hard time wrapping their heads around one thing that's coming out in a minute, even one thing. I mean, if they put that on the telly tomorrow at fucking 6 o'clock when everyone's sitting there eating their Uber, that wouldn't go down too well. It wouldn't cause the end of society, but it wouldn't go down too well. Can you imagine? There'd be fucking uproar. Imagine how many people studied at university for years to become an expert in what 12 people made up because they got funding for it, and they... That's just that one thing. You got to let that sink in because people don't realise. That's just one little silly thing. All the rest of it, you know, everyone's life and the whole reason. Where's the camera? The whole reason for anyone's existence here is adrenochrome, and everyone's arguing. The whole point of us arguing the toss about everything and what we're doing all the time in our daily lives, getting stuck in traffic jams, all that. Like Christian says, it all makes total sense, right? When you get things that piss you off, yeah, that creates loosh. Even like a little tiny battery, little tiny couple of volts out of a battery, dead battery, but it's still got a little bit of energy in it. That harvested, collected, that's dinner. It's all money. It's like you trim on weed. You know what I mean? When you've done a crop, you don't throw the trim away. It's still got value to it. You know what I mean? So to put it in a horticultural context. So, but you think what's coming, man? When people find out what's going down. You know, people. I was chatting to some bird on this nutty group yesterday, fucking lunatic. One of them anti-flat Earth groups. It come up on my thing, my wall or whatever, and it was this post, and it was like written in crayon or something, and it said literally, and it said flat earthers are like anti-vaxxers, and I thought, what? I couldn't work that out. No, it's obvious, but I'm like, no, not in 2024, nah. So I had a look. And I replied, I'm like, did you mean to say that? Or did you even think before you said it or something? And she said, get your head out your ass. You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, what? She doesn't know. I was like, I'm like, you can't know that the vaccines have been killing people. Didn't have a fucking clue. Didn't have a clue. Thinks COVID's real. Thinks this new chicken pox is real. Cat pox. Pussy pox. Honestly, it's shocking. I'll tell you what. But like, they told us all about it. Do you know what I mean? The Rothschild Secret Covenant, I keep talking about that all the time because it is, I mean, it's right in your face, you know? What, I've got it here, look, an illusion's, can't even talk. An illusion so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who see it will be thought of as insane. We will create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep our illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time so as never to bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. Just the first 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. If the first one doesn't do it for you, at the moment, when you've been like watching COVID and like what's going on, well, I ain't been watching going on, but assuming that, you know, most people do, come on, when do you see things like what's going on? You don't, do you, ever? It's unprecedented. They've kind of, it's like, what's that mate? He talks about the frog in the pot. Slowly turning the heat up. That's accurate. It's a good description. He might be Cabot himself. What's his name? Kevin Hoyt? Is that matey I'm thinking of? The old governor of somewhere. But he's probably executed and taken out. Because everyone you think is good is bad, and everyone you think is bad is good. And everyone you think is alive is dead, and everyone you think is dead is alive. But it's like for the awake people, it's like, you know, when you got like, maybe you go to somewhere new and you've got a room. And no one, say it's a party or something, and when it's an empty house and no one's been in that room, and you have a quick peek in there first, you've got a torch and that, you have a quick look, you know what's in the room because you've just had a look, but no one else in the room knows what's in there. They didn't know you went in there early and had a look, and then you're trying to tell people that you went in and seen what's in there, and there's no point going in there because it's like horrible, or have a look, but you know, you're trying to explain to someone what's in there, and they're calling you a liar because you had a look. Then you know what's in there. It's not like you thinking, well, I don't know if that was, maybe my eyes didn't see what they saw. You know what I mean? It's so in front of you. It's so in front of you. It's like your mobile. You know, sorry about that. My phone got too hot. I had to put it in the fridge for 20 minutes or something. So it got too hot and shut the camera off. What I was going to say was, it's like this is so in front of you. You know when like something that you do every day. Like I just went to put my phone keypad in and the phone was sideways. It's like that. Everything that about this, the whole thing that makes all this work together, it's all so in front of you. You're so used to seeing it and listening to it and not understanding it, but hearing it. You're so in it. You're like a tea bag in a cup of hot water. You're in it, right? But like when you turn your phone screen, like if you've got your phone at a 45-degree angle and you try and put your key lock in, it's kind of, I often can't get my key lock in. I'll put 5 or 6 times, then I have to pick the phone up and do it Round the right way, I can do it in less than a second. But slightly twisted, and I'm like, 3, 8, well, you know what I mean? It's kind of like that. It's like your reality's just twisted a little bit, you know? Like that Barry Manilow, while I was waiting for my phone to chill out, that, you know, little silly thing, fucking Barry Manilow, I've never even listened to a word he said. I didn't even know really what he looked like till I was in my 20s, but, you know, he was famous back in the day. But, like, the songs and that, it's all hidden in the songs, it's all hidden in everything, and then all of a sudden it's not hidden. All of a sudden it's right in your face, like really badly in your face, and you can see it everywhere you look, like everywhere. I mean, look what they're doing now. They're doing it at the Olympics, like the fucking Olympics, right? They're doing that with the medals and that, just to rub it in people's faces, just to show you. There's no other reason they're doing that, like really in your face. Do you know what I mean? Because that's just ridiculous, and they've all got eyes on their swimming costumes and that. It's to bring people up. Well, it ain't gonna, is it? Most people, like I say, that girl that I was talking to yesterday, she must have been in her early 30s. So you'd think she'd had electricity and running water in the house. She was white. I don't know where she lived. I think England. I just like, wow. To be saying like you've like flat earthers and anti-vaxxers. Do you know what? There is a correlation. That's because they looked into that as well. That's why anti-vaxxers exist. Because we looked into it. I've been looking into that before my son was born. Like I said loads of times, don't want to bore anyone. But I knew in 2018 there weren't such a thing as a safe vaccine. I looked properly into it, and I was lucky because I was in a place and had contacts to people that might know the alternative side of this truth, like people that have been naturopathic medicine experts for like 30 years, and GPs and all that. So I had a bit of a head start on that. But yeah, I mean, it's shocking. The level of conceal, it's unbelievable. A lot of people are they don't want to talk about it because their paycheck. A lot of people don't want to, I mean, whatever it is, you know, people in history, for instance, they don't want to be discussing what is and what isn't real and what may or may not be real. Like them two geezers that lied about the Hellenistic. All that, it's all lies. That ancient Greece didn't even happen. Do you know what I mean? So that's just one small thing. Now, when people get all of these coming in together all at the same time, and they realise what's happened. I mean, you spent your whole life studying something that 12 people made up, and they've done a good job of it. I mean, look what they completed. They've done all of that, all of the different columns of Greek history. They've done all that in 4 years. 12 people. So there's going to be loads of stuff like that coming out, you know. So yeah, a lot of shocking revelations. That's nothing, all that sort of thing. I mean, that you know, fucking Greek being fake is the worst. Is the least of your worries, isn't it? Really, when you look at how fake the food is, you know what I mean. So like the food being fake, all of it, and the Rothschild Secret Covenant covers that as well. It even details that. Look, it says we will use soft metals, agent accelerators, and sedatives in food and water, also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their minds. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. Look at what they do with the medication. Look at what meds is. Just gut permeability caused by all meds is going to require you to have more meds because of all the damage that does when it leaks out the gut and then goes into the bloodstream and causes havoc in other organs and shit. That over a few years, you've got several different things. And you only went in there with one thing when you started. They promised to find a cure for cancer. They've had loads of cures for cancer for a long time. They're on my website. I'll put a link in the bottom. Loads of cures for cancer. No one needs to worry about cancer. You shouldn't have cancer. There's no need for anyone to have cancer. Unless it's vaccine-related turbo cancer, there's no need for anyone to have cancer. You've got an endocannabinoid system that deals with that. It's the backbone of the human immune system. It's been evolving for 6-7 million years. Or it was created 6,015 years ago with the new information, depending on how you look at it. But you know what I mean? So there's 111 cannabinoids. 113 now I think there is, and 108 terpenes and flavonoids in the cannabinoid world, and that's the only place that your immune system can replenish itself from cannabinoids, because you've got endocannabinoids that are inside the body, produced in the mammary glands when the woman is breastfeeding, or in the brain. CBD1 is manufactured, and CBD1 is also manufactured in the mammary glands, and that and a hemp-based diet is enough to keep your endocannabinoid system topped up and working fine. Till the Industrial Revolution came along, we invented things like chlorine, argon, paint, thinners, petrol, all these gases and toxins and all this sort of shit. So all that taxes your immune system. So basically for the last 80-90 years, what we've been doing is poisoning ourselves very quickly, because not only have we got an environment that we live in that is totally synthetic with paint and nylon, and we're wearing all this shit and sleeping and bathing and washing and all this crap. Also, they've got, they were spraying us with bad shit, loads of aluminium, and it says in the Rothschild Secret Covenant that's one of their plans. Get load of fucking soft metals into people, lead, fucking any soft metal. Aluminium's a good one. So yeah, the endocannabinoid system deals with everything. You shouldn't be ill for any reason, really. If you take cannabis, and even in the small doses, if you don't want to get cancer, you don't need to take an intoxicating amount of cannabis. If you've already got cancer, you need to take a lot of cannabis. Extracts would be the only real successful way to deal with that quickly, and any cancer should take you less than a year to cure if you hit it hard and do it properly. It's very simple. It just means getting blitzed, but you'll get a tolerance to it, and it'll be enjoyable. People pay good money to feel like that. It's better than having your hair and teeth fall out. Do you know what I mean? And this will still cure it after you've had 2 bouts of chemo. But I would suggest not even having chemo. Don't ever, for any reason, have chemo. It's absolute fucking poison. You don't poison a whole river just to kill one species of fish. You don't. You just take them fish out and stop it breeding. Why would you go and throw a hand grenade into the pond and kill all the life? It's Russian roulette. Chemotherapy. It's toxic anyway, no matter what. It's fucking radioactive shite. It's fucking bad. Why bother doing that when you've got a natural plant that's got a load of stigma attached to it, because that's how they want it to look. They don't want the devil's weed and all that crap makes you go and say, no, it doesn't. They said that because it makes people think. It heals your body and makes you think and opens your mind. That's what smoking cannabis does. So anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, the endocannabinoid system, you know what I mean? You don't need to get ill, and if you've got cancer, it shouldn't be lasting more than, you shouldn't have it for 3 to 6 months. That should be gone. Prostate cancer is particularly easy to cure. Cervical cancer will be another one, although I've not had a cervical cancer customer, I'll be honest with you, that's not happened, but it will be an easy one because you can get the cannabinoids right to the place where the cancer is. That's the idea. Like a topical cream, if you had skin cancer, you'd want a topical cream. If you had colorectal cancer or prostate cancer, you'd want a suppository. If you had a pessary, if you've got cervical cancer, that sort of thing, or a cream. So long as you can get the cannabinoids, and I put DMSO in mine as well, but so long as you can get the cannabinoids to the closest point or touch in the cancer, then it's going to work immediately, and the DMSO will carry it straight in through the skin and into the bone even. DMSO is a carrier solution, dimethyl sulfoxide. It's really good at carrying stuff in, but you've got to be careful not to get, if you're going to use it, don't have dirty hands, because it will take that into, be clean. Because the DMSO will take whatever's on your hand straight through the skin, yeah, and that goes into your bloodstream. So there's no reason for anyone to have cancer. There's certainly no need for any children to have cancer or to be on chemotherapy. There's absolutely no reason. They just want you on chemotherapy because the moment you agree to have chemotherapy, they take the money out of your SKV bond. That's the one little aspect of the whole scam, and this whole thing is woven together so tightly. It is so tightly woven together. Everything, even cancer's involved in this. This fucking lighter, this lighter's involved in this. It is shocking. Well, there ain't nothing. To be honest, there's nothing that isn't involved in this, because this shouldn't have happened, as we've said before. But don't want to bore anyone. But we're not from here. You know what I mean? This is another thing people are gonna. I mean, I was thinking the other day, right? I think the most poignant thing for me will be the immediate, what I can click. I ain't got no memories or nothing like that, but what I know this is coming, I know it for a fact, is the last 5 minutes on the what is it, I forgot what it's called now, with Dorothy, the fucking Wizard of Oz, the last 5 minutes of the Wizard of Oz, when she comes back into black and white. She's been in Technicolor. She started in black and white, didn't she? Then she moved into Technicolor. Then she came back to Kansas in black and white, and she wakes up in bed. Now, from that moment on, you don't need to watch the rest of the film. Just watch that moment on, because that's going to happen to every single person here at the moment who's alive, and everyone will be. Everyone will be in a vessel. No people crossed over and went back to source and done anything else apart from be born back here, because they need everyone in vessels. They can't have souls. You can't be ascending without a vessel, because you need to get your memories back, and that involves going in a physical vessel back through time in the vessel as a continuous rewind, not like your soul popping up here, there. It don't work like that. So what was I saying? Sorry. I was talking about heavy metals, yeah. So they put them in everything, right? Everything. When they say they're going to poison them with heavy metals, soft metals, that is in everything. So there's like human embryonic kidney, HEK293 in most stuff. Let me turn that down. HEK293 is in most stuff, that we eat. All of these things that they've got unusual names for, like they disguise cochineal as this, that, the other. all of these other names for all of this other stuff, all these E numbers, you know, we never look into what the E numbers represent or what they mean or what they are. And they're fucking 90% of them are things that don't need to be there, that are put there. They want all the ingredients, all of the individual ingredients that make up everything that we eat. They want that to be individually toxic or do something in some way. Like they say, they show you in films, you know. He says in that episode, I was watching that a few months ago, The Sandman, right? And one of the episodes, he's with some gatekeeper of the demon, whatever. And he asked him a question, and he says, I don't know. He said, a demon has many negative outcomes for every decision he makes. Fucking, they hide all this. Well, they don't really hide it. They tell you it straight out, like that, in a film, in a bit of a sentence that you would never think had any relevance to your life. No, don't be silly. Demons, I didn't even believe in them 5 years ago. I thought all that was bullshit. I didn't believe in. I thought there was a divine creator of something, of whatever, that intelligent design. I did definitely believe that, but I didn't believe in demons and all that bullshit. No way. Didn't believe none of that. I was fascinated by religion all my life. Very, very interested from very young. Just because I didn't know why Egypt had so many gods, and apparently Christianity had one. I just wanted to know that to start with, and no one could answer it, and I just got interested, and that was the end of that. But what's going to happen in a minute? Fucking hell! It's really apparent that there's so many people that are just, they're so fucked. You know, and it's again, you know, religion, perceived knowledge, finance. It's them three things. He nails it. Christian nails it with that. That is exactly what you break that down onto anything, any aspect, at any level that you want in any part of society, in any continent, and that is definitely what's going to happen. That will be the separating factor. That ties everyone together. Everyone's balls deep in crypto and QFS, aren't they? That's a lot of. Look at how many people are deeply religious, into QFS, crypto, money, having more than someone else, and well, that's everyone. You know what I mean? People that be ascending will be fucking, like Christian says, they'll all be Tibetan monks, or they're going to be out in Africa, like nice people and that, not that have been industrialised, because we're fucked after you've been here. You're fucked. You know. If anyone, no one's got time for anyone. I was chatting to a woman the other day on the bus, and we were discussing the same thing, that no one talks to each other anymore. No one knows their neighbour. She's lived in wherever she lives for 20 years now, and she don't even know who her neighbours are. And I remember when I was growing up as a kid, everyone knew everyone's neighbours. They still had that fucking celebrating the war thing in the street and that when I was a kid. Do you know what I mean? When they get all the tables out, whatever you call it. And it seemed like a good idea, but that's just a fucking. You just see, look. All that sort of stuff, when you think you're having a good time and celebrating everything, that's you giving appreciation and consent to them carrying on doing it. Like when you're having a street party, celebrating the day we won with the war, you're giving the demons their necessary consent to carry on doing shit like that. We don't see it like that. But that's how it is, that's how it operates. We don't think that. I'll tell you, people are going to be fucking shocked when the shit hits the fan, and that ain't going to be long. You know what I mean? When people realise, oh God, can you imagine how many people, about the Second World War, how many lives did that affect in a negative way from the moment it happened? Fucking hundreds of millions, ultimately. That's fucked up. Didn't need to happen, done on purpose. Wow. With consent, like I say. You know, when you go out celebrating, like when you watch a horror film and you think, oh, the CGI or whatever, you know, a sci-fi film, like Jupiter Ascending's a good one, because it shows adrenochrome in it, a substitute. And I'll put on that video that I uploaded that got banned because of the music copyright. Fucking idiots. Do you know what I mean? It's an important subject, like fucking child sacrifice, and I get fucking banned or whatever for copyright license on a music track that had nothing to do with it. Idiots. Anyway, adrenochrome on that Lewis 2007 episode, what's it called? For Whom the Gods Destroy. They talk about adrenochrome on that, right in your face, writes it on a notepad. And you think, like, loads of people were into that. Lewis is a detective series in the UK, but loads of people were into that. And other things, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. When people get together afterwards and the write-ups and telly and everyone talking about it at work and going, wow, that was awesome. Did you see that film with Johnny Depp? Wow, wasn't that good? This, that. That's the consent. That's how they get the consent. Because you love it. You're going, yeah, it's fucking excellent. And they're showing you adrenochrome. It's not their fault if you don't know what it is or where it comes from. It's the fucking backbone of society. In fact, it's everything. See, it's the whole reason that we have schools, hospitals, doctors, nurses, lighters, pens, water pipes. It's the reason for everything. It is actually the reason you take a crap. It is. It's adrenochrome if you look at it, because this happened to us. You're not in your body that you were in originally. You didn't shit much back home. That's why Tartaria, they can't find many toilet. Well, they're in a Tartarian toilet. They didn't do that much. You might crap every now and again, like back home. Every reset, they change the physiology, change your height, change your brain capacity. They augment you, ready for the next reset. That's all. Straight off the production line, and they show you it in films, and you fucking love them, and like, I do too. I'm like, wow, wicked, you know. Until now, I'm like, oh fuck, because I've seen most films now. Because I was one of them back in like 2008. I was thinking that the end of the world was going to happen soon. Not the end of the world. I did know. I'd worked it out. As far as I'd got with that, was that it was the end of a great cycle. That was all. It weren't the end of no. Yeah, because there was a new age. Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't know nothing about spirituality, this, that, whatnot. Nothing about none of that. I was just interested in the Mayan calendar. I mean, that's another thing. I smelt a rat with that straight away. I read that. I was well into the Maya. And there's a book out. It's that fucking thick by Robert J. Scherer. It's called The Ancient Maya 5th edition. He obviously wrote 1st, 2nd, and 3rd and 4th as well. But in that, I remember reading that they were counting 63 billion years into the future. And I remember asking my dad, what is that number? And it was too many zeros. I'd never seen that many zeros before. And we took us a while and we worked it out. 63 billion. And I'm like, but that's years. And I'm like, that must be wrong. How many's like fucking 4 billion zeros? Well, I don't know what it is. Is it 12 zeros or something? I can't remember. It was a long time ago. But you don't need to count that far in the future, do you? Well, that was just to show the accuracy of the calculator, because the whole thing, like the celestial clock, it's just a fucking, it's not, they're not stars and all that, like Christian says, they're not all dotted about all over the universe. They're all either fixed locally, or they're outside the firmament and they're lights. That's what they are. And the reason they twinkle like that is because the firmament is a liquid crystalline plasma technology. It is. So they show you that geezer, I saw it the other day, fucking wicked. He fires a sound beam, it's quite an old video, into a glass of water, and it turns it into a mini star in a glass of water. Something happening. So it could be something like that, who knows? A lot of them, but some of them are space stations. So there's no naturally occurring spinning things anywhere in the universe. None at all. It's all a simulation. I wait till fucking people find that out. Wow, man. Can you imagine? They've only just found out what the red shoes are, and then they're going to find out all this other stuff. Well, they'll find that out later. They'll find out what the red shoes are on the EBS, so that's for sure. Ain't going to go down well. A lot of people still don't even know nothing about it. I'll give it the toss over it, laughing about it. Fucking hell, It's shocking, man. If someone tells me something, if I think fucking shush, yeah, like the earth was flat, told you before, my mate Brian in Spain, Taffy's mate, really nice geezer, and I thought he's off his nut. He told me the earth's flat. He said, Leon, I don't believe the earth's flat, I know it's flat. I'm like, whoa, out there, what the fuck? I couldn't believe it. I was like, what the fuck? I thought he was alright till he said that, and I've known him fucking 4 years. I'm like, wow, you think that? Wow, you fucking lunatic. But I looked into it. It's the only difference. I ain't clever. And then Christian's got the rest of it. Like, all the missing pieces. Like, all the fucking missing pieces. Every last one. And you just got to... Yeah, it's tricky to accept it and to think about it. I don't think many people get it. I don't think many people at all. I mean, I can't... Wow, I think... Well, it's going to be very few people that actually understand it. Because if you ain't listened to anything Christian said or read anything about it, you ain't going. You ain't going to. I can't see how you would. Unless you're like a Tibetan monk or whatever, or like Shaolin or whatever, someone that's been meditating for a fucking long time and knows shit and been out there and that, astrally, then they can do. But no one else is. Fucking hell. It's a very tall order to think that people don't even need to worry. I stuck that video out to show people what some of your soul family, an approximation roughly of what they may or may not look similar to. Yeah, I'm not saying that. Some of them are fucking amazing artwork, really are. But, expect to see things like that. Yeah, it's fucking mad, isn't it, or what? Fucking hell, you couldn't make it up, could you? I mean, you actually couldn't. Can you imagine, right? See, if this wasn't true, yeah, why has no one made a film or a series about it? Why? If this has been known before, any of this information, I was thinking this yesterday, if this has been heard before by anyone or known anywhere, why not? Why haven't the fucking scriptwriters, screenwriters, Stargate, SG1, fucking whoever, fucking Richard Dean Anderson, why ain't they got hold of it and thought, hang about? Yeah? There's that Terry Pratchett, Discworld and all that. That's all you got. And some fairy tale shit that happens on them worlds. Bit familiar, isn't it? That Terry Pratchett, you know. They said he had fucking dementia. He's definitely involved in it as well. He knew all about it. Fucking course he did. Everyone did. That's the thing. Everyone knew all about it. All that lot. Not all about it. Like Christian says, the Freemasons and that, they only get to find out the Earth's flat. All the sellouts that go to Mars, they don't get to find out that Mars is a realm next to us. They think they're up in the sky, in a spinning ball. They don't get to know all that. They think that's all round as well. They think all that's real, because that could leak out, couldn't it, you know? Some of them come back on that and go forward, but you know what I mean? People would, you know, that's fucking way ahead of, you know, someone that thinks that this chicken pox is real, or what is it called? Fucking monkey pox. Is anyone going to actually fall for that, are they? I don't think anyone will. Well, I think that girl would have done till yesterday. I don't think she'd been out the house much and probably don't have electricity. But shocking, like I say, the fucking Rothschild Secret Covenant, it tells you all about it. They tell you all about it. We will teach them that poisons are good with fun images and musical tones. Look at that, just that. Number 16. We will teach them that poisons are good with fun images and musical tones. That's exactly what they do. They get kids into it really young. All different coloured sweets and, you know, all sugar. They know sugar fuels cancer. They well know that. That's why they put 30 grams of sugar in a child's savoury ready meal. Because they want your kid having loads of sugar in it. You don't put 30 grams of sugar in a little tiny ready meal for a 7-year-old, do you? When you cook it at home. You know, if you cook a meal for your... Yeah? But they do. There's no need to do that, except they want the sugar in the system. Because that will help them get cancer. Don't forget, you're only worth money to them when you're dead. Unless you're a teenager, or a newborn, or pregnant woman to newborn, you ain't worth nothing to them. And after that, yeah, really, you're worth more money dead, because your Cesta KV bond, up until that point, 15 years, 9 months, worth $50 million no matter where you are on the planet. After that, all the scam starts, and that goes fucking really like exponential very quickly. All of a sudden it's 100, 200 million, 300 million, because all the betting and the scam goes on. The whole fiat currency system, fiscal scam. Every document you sign to take out a finance agreement, a contract, a loan, a wedding ring finance, a fucking whatever, any finance for any reason, comes out of your own Cesta KV bond. I said that before, I don't want to bore anyone, but that's where that money comes from. So don't pay it. Fuck that. When you get, look, I'll post it again with this. Someone was saying, I'll put it in type, I'll type it out because it's not much writing. You just write this on your bill when you get a bill. If the bill hasn't got a barcode on it, write your national insurance number on it. But normally you have a look on a normal bill and it'll have a barcode at the top or the bottom, or a QR code. That's reference to your Cesta KV account, as well as other stuff. So if it's got that on it, if it hasn't got one of those on it, then write your national insurance number so they know what bond to take the money out of, and then write the words that are on, that I'll put on the, I'll attach it to this somehow. Write that on there and send it back to them, because it will turn that bill into physical cash, which is a promissory note. Lord Denning in 1969 said that all promissory notes are to be considered cash. So the bank are obliged to accept them, but the vendor may not, right? But if you've got a bill from a company, any company, pay it with that. That's totally within your rights to do that. That's your money. And you've got other people making money out of you while you're... If you're successful in life, you went to school and got good grades, you know, like the whole education system based on the Rockefellers and what they wanted. The education system, the grading, A, B, C, D, E, F, was just to let employers know how employable you are. So did you listen and do what you were told and shut up and that you got an A? Or did you know a lot about that particular thing? Like, if they wanted you to be a cartographer, did you know a lot about your local geography or something? You got an A, yeah? But it's just for your suitability to be employed, which is all a fucking scam. The whole being employed is a scam. You're just wasting your time. Sweat equity for someone else of no personal benefit really, and getting poisoned and paying to be poisoned. Do you know what I mean? You think you've got freedom, and you know, people don't. They think, oh look, we can go running, jogging, skiing, fighting, hiking, walking, sailing, rowing. You can go and hunt deer, buffalo, game. You can do what you want. You can get a PhD, you can get a master's degree, you can do whatever you want. But all of those things are all to keep you distracted from ever thinking about what's beyond the ice wall and adrenochrome. That's the only thing. That's all that everyone here's life has been about in 6,015 years. It's going to be a lot for people to get their heads around. There's going to be a lot of fractured minds over this, just over one or two things, when they realise that in red shoes, where that comes from. Just that fucking hell, man. It's shocking. And then all the poison and all the fucking oh mate, honestly, there's loads of stuff. They just tell you about it though. They don't fucking hide it. Look, when their ability to learn has been affected, we'll create medicine that will make them sicker and create other diseases for which we'll create yet more medicine. That's exactly what they do, and they tell you there, bang, right in plain sight. So they can't say they never told you. Look, here it is. Do you know what I mean? We will render them docile and weak before us with our power. We will focus their attention towards money and material goods so they may never connect with inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures and games so they may never be one with the oneness of it all. Do you know what I mean? You couldn't get more fucking blatant. They've done every single thing on here. Every single thing. They've done it all ages ago. Do you know what I mean? And people now are all like, wow, there's no fucking QFS after this. Why would you think there would be? Anyone that's come across the information, has read it or heard, why would there be? It doesn't make sense. It makes sense that there's no currency anywhere but here. That makes complete sense. Why would it not? The whole thing what happened, the whole thing that happened here is just fucking unusual because it's supposed to be unusual. You're not supposed to go, well, that's a very serious possibility. You're not supposed to think that. The whole set of program in the education system is all based around you not thinking that ever for 1 second. It's based around you not even thinking there's an ice wall there. Because you live on a globe. Where the fuck are you going to put an ice wall? What, around the whole planet? Doesn't sound feasible. Well, it isn't because it's not a globe. It's flat. You know what I mean? Yeah, people need to get past that. Just that little bit there, really. Do you know what I mean? That's quite a shocker in itself. And it does matter. It matters a lot what's behind the ice wall. Everything you lost is behind the ice wall. Everything, all your family and friends. You know what I mean? Everything in fifth density. I mean, it even makes sense of what the pyramids was for, right? With the blocks and the salt water. And the whole Egyptian period and the mummifications. No one's ever covered that before. Any of it. Any of Christian's info, nowhere near goes into that much detail and makes sense immediately. The whole mummification process. For any mummy on the face of the earth, it was because it was fucking demonic or vrilled or something. They wrapped it up to keep the negative energy demon in there. That's what mummification was. Like they say on that tomb in, what was it, the Fidjidindus cactus. It was found in the embalmings of fucking hell, some pharaohs. I think it was Tutankhamun actually, and they reckon that was what the curse was. It was these hairs that even after 2,000 years of this poisonous cactus getting the respiratory system and killed Lord Carnarvon, killed his dog, killed this, that, the other. That's what they said. Yeah, and I thought that sounded quite feasible to be real because I didn't believe in demons or none of that. So I thought, yeah, that sounds real. It probably was that. They probably were savvy with all that medicine stuff and that, and knew what that cactus spores did, and that it wouldn't die out over a period of 2, 3, 4, 5,000 years. Do you know what I mean? And put them in there for that reason. But that wasn't the case. It's because they were actually. That's why the fucking Valley of the Kings was out the way. They didn't want it anywhere near fucking where civilized people live, not fucking child killers and adrenochrome drinkers, and fucking. That's what happened there. What happened here? Same thing. Look at what happened to them. They all ended up getting fucking valleyed off in the Valley of the Kings and that. Do you know what I mean? So and that was for the same thing as now, and that was all the aristocracy and the princes and the priests. That's why loads of bodies were all stacked up together, and every single thing that was embalmed and bound wasn't for the fucking afterlife. It was to keep the fucking thing from ever coming back to life. They didn't really know what to do with it. I'd have burnt it myself. Fucking hell. But anything they owned, they didn't. That's why all the gold was in there. If the cat was embalmed, anything that they come into contact with as a demon or as a negative entity was put in there and sealed up. Fucking wait till the Egyptologists find that out. Fucking hell. No wonder they had all technology and bits of fucking meteorite from knives and that, because they were all hosted Draco bloodlines and shit. Anunnaki fucking priests and stuff walking about with big heads and that. This covers everything. The whole set of information that Christians brought along, it does actually cover every aspect of life. It covers what you eat, where you go, where you want to go. Like I said before, how you get there. Covers what you do when you're there. Covers what you want to do when you're not there. Covers everything that you go to school for, college for, shopping for. Oh man, it's fucking deep, man. Like, it's fucking deep. People, it's like the whole planet is about to have. It's like everyone's in a lift shaft on the whole planet, but all but about 20 people. From what I can find, it looks like someone's just about to drop the fucking lift. The floor's going to come out the bottom of the lift, and the whole planet is in a lift. That's how it feels. Anyone who's looked into this a little bit has just got something to grab hold of when the floor goes, and it's gonna go in a minute. Everyone's just gonna fucking hell. Anyone who's awake will be able to reach for something very quickly and stop that drop. Yeah, that's best way of summing it up that I can think of. Because wow, just one thing, you know. Yeah, it's fucking outrageous what's going to happen. It feels very close for me right now, to be honest. It feels like that ain't far away. I get the piss. Oh, I get the piss taken at me big time from that, my pals. November, you said November, you said fucking hell, Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know. I wanted it, not, you know. Who didn't? I just want to. I'm fucking bored of this. I'll be honest with you. Well, it's fucking hard work, isn't it? Anyone, you know, it really is. It is pissing in the wind, big time. You wouldn't expect people to be so apathetic about where they live, why they live, how they live. You wouldn't expect that. Wow, I'm just blown away by people's apathy. They didn't give a fuck. It is, they're so downtrodden. Blessed are the downtrodden, for they will inherit the kingdom of heaven. Yeah, whatever. Cesare. Fucking hell, you know. That kept generations of people so fucking pleased that they were fucked. Do you know what I mean? You know, like the Amish and that, they want to out-pride themselves, but pride's one of the 7 deadly sins, but they take pride in how poor they are. And you get them out trying to out-poor themselves. Look, I'm more humble than you. It's fucked up. No one can see it. It's honestly, it's not even thicker than cling film. It's thinner than cling film. This whole thing is thinner than cling film. I mean, like the Tartaria thing, surely that sums it up for like loads of people. You know, you've all seen the pictures of Tartaria and the, like, wow. I remember asking them questions as a kid. Like them places in France and that. We drive to Spain and that a couple of times a year when I was a kid. And we used to go through towns and villages and all these mad shit like you see. And it's like, wow, how did they build that? Well, I don't know. Well, you don't, do you? No one does. It's just there, isn't it? And you just believe whoever is the curator, the expert, and they only believe what they were told when they were young. And whoever told them only believes what they were told when they were young. And then whoever believed that was told by a 33rd degree Mason. Or, you know, a few generations down the line before. Because they've only got a cover for the last reset. That's why they found a missing 800 years in Europe. And they say they didn't know what it was. Of course they fucking knew what it was. It's a reset. Not like they don't know. The people that caused it know who caused it, don't they? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, the mad thing is, see, Christian's information even explains that as well, doesn't it? It explains the reason for that Greek myth. That is the Greek myth, yeah? Fucking, it is a myth. Fucking hell, crazy cunts. Mate, that's, you know, I can't believe that. I can't believe I didn't hear of that until recently. I didn't know that. But Christian was talking about it 2 years ago, and that makes total sense. That's why all this stuff in Rome. There's so much conflicting stuff in history. And, like, I guess, mate, you found Troy. I guess that was all fake as well. What's his name? The geezer, what's his face? Famous. Anyway, don't matter. Geezer that found Troy and the whole Trojan horse story, that's probably all bullshit. So the whole thing is bullshit. That's the thing. The whole thing is bullshit to keep you trying to get educated, trying to do well, trying to earn enough money, trying to stay out of jail, trying to do whatever you're trying to do. You're you know when you got like a fucking, you know when you got like, I don't know if anyone's had a snake, a little grass snake, and you've had it on your hand. You know when it's trying to get onto something, and you keep doing that and pulling it back, and it's just getting near the tree, yeah. And you keep pulling it back by doing, it's like that. Whatever you're trying to do, there's so many reasons. And like I say, that's all the minutiae of what makes it, the whole thing work, how it all works together. That, all the trouble and strife and the greed and the jealousy and the criticism and the hate and the anger and the resentment. And when the Rothschilds themselves, when they know that we're all one, and they don't want no one else knowing, wow, you know, it's mad. All for adrenochrome. All for adrenochrome. You're worth more money dead than you are alive. You need to be writing promissory notes for all your bills and start pushing back because it's ridiculous. You've got to start pushing back with all that because they're taking the piss. Take the piss back. Well, it's not taking the piss. It's your birthright. You're allowed to spend it. Going home in a minute. Wherever you're going somewhere. So, you know, there's no need to feel bad about it. It's your birthright. It's your money. That's your money. You can calculate it. I'll put the link for the calculator. They hid it well. My mate said to me the other day, he said, that's gone. I said, it can't have done. I said, let me have a look. And I had a good look, and I was like, fucking hell, it has gone. But they've hid it on the site. They've not hid it. They've put it somewhere else because there's a disclaimer on it that says it's fraudulent to think that this is something to do with your own money or whatever. No, they're bullshitting again. It isn't. It is your own money. That is how they check it. That's what they use to check it all out all over the world. So everyone's bond's held in America, or it is for the UK. But yeah, you can't access your bond as cash, but you can use promissory notes and other things to use it. You can access your bond. The quickest way is a promissory note. If you're in the system, the quickest way is the NHS. That's how your most frequent access to your bond is, because most people have a prescription for something or went to the GP within a year. You know, a lot of people in the system do. I've never wanted to go and see a GP. You know, I've naturally avoided things like celebrities, popular music, popular film. I don't know, I'm just lucky, I guess. I just avoided all that naturally. Never liked celebrities. None of them. Fucking Amy Winehouse, I couldn't stand her. All of them. I'll be honest with you. I did like Only Fools and Horses and Star Trek. That was it. I didn't really like the actors necessarily. I liked the series. Yeah. But I didn't. I always used to think all celebrities are pointless. What the fuck? Who gives a fuck what you think? And people, I know people, women, I think in particular, they buy them celebrity magazines and that becomes their fucking life. Like, that's a thing. That's a thing. And I used to think that was insane when I was younger. I'd like, why would someone else's life? Are you so fucking boring? You got nothing to talk about except somebody else's fucking life. That's the most pathetic thing, I think. I'll be honest with you. Sorry, I'm not being rude, but I don't see how does that stimulate you in any way? All that shit about celebrities and that Big Brother shit. It's just a piss take on the people. Everything they do is rubbing it in your face, all of it. They rub your face in everything. In cartoons for kids, it's all rubbing it in your face. But because you like them, that's your appreciation. Your appreciation, like I say before, carries it on. That's all they need, is that to come out in the headlines and get good reviews, and everyone chips in. And then now we've got social media, it's really easy to work out how many people enjoy it. Yeah, it's fucking mental. They you know, they have to have consent. Everything's free will. People who sell their soul, they do it by free will. People who, whatever, it's all free will. That's the thing. You know, that's why they show you vampire films. You've got to have, the vampires got to be invited in. Because they have got to be invited in. They're telling you the truth. You know what I mean? The whole thing's free will. They say vampires don't like the light, yeah, daylight. That's the light of public scrutiny. They can't stand. That's what kill them. They're not fucking poisoned by the light and sunlight burns their skin. They're just fucking, the public light of scrutiny, they're fucking dead, aren't they? Which is true. So even that's true. Everything's like twisted, and it's all truth and little tiny bits of truth twisted and extrapolated out into big bullshit. Look at Greece. Them two geezers, Heidelberry and Kevin Davenport, invented Euclidean geometry. I remember looking into that Euclidean geometry when I was in my 20s. I was like, what the fuck is that bullshit? I couldn't work that out. I just thought I was stupid or not able to grasp mathematical concepts like that. I'm not able to grasp any mathematical concept, to be honest. I can't grasp a calculator, really. Just about turn it on. You know what I mean? But yeah, people are going to be fucking blown away with just one or two of these revelations that are coming out. You know, when people find out that the medication that they've had, just think, people find out they've had med beds for 8 years. People go nuts. If that come out on the telly tomorrow, everyone will be well pissed off. That ends society overnight. What do you mean you've had a way of curing us? It's fucking mad, isn't it? You've had a way of curing us for all that time. All my family didn't need to die of cancer, all this, that, the other. It's shocking. And people find out that we didn't evolve from monkeys. It's like they wanted us to have evolved from monkeys. That's fucking mad. People, you see, people don't want the change. They don't like it. They don't really, it doesn't bode well. Change. People don't like anything different. You know, like in the old days when there used to be a thing called a pub in England. That's Jake's chair. You know what I mean? They're so set in their ways. You know what I mean? When you walk into a new boozer and you sit down, that's Jake's chair, that is. And Jake ain't in this week, do you know what I mean? People get really precious about their little paradigm, yeah? That's a word that's been used a lot lately, isn't it? Paradigm. A lot of people ban that about, but it is. Your reality, your worldview, how you view your place in the world around you. is just about to change 180 degrees from what it was a moment before that. Yeah, I don't know what will come first, fuck knows. That Prince Charles, King Charles, whatever his name is. Whatever it is, it's a movie. Nothing to worry about. And don't forget, the people that are in the UFOs, when this sky event happens, the people that are in the UFOs, that'll be firing energy weapons into all the satanic sites. And they're going to be, they want a bit more of a show, so they're going to be using holograms as well. Maybe for battles in the sky as well, who knows. And they ain't going to be, but it is going to look real, and I can really envisage that as well. Really, really, you know, I was saying before about when you wake up after this, and I can feel this. I know this is coming. I know this is coming. Standing, sit in line, who knows? But when you've got your soul family around you and you know them, just that few seconds, because you've only just got your memories back. Like you've been in a coma for 6,015 years. Some people less, some people 6,015 years. But when you've just got your memories back in a bigger brain, a bigger body, and you're back in fifth density, not in fourth, you're in fifth now. You know what I mean? Imagine some old lady who ain't seen her feet since 1978, and she was like Doris a minute ago, and now she's a fucking blue Arcturian, size 0. Yeah, fucking hell, it's gonna be trippy, isn't it? And you look out the window, and everything's fucking moving about, and flowers are looking at you and talking to you. That's gonna be so far out, but not when you get your memories back. Thinking about it now, you know what's coming is better than Utopia. It's better than you think Utopia would be. It's better than Utopia. It's better than Utopia could be from this paradigm. Because this is hell. You would never think so. Because we've had a good time here. Most people have. You know, lots of people. Some people have had shit loops, and obviously it depends where you're born. But generally, we all think this is lovely. Oh, look, it's beautiful. Butterflies singing and birds fucking flapping about or whatever. Butterflies don't sing that much, do they? I don't think. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. But yeah, it's a nice place to live. It looks nice, but it's just dark. It's dark. Now we know the veil's been lifted off it, and you can see all the blood and guts. It's a rotten carcass. We lived inside a rotting carcass of our own children. It's not going to go down well. People ain't going to like that. When they see what's coming, it's shocking. Absolutely shocking. Anyway, I love you all, and have a good time. Nice one. Bye. So I had to do. I was going to put this all in a video editor thing, but my Microsoft Clipchamp crashed on me about 1 million times. So I uninstalled it, reinstalled it, and it ain't having nothing of it. So I'll just put it in 4 parts. I think it is 5 parts, something like that. So yeah, what I didn't finish saying off about the green children, because in Woolpit in Suffolk, when these children turned up. So basically, what that would have been. And because I saw pastel green children, I'll explain that after. Bizarrely, way before I found out that was even a thing. So the green children in Woolpit in Suffolk or Surrey, isn't it? I think Woolpit. Anyway, they heard a church bell ringing wherever they were, and they followed the sound of the church bell because they didn't know it, and then they ended up in a field in Surrey, wherever Woolpit is, and the locals found them that were out in the fields doing stuff in the fields, found these green kids and took them in. Anyway, the children grew up, and they said they come from St Martin's Land. I did say yesterday the land of Prester John, but it was St Martin's Land. The land of Prester John is separate though. I did make that up in my head yesterday, like I said. But anyway, so the children might have said they might have come from a place called St Martin's Land, which is unlikely considering saints and that, it's all bullshit. So they probably said that because when they turned up in Suffolk, let me turn that down. When they turned up in Suffolk, after a year or two when they learnt the language and they could communicate and say where they were from, they probably thought, shit, we better say something that they know. So, well, we'll say St Martin's Land, that'll do. They didn't want to appear to have come from another realm entirely, and they probably knew that by the time they got there. But the other thing is, they would also, when they turned up here, they would have walked through a portal accidentally. Maybe they accidentally opened a portal somehow, or maybe it was a natural one and they walked through that and ended up here. Or most likely, the Greys probably just went over there, grabbed a couple of kids from St Martin's Land or whatever it's actually called, and just brought them back here. Thought, fuck it, see how they get on over here. Look, that'll be something for the English to think about in the future and the rest of the world. How on earth did 2 green children turn up? Isn't Martians green? You know, it's all these things that you can think spun off of the little bit of truth. You know what I mean? Like how they say little green men from Mars. Well, they were blue, I think Christian said, but it don't matter. Irrelevant. It just all adds to the confusion later on, as well as just to see how they get on. You know, there's always more than one negative outcome that is planned when they do anything. Where there's no way they don't take a chess move that only has one outcome. They need several outcomes from each step. And you can see that that's probably what that was. They probably just grabbed the children. Most likely, they didn't open a natural portal or nothing like that. Could have been fourth density children from a realm. Probably wasn't called St. Martin's Land, but yeah, the ones that I saw, that was mad. I came in when I left my body on that ketamine hydrochloride. Like I say, you can't OD on it. It's not possible to die on it. I didn't know that then, and I thought I died. So I left my body at an incredible speed that way, and then I hit this room like a massive. Imagine a big sports hall that's totally green with green mist everywhere, but it's a room. You know, it ain't outside. And I could see these beings, green pastel green skinned beings, walking along, and they looked like they were disappearing. And then I worked out they were walking behind screens. And that's why I thought they were disappearing. And this only lasted a few seconds. And I was watching them, and then I looked to my left, and I was like, fuck, there was like a load of adolescents, maybe teenagers, 14, 16 years old maybe, and they had green hair and laurels, wearing like laurel things on their head. And they were like it's almost like a sauna scenario. The whole room seemed like green mist everywhere. And these little group were 5 adolescents, like they were busy in the corner, but they all looked at me. Because they saw me, and I was freaked out because I thought I was dead, not in a body. I thought I was well dead. And they all looked at me, and I'm like, fucking hell. And they went like that with their robes to sort of pull their robes up so that, you know, when you get caught in the shower like that. But there was just mist, and I could see them, and I'm like, what the fuck? And the next thing I know, I was in space for a bit, assuming to be met by my nan or something. And I'm thinking, fucking hell, my girlfriend Ebony and my parents are going to be so gutted. I was sure I was dead. And then I was thinking, well, actually, if this is dead, this ain't that bad. And that's when I stopped being scared of death. And that was in 1994. Totally didn't, not even worried about it. I just thought you got to choose your next life. I didn't realise you didn't have a fucking say in the matter. So, yeah. But, yeah, interesting, though, that there are them beings out there. So that was probably, like, it wasn't a hallucination, let's put it that way. And now I know. I was doing a drug course at the Maudsley Regional Drug Training Unit in London, and I come across the work of Dr. Carl Jensen, who was also doing a big study at the Maudsley Regional Hospital. He specialises in ketamine hydrochloride, PCP, phencyclidine and disoactive anaesthetics to work out what is happening to people when their soul is taken out of their body. So it's a known thing. And when you do a lot of ketamine, they like it for children's operations and eye operations because it doesn't stop your aspiration. Your body carries on breathing as normally. It's not like an opioid-based painkiller where they can operate on you, but your heart might stop because it's slowed down too much. It don't do that. So it's a very safe thing to do. Yeah, but you know, it's up to. I wouldn't say I don't recommend it or not. I would do it again. It's one of the only things like a drug like that, apart from cannabis, that I would do again because it's profound. If you do a lot of it quickly, wow, fucking hell, you are definitely leaving your body. You ain't got a say in the matter. You're gone. You're kicked out. It's very unusual. But yeah, and like what's his face? Jacob Rothschild. I want a nation of workers. Is it Jacob? No, it weren't. It was Nathan, I think. Nathan Rothschild. I want a nation of workers, not a nation of thinkers. You got to start thinking about all these unrelated things that you've come across. I mean, you go on TikTok or Facebook or Instagram, and everything I go through is all this craziness, you know. But it's just complete sense. But even so, a lot of people are still seeing it as all totally isolated. It's like the frog in the pot thing. They haven't noticed how odd it's got so quickly. A lot of people are like, well, maybe it's gotten a little bit odd. But they're like 4 years late with that thought process. They should have been having that thought process like 4 years ago. Do you know what I mean? Because a lot's happened in that time. And a lot's going to happen. A lot more is going to happen in a lot shorter space of time as well. So I'll put that bond link calculator on there as well for your... So on the bond link calculator, you need your birth certificate. And you need the last 5 or 6 digits. Some are 5, some are 6. But there's going to be 2 or 3 letters in front of your number. It's going to be like GB. That refers to a bank. Yeah, the 4-digit. Sorry, the 3 letters. 2 or 3 letters might be HS, whatever, HSBC, whatever. It's always relating to a bank. But the numbers, you just need the numbers. And when you put the bond calculator on, I'll try and screenshot the actual calculator and explain it. It's very simple, but there's a couple of ways that it can go wrong, and then you've just got to change a couple of the parameters. I'll explain that after. I'll put that at the end. Yeah, but what I was going to say about the explanation that I find handy to explain it, because it happened to me and I can explain it easy, and it does make a lot of sense in that respect, is when I went to my mate's rubber plantation, I saw this, what I thought was a police cell, and he told me it's for tigers, right? And I looked at him, I was like, fucking hell, tigers round here, Mish. And he was like, yeah. And then we heard a couple of roars, right, way in the distance. And I was like, fucking hell, he weren't making that up. So anyway, I said, well, head back, shall we, mate? So we went back to the rubber plantation, because that was in a big square bit. It was about 20-minute walk. We got back there, and we're walking up and down the rubber, because they cut the rubber like that in rows, but there's bushes either side, so you can only walk up and down like that. And he pointed over to the left, or his right. And because I heard a roar, and I'm like, fucking hell, that sounded close. And he's pointing, and he's going, shh, look. And I'm like, wow, where, man? What? And I can hear this thing, and it don't sound that far away. It probably, I don't know, it's not next to us. It's a way away, yeah? But a lot closer than the other roar. And I'm looking, and I'm like, why that? And he started smiling, and he's pointing. He's going, look. And I'm like, where, Mush? And I'm looking in the distance over there, and I'm like, I can't see it. Where? And then I look round, and he's on the floor fucking cracking up. He's wetting himself, man. And I'm like, turn around. I'm like, what? And I just looked, and right in front of me was the biggest fucking spider you've ever seen in your life. In Thailand, they've got these little tiny spiders. They're like your thumbnail. Smaller than your thumbnail sometimes. And they've got bright blue on each knuckle. Tiny little things, and they mince about in trees. Billions of them in one tree. And they're mad. They've got these bright blue knuckles and a yellow thing on the back. And they're cool. I don't like spiders. I fucking hate them. Anything bigger than your little fingernail, I'm off. Anyway, I've turned round, and between these fucking two rubber plant trees that are like 10 metres spread apart, no shit, there's this fucking spider that I'm not joking. I was looking in the distance, but this fucking thing was here. And its leg span, I'm not making this up, it was this big, if not bigger. And I almost threw up. I almost passed out. I would have rather have been eaten by tigers than standing where I was standing. I couldn't see it. It was right in front of me, and I almost fainted when I saw it. Oh, fucking hell. I just went, and he was in bits, because he knew I didn't like spiders. And man, my face is this close to the biggest spider I've ever seen. I've never even seen a fucking photo of a spider bigger than that. Ever. There isn't a spider bigger than that. This thing was fucking like this. And it's right, oh man. So I didn't appreciate that, but it's a good analogy, because I couldn't see it. It's the biggest thing that I'm most scared of in my fucking life, and it was 2 inches off my nose. So close, it could have kissed me if it wanted to. And I didn't even see it. I didn't see the web or nothing. And apparently they eat birds, that's why they set up there. I didn't know they could get that big. I'm like, what the fuck? I couldn't believe it. I was gobsmacked, blown away when I saw how close. Oh, honestly. That's like the worst thing that can happen to me. Put me near a spider that size. It's the worst thing. I'd rather be on the Serengeti naked, covered in fucking ketchup and salad cream, walking around looking for fucking tigers, than I would be standing next to that thing again. Honestly, I'd rather my chances of survival, even if it didn't move, I would just die. But that's how it's going to be. That's how it's going to be. People are going to be gobsmacked at how close they were to all of this. They've been looking in the distance, or not looking. They're not even looking. They're just walking along, up and down the rubber plantation, harvesting area, they're not noticing nothing at all, and then all of a sudden they find out that they were this close to imminent death every single time they've been reborn here since time started. All of these revelations are going to come in, and they're going to be like, fucking hell, wow, he was our school teacher when I was young, he taught me in PE. Didn't realise they were 33rd degree Masons sacrificing children on school property after school. That happened loads. Look at the Christchurch incidents. That whole, what's his name? That John Wedger. All that mental true, and they tried to whitewash that very, very unsuccessfully. I mean, the father's, the father of the two kids. If anyone hasn't seen that, you need to watch that. It's called the Christchurch Incident, and it happened in London, England. Or was it 97 or something like that? I can't remember. But it's been going on forever. CAFCAS, the police, social services, all heavily involved. Senior government officials, all heavily involved in a satanic paedophile ring that was held at the school and the church over the road. And even the fucking dinner ladies were involved in it. That's how deep it went. And famous people, all sorts. Proper cover-up, really blatant cover-up, a very poor quality cover-up that was very unsuccessful. And it might have been, I don't know how they fucked the cover-up up so badly. But the dad, the father of the two kids with his crocodile tears, I mean, it was just a joke. And the interviewer was all part of it as well. It was just obvious setup. But the whole thing is true and real, and that was going on. You don't get little children like that are able to tell you. This John Wedger was been Old Bill for 25 years, and he was trained in questioning people. And he's only got an 11-year-old and an 8-year-old, so it's not that difficult. And he was trying to trip them up. and get them to explain complicated things and then get and do it again. Where was the baby that you said was hanging up that you had to cut its head off? Well, we went down the pantry and we hang a left and then over by the kitchen thing and you hang it up on the wall and you cut the kids were so detailed and accurate, there's no way they were lining it up. And anyone with half a brain cell can see that that's true. And that is also part of the revelations of the apocalypse. It's all the same thing. It's all adrenochrome and child sacrifice. That's what holds everything together. Because to be a 33rd degree Mason or higher, you have to sacrifice a child on video. Before, it used to be like in the old days, the Illuminati, that was apparently probably a lot older, but it was created by Adam Weishaupt in 1642 when he created the Sacred Order of the Illuminated Seers of Bavaria. The Rothschilds, they wanted their own secret coven, and that then became known as the Illuminati. But the Illuminati is collectively all of the 13 bloodline families in the deep state as a whole, generally. But Adam Weishaupt, who was a French courtier, was asked, and Satanist, was asked to create this coven, and he did basically. And they would get judges, you know, in the old days with the oil paintings, and in cartoons they even show you, like on Donald Duck and that years ago, you'd see the oil paintings with the eyes cut out. The reason that they had them oil paintings in castles and places like that with the eyes cut out was because there was passages in the back where they could then recruit. This was how people were recruited. They'd get you in, sleeping with a prostitute, with a child, with whatever, doing something illegal, and then whatever you've just been caught doing, the most illegal thing, whatever it is at that time when you live in that era, you've just got a judge and a magistrate and 2 policemen watch you do it. You're fucked now. But now they use video. So when time progressed, they started using video and they film all the crimes so that they've got these people by the bollocks. You can, once you get involved in that, there isn't a way out. Only dying. That's the only way out. There isn't a way out. You can't get your soul back once you sold it. And you can't, you know, you can't undo what you did. And they're all fucking proper wrong-uns. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah. So yeah, basically that was it. I just wanted to say them things there, and nice one. I will catch you all later. Okay, take it easy. This will be, I think it's 4 parts, so I need to get a new video editing thing. Nice one. Take care, guys. Much love. Yeah, I was saying before that if I see something that don't seem right, I look into it. I always have done. I've never listened to someone's opinion about a person or anything else. I've always looked into stuff, because why wouldn't you? Like everything, I'm just interested, not because I wanted to like uncover a secret or nothing, just because it was interesting. Do you know what I mean? Whatever it was, like everything, history, all that sort of stuff. It's interesting, technology. But what they do is they give us, like we've got, instead of an ether here, they give us shit like internet and an IoT. What's that? Internet of Things. When you've got things, you know, when your watch talks to the fridge, that talks to the lights, that talk, yeah. So that IoT stuff. That mirror's annoying me there. Let me turn that a little bit there. Yeah, that IoT stuff is like how you would use the ether back home, but yourself with your own mind. The Internet of Things, like I said before, what Christian was saying. You Google things in your head. Anything you need to know comes to you as you need to know it. Everything you need to understand, you understand immediately, whether that's another language or another frequency of another being, should I say, like a bird or a whatever. You communicate by a frequency. You tune in like a radio to that bird's thoughts, and then you communicate that way. It's quicker and easier. That's how it's all done back home, you know. And like people don't realise the set of sieves that you've got to get through to get back home. They're quite easy, really. They are. Religion, finance, perceived knowledge. It makes so much sense on its own. I've said it before, but it does. You know, you think about it, that makes complete sense, because they are the things that are going to stop you going to somewhere where love and empathy is required. Because wanting money, well, then someone's got less of it or more of it than you have. Obviously, because everything's got an amount, isn't it? You know, you've got whatever, then someone will have more of it or less of it. You know, you can't keep going around halving your gold just to make sure everyone's got exactly the same amount, so no one gets paranoid and worried if they've lost a little tiny bit in a transaction. You know, so there's no currency, there's no form of barter. Well, you know, you do things for people, but you don't need to get paid for it. There's no shops or anywhere to spend it. You don't have bills or taxes or roads to pave. You know, there isn't any roads, for fuck's sake. Do you know what I mean? There's nothing like that. It's totally different, and people ain't getting that. Definitely not. No one can be expected to, and they're definitely not going to get it if they ain't saying Christian. If they don't know who Christian is and they haven't listened to him and they ain't read nothing about it, then they you know where they're going. And obviously that's not by accident. That's obviously by design as well. Because, do you know what I mean? If he was on BBC One, there'd be, you know, everyone that ain't obviously going nowhere would no need to see it, would they? They wouldn't have a need to, with their current mindset. They know all that. We're in Looking Glass. It's a simulation. There isn't nothing by chance. Like Christian says, if you break your arm, it's not an accident. It's in the simulation code. That sounds far out. That took me a fucking moment or two to wrap my head around it, I'll be honest with you. But I'll tell you what, listen, right, I remember years ago, in the 80s, I heard this geezer. He was on some documentary in like 1986 or 87 or something stupid long ago like that. And he was talking about, he was talking about this, right, with David Icke level knowledge on it, right? And now knowing the new information, what Christian brought along with, you can see that geezer didn't just think that. That's not something you would think. He knew exactly all about it. I remember it well, because I was thinking he's off his fucking head. How on earth would you even think that? Why would you even come up with that? And not long after that was the first Star Trek episode I saw that kind of had that in it. That was the feature where they put a civilization in a box. Yeah? No, it was after 86. It wasn't. That was way after. That was in the 90s. Some point in the 90s. Don't matter. Yeah, early 90s. But he was talking about this in an interview on some documentary, like in his house or something, sitting at a table, proper old, you know, not an old, but old, you know, old shirt and tie, proper like 70s, 80s dressed. I think that's why I associated it with that type, like an old professory type geezer. And he was talking about how we live in a simulation and all about it. And now, thinking back on that, that's fucking mad, because he's probably a bloodline family member who's been, they've got to tell you. So they're probably, like David Icke, he's probably a 33rd degree Mason, they've got him on board, said, listen, go and tell him the truth, just about that simulation bit, you've got to, because we ain't mentioned that for a while, so go and tell him. And everyone just hears it immediately and thinks he's off his fucking head. Like anyone watching this probably at the moment thinks the same. But that's how it's got to be. It's meant to be like that because you're not meant to know none of this till now. There's no point knowing none of this till now because it'll cause a reset. Anyone found out about any of this information now that Christians come along with would cause another reset. And your soul family are well aware of that. Everyone out there is well aware of that. And they don't want that to happen because that's just then another early... And it couldn't happen now. It's too late. But it could have happened if the information wasn't out. Sorry, if the information was out before 2022, for instance. September. You know, because people found this out before. Like the Draco have killed loads of their own people on purpose because they happen to be somewhere and a positive fifth density being come in. That's what the earthquakes are. So the earthquakes are like an early warning thing. So when a fifth density being comes into this third density environment, wherever that is in the realm, it will trigger an earthquake. So that they hopefully get killed in the fucking landslide or whatever. And to notify everyone in the area. And if Draco and that are working in the area, doing whatever they happen to be doing, they all get killed as well. They don't give a shit. And they give a toss about their own people. They're totally expendable. Like Christian was saying, if the Draco needed a portal opened and they needed Loosh to do it, and someone said go and get your mum to a Draco, they wouldn't think twice. They'd just go and get their mum, open her up, and open the portal up. They wouldn't think twice about it. They've got no emotion. They couldn't give a fuck. It's outrageous what people don't realise. It's fucking far out what they don't realise, what's happened and where we live. I mean, that's just far out as fuck, to be honest. You can't expect people to get their head around that, you know. People kicking and screaming. I'm not even replying to anything globe related now, because fuck that. I'll tell you what, it's crazy. The people just, you know, they're beyond help at the moment. That they've got to get on with their own shit. If you, you know what I mean? It's fucking mad. So what am I going to put here? Yeah, it's really easy, right? The whole thing is really easy. There's nothing complicated about it, but it's the programming. It's the programming that we learnt at school, that we believe in, that made us, defines us and makes us who we are. That's what is the problem. And then it's the problem having to constantly be in fear all the time about your future and your future of your children, that everyone's so locked into this money thing and they've got to make sure their property values, this, that, the other, keep that painted, you know what I mean? It's all part of all of it, it's the whole thing. Even sitting at a wedding, eating with the fucking knives and forks from the outside in. Inside, yeah, all that is pointless bollocks. It's just every single part of it. You see how tightly it is together, everything. The fact, you know, all of it. It is so big. It's vast, thinking about it, you know. And It's not long away now, is it? You know what I mean? So, like that whole thing with Greece, when that whole Euclidean geometry and that geometry was invented by Kevin fucking Middleton or whatever his name was. You know what I mean? People find out that, you know, it's just fucking, it's going to shake the world apart, isn't it? You know? Unfortunately, it's got to happen because, well, this can't ever happen again. You know, like Christian says, this can't ever happen again. It ain't ever going to. But they've got to properly make sure that everyone's soul, on a soul level, don't forget this. You know, and I'm so grateful for the info because I am not going to be shitting myself. And people think, all my mates think I'm mad. I'll be honest with you. I think they all think I'm nuts. There's so few people that can see this but it's so fucking easy. The thing is, it's so easy. I swear, I haven't watched nothing for 2 years now. Since I started watching Christian, I ain't watched nothing. I ain't watched a single person. Someone may send me. I get a lot of clips sent. I don't watch none of them. Sometimes, maybe, possibly. I'm on some groups, and I always look at those. But when I get random things, I don't often look because there's too many, and I don't want to see it because what is it? Normally, it's some crypto bollocks or some other mad shit like that. You know, people aren't realising that there's no money. There's no money. People ain't. That's what it is. People ain't asking the right questions. They're not asking things like what is 3D to 5D. Now, everyone that's waiting for a QFS token want to fucking ask that question first. Because they all going, yeah, sweet, whatever, we're going 3D to 5D, yeah, put my name down for that. Yeah, book me in twice for that, and I'll have tier 1, 2, and 3 redemption bonds. Sweet, bro. No, it's not it's nothing to do with that. That's just red herrings being thrown out that are part of the filter to stop people that shouldn't be ascending. Because when you land where you're going to land, if you was to come back here in a fifth density realm, then, and you come back here with an attitude of where's my fucking crypto? I thought I was getting my tier 3. That ain't going to happen. Sorry, I'm just trying to turn that on. That ain't going to happen. You can't have, you can't be sitting there in fifth density with all your soul family thinking, yeah, it's nice to see you again, just getting your memories back, thinking, but where's my Ferrari? You know, because then your negative feelings will interact with the ether, and that creates your environment, and then everyone else starts getting poorly and pissed off and depressed because that's feeding in your anger or your negativity or your resentment, or your guilt, or your greed, or your gluttony, or whatever it is, whatever they are, that will stop you. That's why they got the 7 deadly sins, because that's where you ain't going. That's why if you're doing all them 7 deadly sins, then it's a exit to fifth density. That's why they have them in the Bible. There's a little bit of truth in everything, but most of it's bullshit. In fact, over 99% of it is absolute bullshit. A little tiny bit of truth in it. I used to think that the first 5 books of the Bible were like real, because when I was looking at history before, through my whole life previously, I was looking for the oldest source, therefore it must be the most accurate. That was my thinking. But no, not at all, because there isn't an oldest source. It weren't just Greece. They done that with ancient Greece and lied about that. It was everything in history. Everything. None of it is true. None of it. People can't wrap their heads around how come none of it is true. There's nothing fucking true about none of it. Tiny, tiny bit. But there's so much bullshit because they just need to explain away the last reset. They ran into a problem when they realised in the fucking 70s that they couldn't explain 800 years in Europe. Fuck, what do we say? Well, we call it the Dark Ages, or where was that? That was in Europe when it was that, not in the same time period though. But that's why the Dark Ages were the Dark Ages, because it was just a reset, or the end of one, or whatever, or halfway through one. Just a different reset. We can only we see buildings in that are more older than one reset back, but we don't see anything much else really. Not from 2 resets ago, 3 resets ago. Maybe some shit in tombs that might turn up. But like I say, when they always make sure that they take all that anyway. There ain't going to be nothing ever found publicly authorised, publicly given away. That's the whole point of it. You're not supposed to know the truth. They're not going to tell you they found technology here, there and everywhere. That's the whole point. You're not meant to know that. You're meant to live in fear, hoping that the positive ETs are actually out there somewhere, and hopefully they're here, and that's who our gods were. That's what people are meant to think. Yeah, could be negative. Hopefully they're positive. Don't really know. They just needed a lot of sacrifice for some strange reason. The Christian information nails as adrenochrome. That's the only reason we're here, is for adrenochrome. It's the only reason we have a history. It's the only reason we wear trainers. It's the fucking reason for everything. It's the reason that the fucking sun isn't 93 million miles away. I posted them the sun in a cloud video yesterday. I think, yeah, that was the one I got banned for. Well, not banned, but I had it muted or taken down or whatever. I don't know. But for some fucking copyright violation of a music track. How fucking ridiculous can you get? Do you know what I mean? Talking about harvesting children's blood, and they're worried about fucking violating some silly fucking adrenochrome drinking fucking junkies tune that they made fucking 10 years ago. I don't understand it, man. You know what I mean? And yeah, the other thing I was saying before was about the Mayan calendar and how come they needed to count 63 billion years into the future. That was just absurd, you know. They had things like 1 Acton, 1 Calebton, 1 Kitchelton, 1 Kinchelton, and they counted in like a Unial, a Rye, and all these little bits made a bigger bit, and then bigger bits made a bigger bit, and then they had this big wheel that was the galaxy. All that whole fucking Mayan calendar thing, all bullshit. The whole fucking thing's bullshit, and they knew it when they made it, and they made it for now. Like the Piri Reis maps. And the maps, the Orontius Phineas map, the Mercator projection, and there's several, 8 or 9 maps that show an accurate coastline of Antarctica. That's the whole fucking point. That's why the maps were made. They were fucking shit fake maps drawn on purpose to go, look, well, we must have known somehow. See that, and once again, that has another multiple reasons for doing that. It's not just one reason. The devil has many negative outcomes for every decision he makes, like that movie said, The Sandman I was on about. But what they do, see, that would have served the purpose to prove that, oh, it must be a globe, because if they knew it was a globe back then, no, they didn't. They were all fake maps. That Piri Reis map, it's not drawn recently. It was drawn fucking ages ago because they got Looking Glass. They've had Looking Glass since they turned up. They call it something else, obviously, but it's not time travel. Like I said before, don't want to bore anyone. But if you've got Looking Glass, you know what's going to happen. There's no surprises. There's totally no surprises. And I wouldn't mind assuming, I guess it would make sense that we're all hooked up to that in some way. Probably Christian will know. Back home, probably through the ether, you're probably all hooked up to Looking Glass all the time. Probably are, I reckon. I don't know. That's a question for Christian. Yeah. But yeah, so it's just fucking, yeah, it's outrageous. It's totally outrageous what has transpired, and people are they're gonna struggle with one thing. They're going to struggle with one thing, getting their heads around one single aspect, you know. And all the achievements of all the famous people of all of time are just based on previous resets. No one really done anything. Bill Gates didn't invent nothing. Elon Musk, thick as shit, just some adrenochrome crackhead. It's all a movie. Everything's a movie. The whole fucking lot. You know, even the dog food's poison. Everything's poison because the quicker you die, they get access to your STKV bond. Basically, if they ain't got adrenochrome out of you by the time or an organ or two, or your arm or whatever, you're not that you were, you know, there's organs only. They just fucking, that's just body parts in it. That's what ends up in McDonald's. People are gonna fucking trip out, you know. Oh dear. That's fucked, isn't it? You know, and the fucking chicken McNuggets are cooked in that, what's that oil called? They make contact lenses with it. It's that plastic oil. That's what chicken McNuggets are fucking made of. Some plastic oil that they make contact lenses with. See, that's the revealing of that which was previously obscured. The apocalypse. People are not getting this, and religious people, which is quite a lot of people, really should understand this, because it's fucking obvious if you're religious, you know. Most religions talk about a rapture, a fucking ascension, or whatever, the end of the world, whatever, and everyone agrees that it's going on now, and everyone's still looking about. They can't see the fucking wood for the trees. Jesus Christ, man! You're standing in a log cabin and in a forest, and you want to go to the shop to buy some firewood because you can't find any. What the fuck? Mental. I don't know if it's consensus blindness, where kind of everyone's like Safe and Effective was, like, you know, Safe and Effective was some sort of magical force field. That, what the fuck was that all about? Maybe this is the same thing. It's just fucking far out. It's that weird, like, almost like sheep telepathy or something, like some fuck knows. I'll tell you what, it's soul destroying, really, you know what I mean? There's no need for it. And when people are taking their kids to get their kids vaccinated, I mean, there's people panicking to fuck now, I get, about the fucking monkeypox. No one can actually believe it, not for real, can they? You know, some, maybe very few people, but people can't generally believe that. It's absolute bullshit. Yeah, the other thing I was saying before as well, I didn't finish talking about, was the when you get back home, and you won't wake up in black and white, because they switched that bit round at the end, because really you would have been in colour. Technically, they want to show off their colour capabilities, don't they? So they're not going to make the beginning and the end in colour and the main film in black and white. They're going to make, yeah. So, but at the end it flips back to black and white, and she wakes up in bed with Sandman, Straw Man, Tiger Boy, whatever, and they're all her real family that she was with in this life, and all the people that you've been with in this life as well, people that you've met, some people that you'd have fell out with probably as well, because humans are a fucking strange bunch, but the people that you've been with in this loop, maybe the last loop as well, who knows, maybe the couple before, they're when the positives took Looking Glass back off of the negatives, whenever that was, I think 30 odd years ago, Christian said. But they then created a positive outcome for everyone. So everyone will probably be in close proximity to their twin flame when this happens. Not coincidentally, nothing is. There's no coincidences. There isn't one. And now I totally understand that as well, because if it's a fucking simulation and you've got things like Looking Glass where you can program multiple outcomes from multiple people depending on certain things, and that certain things will happen in that person's life regardless of what they do, certain things will happen, but the rest is your free will. And all the it is deep. I'll tell you what, it's proper deep, man. And it would make sense that it was a simulation. Don't know. It would make sense that it was, because that's, well, it's beyond us, because we're in, like I say about Stickman, when you've got a sheet of A4 and you draw a Stickman on it, and he can only look front and back. If he looks out the side of the paper, he's looking out the edge, isn't he? You can't. Your field of view is only as wide as that. You haven't got that field of view looking out the front or the back. So if you move your hand past Stickman's sideways view, yeah, he can't see your hand. He can only see half a mil of it at any one time. So he can see 5 pink things, or 4 pink things, then a 5th pink thing being your thumb, then a pink mass, and then like your arm. He won't see that as a fully formed hand because he's on a different dimension. And that's kind of like the best explanation I've heard. It ain't mine. I heard someone else say it last year or something. It's the best explanation I've heard, because you can't imagine things outside of your density, your dimension, or your paradigm. It's really hard to envisage that. Really hard, because we haven't got any handrails for that. There's no thoughts about that, and that's why a lot of people are struggling with the information, because everyone wants proof. We've been taught and bred to need proof that has to come from somebody else. It's never go off and find out what you think of that, or take that to bits with a screwdriver. That's another thing I used to do. I used to be like, what they call them? I used to take things to bits, like everything, and find out how it worked. Much to my parents' dismay, another Hoover and a telly opened up. But yeah, so, but you can't be looking to other people for information and knowledge and understanding. You've got to go through these things yourself. Your little blue light's got to experience that. Yeah, whatever it is. You ain't gonna get no knowledge if you don't do that yourself. Listening to other people, which is what we've been taught to do at schools and colleges and universities. All the people that wrote all the instruction manuals for all of everything were all 33rd degree Masons, and they were all part of the ultimately long planned agenda. The agenda's reset to reset. The agenda's the same: adrenochrome. And like this time we had a fiat currency system. I don't think we had money before in previous resets. It was only brought out on the last reset, or halfway through it, when the Knights Templar. Yeah, it was we didn't have money in the resets before that, so they must have found another way to harvest adrenochrome. But when you've got a bunch of ancient demons running the show, and they're the second most knowledge beings in the universe after source creation, it's not that difficult to work out that they've got this sewn up. They know exactly what's going on. No wonder the negatives tried it a few times before and it didn't work, because they're shit at it and they're 4th density. But the demons, they're ancient as fuck. So they've got a lot of experience, and they know exactly how to pull the wool over anything's eyes. And they found the perfect way, and then they created the perfect being. And then they were just loving it, because demons are all about that. Look at all the people on telly, all the pointless celebrities, like all of them. All of the ones that love themselves so badly. Proper demons. That's a demon. I didn't know nothing about demons fucking 2-3 years ago, whenever it was. Didn't know a fucking thing about it. And now I'm a fucking bit of a demon expert. Do you know what I mean? But you can see it when you got the information. It's not as complicated as you think. It's like, it's not that complicated. It's just totally different. It's totally alien, yeah? It's just different, that's all. But it makes a whole lot more fucking sense than anything else. And all this bullshit religion bollocks. fucking always wanted to know that. It was my first question. Why does fucking we have one God and them in Egypt have all them 200 gods? And then I found out about all the others, and I'm like, what on earth is going on? I was only 4.5. I just got fascinated at that age. I'm like, well, that's mad. Why would they all think that and we think that? Fucking hell. And I know now. I'm so grateful for that as well. I love you, Christian, for that, bro. And the peace of mind aspect is mental. It's mental. I've never been so fucking chilled out in my life. You know what I mean? I'm not even bothered. I said to someone today, I wouldn't even give a shit if I died. I wouldn't. At the moment, it wouldn't bother me. I don't think. I probably would have to come back, but I'll be like, nah, you're having a laugh, ain't you? Fuck off. I've only got a few weeks left. I'll go and put the kettle on for Christian. Do you know what I mean? Fuck that. Go and get born again down here. No, you're right. I don't think there's a way around that, though, is there? So, but I'm not going to die in a minute or whatever, obviously. But I'm just saying, I didn't. After I used to be scared shitless of dying. When I had meningitis when I was 5, I didn't want to die. That's the last thing I wanted to do. And I remember hearing my granddad went on an iron lung in the 60s or whatever, and I was terrified of going on a machine. And I just associated an iron lung with going to hospital. In my head, I was only fucking 5, 4.5, 5. Yeah, 5. 1976 it was, and I nearly died a few times. That was terrible illness. That was fucked. I nearly died, and it was horrible. Meningitis, you don't want that. I had some mad hallucinations that I still remember now vividly, as if they were. I can remember them now, all of them. Mental, really unusual. But I assumed I was going to die. So anything after that, and I had what did I have when I was 15? Typhoid in South America. I got typhoid. I nearly died a couple of times then. I wanted to die a couple of times then as well. I would have been happy to have done myself in with a shotgun back then, to be honest. I was in a bad way. That was really bad. So anything after that, I've been in a good mood since then, really. I mean, I remember thinking when I was 16, do you know what? If I die now, I'm not bothered. I've had a good innings. Most people don't get to 16. I'm lucky I was born in England. I had that mindset from that age. From younger than that, I was just grateful to be alive after the age of, well, even before 15, but let's just say around that time. So, but then I was still worried about dying. I didn't realise till I was 21 and I left my body accidentally on way too much ketamine hydrochloride. Fuck me, I'd done way too much accidentally. I'd been used to it, but I'd done it for a long, long time, 2 or 3 years. And you only need little tiny lines like that. And I'd done 2 fuck off lines like that and left my body. I was catapulted out, big time. And then I knew that you didn't die. And I remember what happened when I was out there. That was a bit weird. I'll go into that another time maybe. I told Christian about it. But I don't know what happened. But I said what I thought. Well, I might as well tell you because I look like a prick if I don't. I saw what I thought. When I left my body, I was propped up on a little GDC round his house, man. Fucking hell, that was mad. That was mad, mate. That changed my life, George. That did. That fucking day changed my life, mate, forever. 1994, that was, wasn't it? Anyway, I got catapulted out that way. I was wedged up on a little milking stool with my head propped like that in my hands. And I could see what looked like strip lights. And I thought, half a second later, I thought, wow, they must be stars. And I've really, because I was going quickly that way, don't know, but up that way, really quick. And I thought I saw stars. I thought they were stars. And then I hit this pastel green room a few seconds later. And I'm like, wow. And there was all pastel green smoke about. I've told my pals this. I think they thought I was nuts at the time, but they probably still do now anyway, or more so. But everything was pastel green, and I looked over to the left, and there was some adolescent pastel green children with Roman laurels wearing it on their head. Their hair was kind of green, like the green. Listen, like the green. I didn't know about the green children of Woolpit until years after this, and that tripped me out. I'm like, what the fuck? You heard of the green children of Woolpit in Woolpit in Suffolk? Fucking hell, in the 1800s, 1840s, the story goes that 2 green children. It's well documented. 2 green children turned up in a village in Woolpit, and they apparently heard a church bell. They were green, yeah, and wearing different clothes, and they rocked up in this village, and everyone was like, wow, green kids. And they didn't know how to get home, and the villagers were like, what the fuck are you? Where are you from? And they couldn't speak or nothing, but after a few years, they stayed there. One of them died. It was a boy and a girl, and they would only eat these beans, and they said they come from the land of Prester John. And see, Prester John is an Ethiopian. Was it? Have I got that wrong? Because the land of Prester John was in Ethiopia. Have I just made that up in my head, Prester John? The children said they came from... No, it was the land of Prester John. There's also an Ethiopian from that church in the Temple of St. Mary in Aksum, Ethiopia, have where the Ark was meant to have been stored, but it probably isn't or wasn't, and Graham Hancock wrote a load about it and all that. The land of Prester John was a place in Ethiopia because the Ark went from Egypt to Ethiopia, so the story goes, and ended up going from there to Scotland, which is when the Knights Templar took all of the other stuff along with it into hiding in Scotland, and that's when the name. That's when the name church come from. So apparently we just found out that ancient Greece didn't exist, but apparently, so the story goes, maybe that's only the Roman part of it is true, or maybe that ain't even true either. But the word for church, it comes from the Roman word for church, which is a Circe. Mother Circe was a goddess, and that come from the ancient Greek, which apparently now we know didn't exist anyway. Come from the Greek word Circe. So Mother Circe became Mother Circe, that became, sorry, Mother Circe became Mother Circe, that became Mother Kirk when it got to Scotland, and that was the Kirk was the Scottish name for church. So our word for church was an ancient fucking deity who poisoned the minds of the people that come through the door, men in particular, and made them think crazy shit, turned their mind sour with lies. That's what Mother Church did to the people that walked it. So even things like that, little tiny things, seemingly insignificant little things woven into history eons ago, that are, well, they're all relevant now. They're all the revelations of the apocalypse. That is what the apocalypse is. It's the revealing of that which was previously obscured, and that's everything that's going on now. And it's all about adrenochrome. It ain't about nothing but adrenochrome. It's only about adrenochrome. And everything we've done in our lives, everywhere we've been, wanting to go, what we saw, where we went, how we got there, what we did when we come back, what we spoke about, what we were wearing when we spoke about it, everything, it's like a thick soup. It's almost like an invisible soup. We're sitting in this soup of invisibility. It's fucking mad, because all of this is everything I'm looking at in here now. Everything is all part of the obfuscation of adrenochrome and fifth density. That's the whole point, is so you never think about adrenochrome or fifth density. Everything. The fact that we're even sitting here now discussing this is also part of it. It's fucking mad. You know? And what people are going to do when they find out that Donald Trump was the Antichrist? Ain't going to go down well, was it? Fucking hell, man. Do you know how deep it is? Even the conspiracy theories were mostly had some truth in. A lot of them were just blatant truth, but like even you've got the little spin-offs, you know, you've got all the different reasons Kennedy was assassinated and who might have done it. So, and you've got very feasible versions of a lot of those, and you think, well, it's got a bit of truth in it. But it was William Greer who, well, he was the driver, and he'd done that with a gun, didn't he? Blew his head off. But it turned out that he didn't, and that was hologram technology under the chin and hairline. That was Kennedy in the motor, and the whole thing was an Andromedan outfit, I think Christian said. The whole thing was an Andromedan gig set up totally. No one got hurt. Everything's sweet. And they even made up the story about the seeing enemy in the bullet that poisoned his brain. That's why he had to take his brain out. And all this mad shit, and filing hospital reports that they took his brain out. And all sorts of mad shit. Wow, it's deep. The lies are deep. You've got to cut them with a samurai sword. The lies, you've just got to cut them. It's fucking far out, man. People are going to struggle when this happens, you know. But ultimately, there's nothing to worry about. Even if you know, the only thing is people ain't going to have no crypto and no currency and none of that, and that's a good thing. You don't want to be depressed about that. That's a good thing. Don't want fucking currency. What do you want to go shopping for? You make shit at home. You know what I mean? If you need something new, just go and ask for it. If you can't do it yourself, you get someone to help you. You don't have to worry about nothing. If anything, you might want less land than you're gonna get. Probably want a smaller house. You'd be like, fuck me, how am I going to live in that Tartarian mansion? You know what I mean? You'd be wanting less room. If anything, you know, people don't realise, because we're so used to having to fight for everything and get what we need and keep it, because we might never get the opportunity to get it again. I've never been like that either with money. I've never given a shit about money. I used to get moaned at by my parents, didn't I, Mum? When I was 12, she used to moan at me for spending money on penknives. She said, I quote unquote, I've got no value of the concept of money. And I didn't, to be honest. I thought back then it's just a worthless bit of paper with some bird's head on it. I can get a penknife with that. That's like 12 quid. I can get a penknife with it. Come on, it's a no-brainer. What the fuck do I want that for? What am I going to do with it? You know, in India, you wipe your ass on something like that. But, you know, the whole money system is totally fake. You know, so having your watch that connects to your fridge, that connects to your telly, that connects to your fucking daughter's implanted chip in the side of her head so you know where she is all the time, it's all part of the scam. Technology isn't, we don't invent technology, we were given it. We swap children for technology. And Kafkas and social services help get those children into the system that we end up swapping for technology and advancements. That's all it is. There ain't nothing else. That's what backs the stock market. Adrenochrome. Child sacrifice. Backs the stock market. That's all. They got some gold as well, it's alright. They've oversold that and oversold silver. It's all fucked. The gold that they took out the tunnels, like Christian says, they've sprayed it in the air. So they were, you think about it, right? If you've got 3 realms on like some dartboard shape, yeah, 3 firmaments, yeah, the fake one that they put in, stop us getting out. Yeah, if you've got 3 of them, and realm 2 and 3, sorry, realm 1 and 2, perfectly pure air, totally clean and lovely air. They've got their giant trees still. They ain't had them cut down. They've got 60% oxygen content in their air. Do you know what I mean? When they drop this firmament, even if it's for a very brief time, our polluted shit is just going to get the whole point of a firmament. You see, that's how you keep your air in. This is why the globies, I can't work out how they can't get this. You cannot have a gas next to a vacuum without a physical barrier. It can't be an imaginary barrier. It has to be a physical barrier. That's how come you get aerosol cans. Because if you didn't, you'd just have a fucking plunger, wouldn't you? Because it would be yeah, you have to have it contained. Otherwise, it's in the air with you. Yeah, breathing WD-40 or whatever. You've got to have it in a can, a physical barrier. So how do you keep the oxygen on the planet without a physical barrier? Well, it's about Van belts, isn't it? They're the 3 firmaments. We only need 1. I don't want to go and bore you. But what was I saying? I don't know, but the lie's deep. The lie's fucking well deep, you know. And like I say, they have to show you everything. Everything is shown in plain sight. Even the mythical creatures and the Blemye and the Panotti and the Cynocephaly. St. Christopher, for instance, was a cynocephaly. I mean, St. Christopher didn't exist. It's a totally fictitious character. But the character, the original character of St. Christopher, as you can see in the artwork, is a dog-headed being. With the, yeah, it wasn't anything to do, like, that whole pit of Christianity, that was all made up. Or whatever the stories are, it didn't happen. Or what all the parables happened somewhere else. It's not even related to some of it, to this realm. So, but St. Christopher, so they have to show you some truth. So you get the old storybooks and the children's storybooks where they show you the truth, because we didn't have telly in the old days, did we? There was no TV and, you know, like cinema and that until like 1900, 1910. So they would show you the truth in storybooks that would get handed down. You know, the story of Chicken Little, this, that, the other, all of them. I saw today in a storybook online, a really old storybook about some bloke putting his arm through a portal. Clearly a portal, because his arm disappeared the other side of it. There was some weird goblin thing standing next to it. All real. All real. People were going to struggle with that when they realised that everything that they thought was real isn't real. And everything that is fictional and made up and fantasy and sci-fi, that's all real. It's all there's more truth in that than there is in what they tell us is reality. There's more truth in a Stargate SG-1 episode than there is in the Smithsonian, in all of their museums put together. And that's a fact. That's a fact. One episode of Stargate SG-1 or Star Trek, they show you all this stuff, and no, it's not for alien disclosure. None of that fucking SG-1. People think, and it would be obvious to assume, see, they get you assuming the wrong thing. On purpose. It says there, doesn't it? We'll control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. The Rothschild Secret Covenant, point 34, just happens to be the one I've got on the screen. So you're led to assume that it must be something to do with alien disclosure, or ET disclosure. Star Trek, Star Wars, they're telling people, showing people that what's coming in the future. No. We'd all have been dead by now. The future, we wouldn't have had one. We'd have died in 2017 to 19. We'd already be in FEMA camps or dead, permanently exterminated, all your kids eaten or pregnant, basically, if that was going to happen. But all the Stargate stuff and things like that is showing you. It's part of the in plain sight. Like David Wilcox. What's his name? What's old matey? Eric von Daniken. Eric von Daniken. See, he probably wrote a book, got into it, and they approached him. Sucked him in. 33rd degree Mason, now you're on board, we'll tell you a bit of truth, we'll tell you the Earth's flat, we'll tell you about the ETs, put your mind at rest. You know, you was onto something, and well done. Or he could have been a bloodline himself, who knows? We won't ever get to find that out. Like, well, we probably will one day. We definitely will one day if we want to know, because at the Law of One, we know everything we want to know when we want to know it. You know, so we will know everything. There won't be anything we don't know if we want to know it when we get home. People can't wrap their head around that as well. Imagine that. You know everything. We all knew everything before this happened. You know, and the other things as well, like the Blemye and the Panotti, they were all beings that were created in previous resets just to experiment around. Remember, they're just fucking around. They want to get the ideal vessel to put adrenochrome in to produce the most adrenochrome per size of unit. Yeah, then it makes sense. You have a little testing phase, don't you? They didn't just start building a Bugatti Veyron. They went through a load of different cars before they got to that. So, not that this is the Bugatti Veyron. It's a shit body, but it produces a decent amount of adrenochrome per child. So that's why we're in these. And the whole race thing, you know, the Caribbean. There's a realm called Caribbean or Caribbee. Yeah, Caribbee, and they are black, and that's the Caribbean black. It's everything that we've got here. We've got out there. You know, like the Game of Thrones and all that. It was a Game of Thrones for them. That's all it was. Just a laugh, and quids in all the time. It's like finding the back door of Tesco's open forever for 6,015 years and you don't run out of food. Tesco's shut for 6,015 years and someone left the back door open and it never runs out of food. That's what this was. That's all we were. People got to realise that. We weren't here for no special reason. We weren't here bettering ourselves for the time when the sun goes supernova and blows up and takes us with it. All very feasible. Sounds very feasible, as it always does. But it leaves you've got to admit, you've had loads of questions about even the eclipse. Not the eclipse, the phases of the moon. I used to ask when I was a kid, why is the sun there and the moon there and we're not in the middle but there's an eclipse? No one can answer that. That's why. It's not what causes it. So, not eclipse, sorry, the phases of the moon. It's not what causes the phases of the fucking moon. It's just the morning star, Venus. Oh, and coincidentally that happens to be the light of Lucifer, the torchbearer. Do you know what I mean? It's so easy to see. Do you know, I just done that in my head just then. I never thought about that before. The morning star was Lucifer's other name. The light bearer. He's shining the light on the fucking moon, isn't he? Yeah? Think about it. It's the sort of thing you can work out. Like, you know, that's an example of what I mean. I never thought about that before till just then, and that's just obvious. Look, that's why he's called, the whole, yeah? You get it, because I've actually seen the light cone from the morning star, the planet Venus, which, in case anyone who's watching this thinking, what's he talking about? The morning star, oh look, I've got a torch. Look, this is the morning star, right? So when you look at the moon on a clear night, you'll see this. Look, I'll show you. It's probably a good idea to show you now. Yeah? Right, you'll see it here, shining at the moon. When you see the moon, so what it is it's just clipping. Can you see that? It just clips the edge. It's not, maybe it's better on a ball. This is a flask lid. But it just clips the edge. Sometimes it's here, but it's never here. Yeah, but you'll see it down here, over here. And it's embarrassing. I've seen it. I've seen the actual light cone. And sometimes it's not far. On the right night, you can see faint ray of coming out of planet Venus, the morning star. You can see a faint ray pointing at the moon. And that's why moonlight is colder than moon shadow. Sorry, is colder than moon shadow. No, have I got that around the right way? Moonlight should be warmer. Yeah, it's colder than moon shadow. It's things that can't happen. That's why, because it's not what you think. It's not the sun causing the light on the moon, and the whole phases of the moon are controlled by the planet Venus, and the eclipses. That's just embarrassing, like Christian says. They just slide a bit of card over a fucking wrong end of a telescope. That's all that is. It just makes it look like, I mean, I think the last one, I don't know if they've done that on purpose, but it looked a bit fake. Or whether it's just because I now know it's fake that I then assumed that it looked fake. Maybe that happened, but it did look fake. And I've never really noticed before, to be honest. I just thought it was real, so maybe I didn't study it before. But the last one that they had the other week, or the other month, that looked well fake to me. So it's fucking crazy, isn't it? Hey? So I saw on that Restored Republic, I think it was Restored Republic, somewhat on the rare times that I click on something, someone sent me something from that. And they were talking about, obviously, QFS, Tier 1, 2, 3, and jobs. Apparently they've got jobs going in fifth density now for people. So don't worry, you've got a job to go to. Loads of jobs. Oh, there's work for everywhere. There's work for everyone. Fucking hell, can you see how deep this is fucked up? How do you expect anyone to ascend when you've got these parameters? No wonder. You know, I mean, you think doing the decathlon might be a bit difficult. This is ridiculous. This is like the mental decathlon times 1,000. It's ridiculous. It's like expecting for someone to do 3 back-to-back marathons if you was an athlete, whilst juggling on a unicycle, backwards, yeah, with heels. It's just a tall order. How are people going to wrap their head around this? They're going to be a state of shock, dismay, grief, sadness, guilt, anger, hate, fucking terrified. They're going to be fucking terrified in a few months. And you look out the window and the birds are singing and some of the butterflies. Yeah, it's just fucking mad, you know. You go into the shop and it's just, wow. Nobody knows. It's like, wow. Nobody knows. It's fucking mad. It's just mad. How can people not know this? Really, how the apathy is shocking. It's a monumental amount of apathy, but the information is so encompassing. It answers every fucking question, and you can answer it yourself. Honestly, it's like wearing They Live glasses now. After Christian's handed that info out, anyone else has read it. Like I know Jason Cant and Paul Spence. There's loads of people out there. Loads of people. But I think people that haven't heard of Christian, I don't see how they're going home, or how that I don't. You know, obviously they're going to be fine. There's nothing to worry about. No one dies. No one gets hurt unless they hurt themselves, or you know, whatever. It ain't like that. It's not spiritually. It's not. It's spiritually driven, but it's an artificial process. Ascension isn't. Oh, it's none of that shit. It's a technology, Ascension. It's nothing to do with angels rocking up and harps. It's got nothing to do with that. But to get there, you need a mindset. Really easy to understand. Just do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Like that sort of shit. Pick snails up. Be nice to people. Help people. Put yourself out for people, even if it's at your own detriment. I'm lucky. I've been doing that all my life. I'm fucking lucky. I don't know if it's luck or what. Well, apparently nothing's luck. But anyway, maybe that was I don't know. But I'm lucky then. I guess I just see it as lucky, because it's like, fuck me, I'm so lucky I didn't think like that. I've thought that loads lately. I'm really lucky and pleased that I think how I think. Because it's beneficial. It's anyway, don't matter. But yeah, jobs back home. Can you believe that? They're talking about I don't know if they're taking names for fucking what, you're going to have 3D construction or 5D construction workers. You muck and that turns up and fucking floats around on the scaffolding. Now the scaffolding's not there. It's all levitation scaffolding. Nothing like that. People ain't got a clue what's coming. I would urge everyone to look into it. Rapid. Because it's fucking amazing. The peace of mind is amazing. And also, it's so interesting knowing things about, like, the Voynich manuscript. I've wanted to know what that was since I was 12. Fucking blew me away when Christian just went out and answered the whole fucking lot. Didn't even know what it was 2 seconds ago. He's like, the what? No, he done that video, didn't he? Had it on the video. And I was watching that from my house before I met him. And Ronnie was saying he couldn't pronounce it or said it or he didn't know what it was. And I'm like, fucking, I was saying the Voynich manuscript. Anyway, when I met him and asked that, I was like, what the fuck? And the whole thing, man, the whole thing about the fourth density, the labyrinths, and all that, the whole thing, and the plant life. Of course, it would make sense that you need, if you've just created the first third density arena ever created, a simulation, sorry, you're going to need things that are going to grow in it. We can't grow fifth density plants in a third density matrix. It ain't going to happen. They'll just wither and die, or they won't do very well. But the closest thing to make something from is fourth density, and the closest fourth density realm is under your feet in inner earth. So that's what that was. It was. They probably had loads of them. It was probably not just that one. They probably just kept one in plain sight. There you go. They're showing you. It doesn't matter that you can't read it, and no one ever will, because it's written in some fucking ancient language that was only designed to ever be used in that purpose. Just give it to some reset humans. Don't forget, they had fucking, like, Neanderthal man had a bigger brain capacity than we have. So Neanderthal man, they could have got fucking Neanderthal man to do it, for all you know. Could have sent him down to inner earth. Yeah, if he's more intelligent, why not? If he ain't got nothing to do, look, you're between caves. Chip down there, mate. There's a pen. get cracking. You wouldn't know. But they definitely were more intelligent because they had a larger brain capacity. And if evolution via natural selection is right, that can't happen. It's impossible that they have got a bigger brain capacity, because that would just be, well, we didn't get good and then get shit. You know, they've been talking about the missing link for years, and I've met anthropologists. I've actually had dinner with one who was adamant there's no need for a missing link. And I'm like, I can't even argue with him because I ain't got no fucking PhDs. He had more PhDs, he had more fucking degrees in a box full of compasses, this geezer, and therefore he was right. He won the argument based on the amount of compasses that he's got. Do you know what I mean? Basically, more degrees in a fucking map. So, you can't argue with people like that because they're so conceited in their understanding, because you can't question their authority on it, because that means you're bringing into question everyone that taught them, who may have been a great from scientific past, or you might have been like a well-respected. You can't argue with the giants that stood on the giants that stood below the giants of the other giants. You know what I mean? When they say standing on the shoulders of giants, I'm talking about the giants at the bottom. You know, the greats that worked it all out. But if you look, they're 33rd degree Freemasons, and if you look, the whole thing is run by 33rd degree Freemasons. The whole thing. And the hosted bloodline families are the ET presence incarnate, as it were, here among us, enjoying themselves big time. Paradise for them. Absolute paradise. Disgusting, really. But, yeah, anyway, listen, love you all, yeah? Take care. Much love.
What is that?
It has many names. Regenix, Resal, Nectar. There are various levels of usefulness and quality, but this is the most pure and most valuable solution made by the House of Brassix.
Kalik came out of a bath.
Naturally, my sister didn't explain what it is or where it comes from. It comes from people. Each unit is refined from approximately 100 human beings.
What?
Your planet is a farm, Jupiter. There are thousands of planets like yours set up by families like mine to supply an ever-increasing demand for more time.
You say you killed 100 people to make this?
Not me, but yes.